Chat, hello, how we doing? We made it. Definitely didn't turn up an hour ago, thinking that the clocks hadn't changed.
BBL Pacific were just one map away from ascending here last year.
Chat, one sec.
They are back, but it is Dynasty on the other side hoping to stop them. Surely it doesn't happen again, right?
Jerion, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the whole year, dude. Thank you for that.
I mean, surely.
Lotus, Abyss, Sunset, Corrode, Ascent.
I'm excited to see this matchup for the very first time, but coming into this, Dynasty banning out that Haven has kind of forced BBL Pacific's hand here and having to get rid of that bind. This has been both teams insta-ban all throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, and I assume that is the reason why they chose to go Team B, because obviously BBL Pacific were the higher seed. They could have chosen to have the first match into this best of 5, which is what you want normally.
We were talking about this, maybe an element of ego.
Any Dynasty believers? Maybe a couple.
You know, it doesn't necessarily matter.
BBL are definitely the favourites on this. George City, thanks so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that.
But starting on Lotus for me, certainly one that you want to see
Pork Chop Slap as well with the tier 1. Thanks so much for the 11 months, bro. Appreciate that.
One bad map if you look at the map pool for BBL Pacific. It is just Lotus, which is why it's scary, because if Dynasty don't win on Lotus, I'm going to be very, very worried for them going to the next one.
You want the ads? Yeah, I can use ads for EMEA. There you go. Birdie with the prime. Thanks so much for the 3 months as well, dude. Thank you for that also. Appreciate the prime usage.
Potentially have to reverse sweep.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're BBL Pacific, you are a little bit concerned that that Haven has been taken away from you as well. But I think
you guys, are we all right?
Bear underscore Bud as well with the prime. Thanks so much for the 2 months.
Yeah, they are good on all
You hope
the
Envy
other
win
maps.
today. I'm excited to watch that game. I really am. I haven't properly. I'm not even sure I've done an Envy game on stream.
I think so, but I think if Dynasty can get
I don't think I've done an Envy game on stream.
Lotus as well, that is when we really get to test how BBL Pacific's mental is when we go into this. It's a best of 5. We're talking
Envy's
about
wild,
teams being on
yeah.
the stage as well for the first time since
Got a
being
couple
here.
of crazy
They need to
players.
get used to that environment.
They're fun to watch.
Today, my head says BBL
Honestly, I feel like a majority of the teams that have qualified for Ascension are pretty fun to watch. Liam, thank you so much with the prime as well. Thank you for the 2 months, man. Appreciate the prime usage. Thanks for using that. And Ivor as well. Ivor 490, bro. Thank you for the 2 months.
They are testing if Dynasty were willing to gamble that ban. But I'm
Chat broadcast can go up, right? Surely.
Look at the other 4 maps. They're insane on Abyss. They are so happy to go to Sunset. So all these other maps, an Ascent.
We're doing NA Ascension after this for sure.
Dynasty,
So wait, chat. When does NA Ascension start? In 3 hours?
That is the one place where BBL
Or
Pacific
4 hours? It's 3 hours, right? In 3 hours. Oh, dude, we're for sure missing so much of that.
No, I think their Sunset was fine actually.
It for sure overlaps. How did this happen? Watergate, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 7 months.
See, I'm not 100% convinced on the Abyss.
Did the game get moved back an hour, or did you have the mate? I got the wrong time as well. The Europe moved their time back, basically, right? Time change. Daylight savings or whatever it is.
They are going to win Lotus, but the rest 4 is going to be rough.
Don't get me wrong, the last 2 maps for me are a bit of a concern.
Tiggs Easy as well. Thank you so much for the 30 months, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Ascent, and I think probably make a statement towards the back end of this veto. Corrode for me is unfortunately, I think the later this goes.
Blobly says it's a 13-4, 13-6, 13-7, so we're missing none of it, okay?
Very comfortably for Dynasty to be able to at least make a push today.
Want you to go to the... Is in the Americas? Nah, it's fine, man.
No. I'm saying
We'll let them be. We'll just catch it like a map play or something. EVO Pacific fast pace will make it, okay?
This is the best possible start they could get to this veto. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, 100% this is the best start that
Yeah, no, 100%. And this is where they should expect, right? They know they're playing Lotus today, unless they were willing to gamble the bind back.
And the BBL Pacific team is so stacked.
You're going to go there against them. They're definitely on the back
What a
foot.
stacked team.
I I think if BBL Pacific somehow win Lotus, it's done. The series is done. I'm willing to say that.
Whoa, okay,
Yeah.
that's big. Do you know what?
But they won't.
The thing is though, no, but
They're not going to win Lotus.
isn't even that bad of a map for BBL Pacific.
Are there 2 trophies? Yeah, they made 2.
On it for the whole year. It's not a terrible map for them. It's like I say, this double duelist I think is where we question how quickly can they warm up to that stage.
Okay, when I obviously I rocked up maybe halfway through Ascension on the desk.
Okay.
When they played mandatory, it was poo. When they played against Twisted Minds, they changed their comp.
Overall,
It was still poo.
Throughout the year, I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
it's
I
not
think
been a terrible map for them.
I do think the recency, we should take into consideration the form on this map for them recently. It just, for me, it just wasn't convincing. But it's been great for Dynasty. And you guys.
Do you think Riot will make BBL
yesterday.
Pacific change their name?
Here's Mitch and Dom.
Maybe. I don't really know the ins and outs of what's going on over there. I don't know the rules properly as well.
And I gotta say, there's some faces that everybody expected to see down on that stage.
Where's this venue? It's in Berlin.
They came in as favorites, not just in the veto, as we heard the analyst desk talking about, but in the tournament in general. Dynasty, though, I think have surprised quite a few folks at home with their arrival on that stage here today.
Yeah, no, I'd say this is definitely a favorite versus a dark horse, but that's the fun thing with Dynasty is they've slowly built into this tournament, and of course, we're looking at the last couple of years, and we've had a victor coming out of the French League. We've had one, obviously, in the form of Apex coming out of Northeast.
Is that the other Turkish team watching them?
2 chances to
I mean,
make
why
it,
not?
potentially 2 going their way, or is there going to be a change of form? And Dynasty, coming from Italy, playing in Spain, could be making a name for their organization as well. It all comes down.
Okay, here we go, chat.
Working up to a
We got
match
BBL
of
Pacific.
Valorant.
What are we calling them for short? Just kind of feels right to say BBL, but BBL Pacific on defense, Dynasty on attack.
But 3 attempts for Tag and Waddle, the only players who have participated in all the Ascensions, and here they are with a chance to make it all the way. 3rd time's the charm for BBL Pacific. Looking at this
When will you do a drunk watch party? I don't really drink that much anymore. I used to loads. Now not so much. It's just not worth it, man. Hangovers. Yeah, I could never warrant drinking now. A hangover's just not worth it.
Players rotated in from the defense, ready for a fight.
Yeah, there's a late lurk, but will that lurk play a factor? There's so many players already battling and brawling, and it seems like Tag's just a little bit too far away to help out the team. The majority of his squad are already down. And what was hoping to be a finite backstab has ended up a 1v3 scenario. It was spoken about
GG already? Yeah, why am I seeing GG's in the chat? And my guy plays incredibly close to his monitor.
For Dynasty, they need to take Lotus. Abyss is an unknown. But the later this series goes,
Damn, it's the most micro... He picks his mouse. They kind of like the cams where you can see the mouse as well. Dude could actually use the smallest mouse mat ever. Look.
Here to pick this up for Dynasty. Sheriff in hand, and he'll find a nice headshot onto Kreven. The high-low setup works.
He's picking up so much, man. The flasher.
1-0 to start this out on the defensive side. And as I said, my eyes on Lover's Rock when he has those snipers in hands. You know, when he was coming up against
Which in America's Ascension as well. Yes.
He was missing shots again and again, and we can't see.
Please read your message. Where are you, Des?
But by the time it came to map 2,
hello, Pansy, by the way. You can set up? Yes, actually is.
Something
Just
with
nose to the
Lotus was
monitor.
kryptonite.
Yeah, also from speaking to Rose, it seems like
Desp says, I anti-Dynasty for Bacon, and we lost. I was responsible for the pistols, and we lost every pistol. You wanted me to read that? Why do you want the public shaming?
This guy has definitely been putting on a display. The problem is that the main competition he has actually comes from members of his team. Loiter finds himself as the #1 rated so far this tournament, but the final is where it all matters. And wow, this round, Mitch, it's all about damage.
Can you explain why BBL Pacific is allowed to ascend and other academy teams don't? It's not an academy team, is the long story. Oh, the short story, I guess. The long story, I don't really know, to be honest with you. I'm not smart enough.
Going back in for a quick shot or 2. LaRock tagged as well. I mean, so much potential for damage, yet none will be found.
All the kills.
Coming in from BBL Pacific, and a good moneymaker as they come into the next with credits stacked high. Look over at Dynasty. You know, one of the guys that's worth mentioning, obviously he's coming in here playing the Viper, but in general, I think Creamy Dreamy, possibly one of the strongest support players we've got in Ascension. And certainly when it comes to stats, he's leading by quite a bit in terms of assists per round. He's been
okay, give me a buy round.
I think has some of the most rounds played. So that consistency over a big data size is it's impressive to see. But this is going to be a different challenge because
what are
just
these
like we
two
saw
doing?
when teams play against someone like Ulf, BBL Pacific are playing that aggressive early style. It's very difficult
force
to
him
find your
away.
footing there.
Okay.
Honestly,
he's had a bit of potential.
A purchase up for Lover's Rock to make this a 4th in the mix. And Rose being the
aggro over towards A. Peek out towards B as well. Try and force them to go fast in C. You have wall fawns. Euro TP's alley.
I look at Waddle again. One of the top rated,
that's a big punish.
I want to put a focal point on Famzy. Been a little bit hit and miss throughout the tournament so far. He needs to be a hit today, and with the start already of Tag going down, it's not exactly.
It's a great reclear right now. Reclear over towards C. Heavier stack towards A incoming. Big Jewel on C at the moment though.
He's cleared up to
Got to be tempted with that alarm bot.
No one peeking from main, but now there's a full
shot.
push up from Kreven.
Everyone's pretty far away. They're gonna intercept him. Here we go. Big Jewel.
The push up on B, 2 players, high and low. The spike about to cross it. This could decide the round. Not on a sight, but in there. Spawn, but Waddle's the one to fight to.
Winning Angels.
The push to
Gotta
C
be doing
continues.
Look at how far Tice is actually gone. It's a nasty surprise though. Rose with the pistol has managed to leave him low. That kill could have been a difference maker. The spam definitely risky as the swing should clear him. That leaves it all onto one, but Waddle's there.
Not too bad at all.
An important start
Good run
for
from
the
Waddle.
map as they get their
Then the
first
cast
round
up slightly.
onto the
Yeah, that should be better for you now.
This is where BBL Pacific will be buying back
Wesso, thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Thank you for doing that, bro.
Time, but wrong result for those players
2 years as well, man. Thank you for that.
It was, yeah, LaRock and Lover's Rock standing together looking for that fight. And Waddle just about managing to find that double, bringing the spike over. Ticey looking back just in time to catch Rose. There were certainly some dangers in this round. Dynasty have done well to get that first on the board.
Who do you think is the best Ascension team you've watched so far? I haven't watched MV at their peak, so I'm not going to include MV. But it might be MV. But out of all the others, it's SLT.
Last time they played Lotus, as we said, you know, it sort of feels like that's a rarity of a map.
I'm hoping today I see MV at their peak and it changes my mind.
Have to deal with it, because even though it was
with the Prime, thanks so much for the 10 months, man. Thank you for the Prime usage,
I think
bro.
it was Exit got 31 kills in that map.
It's the
constant control. Like, you have this aggression coming out of Loiter.
Would SLT be Nongshim? Yeah, I think so. I think they're just out aim him, to be honest with you.
And then you have somewhere else on the map the operator, and they are going to be pushing and pulling whatever map we see today. The B site already doubled up because of that. They've been able to hold on to 2 portions of the map, but this little split position, and well, an early attempt at a showstopper, but Lover's Rock a little quicker. Another opener again.
That's what we're looking for. The operator online early.
40 seconds, no fade. What a nightmare. Still haven't found the wall over towards B yet.
I'll swing the door open and hopefully recover it. Oh no, okay, they can find it from there.
Left. They still need to bait the wall.
No need for the door. Into the B site we go. 25 seconds.
Mate, you can't. You don't have time for this, I don't think, guys.
So the pressure going to be on Loiter to hold the line.
He's been waiting here the entire time. With the amount of time left, 15 seconds, he knows that surviving is far more important than taking a one-and-done fight, but they really are running low on the clock. They're going to try and double back in towards Rose. He's tagged low, but this needs to be an insta-kill. Eventually they get him, but Lover's Rock is still here.
Yeah,
the spike down
I'm not sure about that
just
call.
a little bit too slow.
Dude, that call at 28, 30 seconds.
The idea, but they needed
I just don't think that's a thing.
For that to work.
Yeah, I mean, just the disruption of that first op shot really threw this round into disarray. It falling like that. The wall still being up on B. They try to go to the A site, wrap it all the way around, looking for options and finding no real good ones. Lover's Rock also getting off to a solid start. It's scary times because we know players like LaRock are always going to be there fighting for that top spot on the scoreboard, and look what this has done to Dynasty.
Okay, low buy.
Gone in for 4 stingers.
4 stingers though. How are they with stingers? Let's find out. EMEA stingers.
In this aggressive position, he's got backup. In fact, he's got a bait.
Or NA stingers. Let's find out.
Shots of the util, and then he
if they get a chance to shoot him.
They thought they'd scared the player in main off. Little did they know that the real terror was just around the corner. A missed shot, but still the advantage for BBL Pacific.
Dude, they had a molly for his TP pathing that he likes to do top of sight. Nice.
Although this is only a half
anti-Mako.
He kind of wanted to make it costly. Wall there once again, and Tag has pretty much had a nightmare every time he stepped.
That's their molly? Wait, that's their molly. Oh boy.
Problems. Again, though, trying to bait the
I liked it better when I thought it was BBL Pacific's molly.
But this close corner, not easy to clear. Although Creamy will be able to get one.
Will Chobra. Chobra with the raid.
At least has a rifle to play with.
Employed for another year. Thank you so much, Chobra. Congrats on the job again. For a little bit longer.
Got credits for the next round, and they'll need them.
I'm really worried about this game. I'm not gonna lie. If they don't win this next round, I'm really worried.
Now, coming into this, Tom, it felt to me like, you know, in terms of the veto, if Dynasty don't come in and ban a Haven, you've got a free map for BBL Pacific with really good results from them, and Dynasty looking a bit shaky there recently. So it's sort of forcing the hand of your
50% credit. Dude, Zeta guy was there, right, Chobra? I'm pretty sure I saw him on the cam.
But when it came to Lotus, this is where I'm thinking, okay, Dynasty have the best shot, in my mind, of taking this map. It's a good pick. It's somewhere we've seen BBL Pacific struggle and have a slow start up against Twisted Minds.
Okay, big Byron. They got some great ults.
31 kills.
They have the ult advantage.
So aggressive again. Just trying to bait things out.
I mean, you are beyond dead. Whoa, whoa, whoa! We nearly took him down. Wait, that was kind of nice.
Quick trade back from Ticey, but Laroc's there once again.
Oh, they give them no space. Oh wait, got a nade for this as well.
Laroc has already turned this back. An aggressive position.
Whoa!
What? How has he got away with that? Just manages to dance his way and survives.
I think we're going to be in time for the Envy game. I think we're not going to miss the Envy game.
Once more, Wado is left to face against the world. I don't know how he survived even a second longer than he did. But Wado now needs to match him. A 1 versus 3, maybe the chance for a couple of, well, I was going to say isolated duels, but that was never going to happen. And yeah, please do slow that one down, Andy.
Oh yeah, you got to slow them that one. I'm normally not in for a slow-mo, but my goodness.
I think this might be around the time you use it. They had such good control over that round.
Oh, it's a snapshot though.
Going their way, and they lose it to one player. Opening pick, plant should be found, and the spike never even gets planted. A freebie turns into a 4K. And BBL Pacific,
damn, actual iPad kit set up as well.
Even the showstopper didn't land. I mean, this felt like a round of bad omens. And for Dynasty, the timeout is, I would be perplexed if they didn't call one, regardless of what comms are being called there on the server. This is a round that you need to pull out the tourniquet for.
Yeah, and I think I want to just touch on what you were talking about with the veto. I think in terms of going into the day and predictions, this is probably the best veto that we could have seen for Dynasty.
Yes,
they managed to get rid of the best map of an opponent. They don't like playing bind, and that was also banned. So that's helped them
coaches hear the comms in real time?
Lotus,
yes, they can.
I think over the last few months, they had a pretty ridiculous record on, in fact. I think, yeah, they're 9-2 and their opponent's 4-3 with 2 losses in a row. So it's like, it's set up nicely. Then you talk about Abyss as an additional map, not played since February, and if you don't know, that was before Lovers Rock was even on the team for the BBL Pacific, but they've then chosen it. So you do kind of go like, okay, I imagine there's something there.
So what, are going to use
and it feels
use
like
the ults into this low buy?
Oh, without a doubt.
I mean, the Outlaw is incredible right now. Everyone can get one shot.
We've seen many teams be stopped.
The Rock has ult, 2 people coming his way.
We've seen halves flip into the hands of teams in Dynasty's position, but
I mean, they know he's there.
To stop the bleeding here and now.
EXO, thanks so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for doing that. And STN as well, the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you so much, you two.
You have that Nightfall available to potentially get you into the site, and then you have the Viper's Pit to hold it. That's where those Stingers actually become quite valuable. The problem is there's also a Showstopper on the other side, and the Steel Garden to take your guns away, and 2 ults very close. So there's definitely...
The re-clear.
But I can
mean, they got a fade out if they want to really force this, but
like it could be possible if they
should
get
be waiting for next round.
Again, though, look how far up their opponents are.
A nice little bait.
Yeah, expecting those ults to be, ult orbs to be sought after. How does Loida get away with another? No. Surely not a third. Finally, he's put to bed, but that rifle won't be retrieved, at least it won't be held onto. Lovers Rock not missing a shot here with the snipers.
Saboteur, hello mate, how are we doing? Thanks so much for the prime. Thank you for the 21 months, thank you for that.
1v4, it seems like everybody's having their turn of being put into
some convincing rounds. And BBL Pacific haven't really had to use many ults as well, and they got all of them up. Are you worried about the match or the map? I'm worried about the match. I'm worried it's a massive storm.
To their coach Key, she was like, do you ever worry that they get too confident? These guys are basically emoting mid-round. Like, it's like, I'm going to just, there's a guy, I know there's a guy over there roughly, I'm just going to shoot the shorty at his corpse while in the open and then just go back to my gun, which doesn't have any bullets
Alex
in it.
as well, like, Prime, thanks so much for the 4 months, man. Thank you for that, dude.
How confident this team is playing.
Can we get a single close best of 5?
That will take them into the BCT. Some of these players,
the Nongshim one had potential.
Well, just turning 18. One of them just about to. But you wouldn't be able to tell.
Francis maybe played too good.
It's
a good understanding of the big round on this one. It's a great nade. Damn, they put a Tevra on the back of that as well. Oh, okay, they're actually really good. This is nice. There's a good understanding of how important the round is as well. Just pop all the ults early. And they still have great ults after this.
There's going to be a wall of players.
That shot was fast.
Luckily, they've dealt with them. Both kills going the way of Dynasty. A lockdown still online, and it could be good in the post plan. But
well, at least they got another ult out of them, but got no money.
1v3 this time. It's a bit more doable. Although the fourth man of the decoy almost gives him away. And in the end, a spam from Rose will do just that. A 7.
They're absolutely giving it as well.
Smiles on the stage for BBL Pacific, but a different vibe on the other side.
Oh yeah, no, the way that they are currently playing, the contact immediately, using the Nightfall and the Showstopper in tandem, the players deafened, blinded, left vulnerable on the other side, and the only semblance of hope was maybe a little bit over-aggression in that 5 versus 2, just wanting to try and take the fights, but even still, it very quickly dissipated into nothingness. A 7-1 defensive side half for BBL Pacific. At least, as we currently see it, there is a gulf in class.
Decoy.
Yeah.
That's what we've seen so far, but there's still plenty of rounds left to play for, plenty of chances.
Yampy, not a chance.
For Dynasty. They can still put
I'm not giving you a platform to tell Finnish facts to chat. You got your own stream for that.
To work with. The good thing of the round that they lost is their opponents used ults. They didn't. So a lot to work with, and with an opening pick under their belt, with the op removed, it looks like one of the best starts for Dynasty to a round we've seen so far.
Rose is taking one hell of a gamble. I was about to say, you might
Vice ult for the retake. Viper pick goes down. You could just save the you could honestly just save the Vice ult. Okay.
Taisu already managing to find one, but walking into the pit versus the pistols will likely still be dealt the same blow. In fact, it's the utility on the other side that kicks it off.
There we go, and all it took was 3 ults.
All but guaranteed. I was going to say, Larocque could save.
Pretty hard to repeat this.
I think he wants
to
wipe some weapons.
13-4.
Yeah, catch him on the exits if they do go towards spawn. Big round for Dynasty, but a big investment as well. They found the opening pick without too much of a safety net being fallen onto, but a lockdown, a Nightfall, a Viper's Pit, these are big
Elisa, thanks so much for the tier 1 as well. Thank you for the 27 months. What's my prediction? I think it's going to be a 3-0 right now from what I'm watching.
They're not going to have those same things to lean on. In fact, still 2 away from the Showstopper. It might not even be online for the next. And when we go back to just regulation play, with the exception of a missed shot from Lovers Rock, it does very much feel like it's BBL Pacific.
What's on Francis's performance after leaving IGL? I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable tournament from him, really.
Get the confidence back, feel like you can, get the economy on your side a little bit as well. They have some backup cash if they need to actually invest into the next. But as you said, there now needs to be sort of the...
At least they kept it clean though, money's good.
And it needs to be now. The 10-2 half. Going into a map you literally have no data on, unless you're trying to base it off the last version of this BBL Pacific team. Tag though, waiting patiently.
A nice start.
Sometimes that can be
and you know
enough
there's
how
a second there if you want to go fast.
Pacific squad likes to be. And something they were suffering with in the early rounds, Mitch, was they were getting 0 of those opening picks. This is now different.
And even the Prowler put through.
They hit the decoy.
The decoy, yeah.
They have a decoy.
They know what they're up against.
Decoy for the Prowler.
Lover's Rock.
And they make sure that it runs back
Giving up
over
that
towards
position now,
site so you
giving up
get
that
baited
information.
in.
When push comes to shove, it will be the A site that's more heavily defended for BBL Pacific, and it looks like that's exactly where Dynasty are
Three on
going.
site,
Into
Fawn's
the numbers,
wall
into
flash.
The off yet again. And a nice
And he wants
flash,
to swing
but
him.
Dreamy, good for the shot. Lover's Rock under pressure. He needs to get out
Oh,
there
looking
without
like
his
me
gate
out there.
crash.
It's okay. It
Without
happens.
his IGL helping him on the sideline. This is looking like a really tough round for BBL Pacific.
Yeah. They managed to deal with the players within the site. And the question then starts to be asked, do they go for it? Again, still some spare credits for the defenders to play with, so looks like they're going to challenge, but Tag connecting the shot and leaving Lovers Rock as a lot still to do. Not going to happen.
Man, not
Really
bad.
quick on the trade, and what was a really rough start for the side of Dynasty, starting to climb back into the map.
I'd like to hear that as well. As soon as they take the round, they're getting loud down there. You know, it wasn't so much when they put that second on the board, but this one feels much more repeatable for them. Good success.
Tenji FPS, thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Thank you for doing it.
You know, they've sort of made that read. If we don't make any noise, if we don't give them those opening picks, they come looking for it. And that's where Tag just sitting on a nasty little angle inside their spawn.
Oh,
Catches
that's
one for
an
free.
early timeout. I like it.
As a response,
Lost
and I
2
like
in a
this.
row.
2 rounds left to play for. This could be a 7-5, which for Dynasty is going to be a godsend. That's them right back into the game. Or it could be a much more one-sided
Sussless
affair.
as well. Thanks so much for the
BBL
Prime.
Pacific
Thank you for the
can
4
course correct
months.
before this is over.
With this pace in 2
Well,
years,
yeah,
EMEA
and
will just be the
obviously
Turkish
the talking
VCF.
point is,
Dude, it's
when
turning
you
into.
talk about these
I mean, that's
teams,
what
these players
basically
looking to make it into the VCT, I think
Pacific's
you're
turning
very
into.
much
You've got
in the
5 Korean
conversation
teams
of,
right
okay,
now.
The BBL Pacific players are probably making it there no
They're
matter
just
what.
better.
Like, whether they take their
They're
all with
actually
them,
just
that is the
better.
thing. The pride of Turkey taking Pacific with them into the league. But more importantly, on the other side, if you're Tag, you have the chance to do it with an Italian organization.
Heretics. I mean,
And I'll
Heretics
be
is good in
honest
there.
with you, unless he sticks with them into the future, the chances of that happening again are incredibly slim. Like, it is difficult to make that run all the way here. We've seen him attempt it a couple of other times, and I think both times not made it out of the groups. I'm sure for him, and more importantly, for Dynasty, that would be a moment to remember. Still,
8-person duel on
after
A.
BBL Pacific.
How many Omen flashes are we
AR
getting here?
buying once again without any troubles at all.
None.
Their record starting out here on the attack was a little tarnished in the first 8 rounds, but they are rising back up to take the fight. Dynasty, 1 step at a time. Pushing the credits ever lower on BBL Pacific, but
Yeah,
that
it's a nice,
play for
a nice
Lotus Rock, and
BC
it has been
default in
rounds.
reaction to
One of them
losing.
lost on the back of it.
A control. TP across as well. No risks.
Now though, he's caught behind those smokes, not able to capitalize on the door being swung open and closed. And pressure.
And
Dynasty should
Nikito,
know
thank
is
you
just
so much for the
keeping players
27
on
months,
this side
dude.
of the
Thank you
map.
for that. Appreciate
Don't
the Prime,
expect
mate.
any decision to be made too hastily, and it looks like they'll even go back to re-clear A. They want to push Loida back.
I think now, especially having Tag with the operator, last couple of rounds he's done well to sort of hold the push on C, and again you saw it in the post plant. It gives them a little bit more confidence, especially with
Guardians
this
get a
turret
little
still
worried at
online,
the time
they're
here.
not being pushed on,
They got to make
so
it
they
cool.
can try and challenge this
That's a
side of the map,
great
but
jump
also
peek, though.
play with those
You
rotations
didn't
a
see
bit
anyone
more.
pushing out or
Tag
following
needs
up
to
the
win
boom
this
bot.
fight, but neither
Rotate.
player landing the shot.
I mean, they can
Rotation
switch one
forward.
over. Prowler goes out. They
Especially
might have
with the
3 here
Prowler
before they
finding
hit.
nothing. They're now going to stack
They
up
might have
this
4
C
here
side.
before they hit.
And Tag, let's see if he can get one quick scoping like it's caught. In goes the rocket, and it's landed on Lover's Rock. Kraven holding strong in the sideline.
Bro,
The
they got
rocket
4
rolls are
here before they hit.
And they
The
have
calling's
held
way
strong
too slow
indeed.
right now.
The C site, it will not crumble, it will not fall, and BBL Pacific
They're doing such a
lock
great
in
job
8
of getting
for the
info
halftime, but one more to
around the
play
map.
for.
Robbie P, hello mate. Thanks for the 18 months, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that.
Go to that attack side. I don't think things are going to get very easy, especially looking
Instantly, yeah. There's actually no point in doing a default because they cleared the A re-clear within 1 second of the pressure, and then 5 seconds in, or like on their way to over towards C, they cleared over towards B. It was nice util from Rose.
And I wouldn't be surprised that we might see a pickup in pace.
Oh,
immediately trying to make a move in towards the B side.
This is one of their better chances.
Being utilized, but Vamsi's done well. He's taken a fight aggressively towards the broken door, and now they have control.
Foothold to play with.
Okay, push all the way through, and this guy's distracting by opening the door. Turret goes down. I mean, they know there's two here. They might push somewhere.
Really being declined a lot of fights. The shorty up close. Larocque is in so much danger. The jump peak sort of gives the game away. He knows what he's up against. But what do you do here? Walks in and finds Famsi backing up his buddy. One by one, they're starting to fall, leaving only these players in main. But Krevin comes in from the top rope. He's found two. Giving them a chance.
I think this team would be better if they didn't have util, man. It's the only time I see him die. It's when they're getting util out. Fall's an okay recovery considering what was going on, man. For sure.
It's an incredibly close one in the end for those last couple of rounds, but a couple of rounds that will desperately be needed for Dynasty.
Could have got 2 kills here. I mean, the Euro flashes were nice.
Still got one hell of a
saying that, he almost ate it. It's a fast turn from him.
Indeed. A strong performance from Dynasty. They found their footing in the end. They heated up just as we needed to see them do. And no doubt, we've got someone in the building who's very happy to see that. Let's send it over to Yinsu, who's standing by with Dynasty's co-streamer, Billy Bella.
It is a very big deal that we have Dynasty here in the building in the finals. It also means I get to meet you.
Hello.
Billy Bella, welcome to Berlin. I know this is your first time, so how exciting is it to see a team that you've been watching for so long make it to a grand final?
It's really a big deal. Like I love this kind of environment, but it's too cold, guys. How can you survive?
Too cold there?
This cold weather.
I am so glad you mentioned that. But it is quite hot on stage. I think that the action is definitely hot on stage. And I've heard that Waddle's actually coached you before. Yeah. Is he a good coach?
Hello, of course.
Because I'm still Diamond. How can he be a good coach if I'm still Diamond?
But he's a good player, though. Yeah? You like him?
Yeah.
What do you think what do you wish people knew more about Waddle?
He likes to waddle. Like, I don't know if you see him walking. He does too.
Oh, he physically waddles. Okay,
yeah,
okay. I like the way that he waddles onto site as well. You know, he gets a lot of kills. And also, Tag, of course, if he were to ascend today, that is a huge, huge deal for the Italian community. So talk me through that as well.
Tag is like my little son, but he doesn't like that. But I'm still his mother, so he have to deal with that.
Anything you want to say to your son right now, if you could tell him something?
I don't know. I'm kind of mad because before that he was watching anime, and I was saying, "Why are you watching that before a match?" But it's okay.
It's a buff. It's a buff. Thank you so much for joining me. And yeah, Mitch, why would you ever watch anime before a match?
Yeah, why?
All right, Sue, I'll make sure to delete all the downloaded episodes of Blue Lock just for you. Well, I think for Tag, maybe that was a little bit of a training arc for him, right? He's been warming up in that first half. Now, after the motivation there from Billy Bella, I'm expecting him to come out with a hell of a performance in the pistol. He's even got the Sheriff. He's feeling confident. You love to see that.
Yeah, and well, interestingly, they are one of the better teams in terms of the retaking. I will say it might be a bit of a gamble to give up the sites to BBL Pacific, but last time out versus Twisted, they did struggle a little bit more on this attack side. And if you're a Dynasty fan, that's almost what you have to hope for here. Larocque is about to come under some serious pressure.
Nice, instant reaction. They kind of saw 3 different agents.
Lost some space on the other side. The Viper screen, though,
maybe only 2.
Slow down their opponents.
Question is, where are they taking it? BBL Pacific, they've made it look pretty obvious that this is a play towards B or then a pivot to the C.
It's a nice call. Make it look like you're trying to hit over towards C as they kind of forced you there. The actual numbers are going over towards A. Get a TP to go join your team or for the late B split.
Lover's Rock if he can find some more, or if he finds something even for the squad. certainly lighten the load of this A push. But even if they just get Waddle and a plant, that's huge. Waddle needs to find himself some value, at least a pick, but they think the site's fully clear.
I mean, yeah, because he should really be leaving the site, but...
Back towards tree.
Tujuri, thanks so much for the 19 months. Thanks for the Prime Man.
The entirety of the Dynasty squad, and there is no way out of there. Creamy with his third
Maybe,
of the round.
maybe we got to go with this.
Have got a much needed pistol.
Maybe we all
under their belt.
overreacted.
7-1 down, you end up 8-4 at the half, you win the pistol as well. I mean, that is about as well paved as the road to recovery is ever going to be. A 3-round gap should be set to 2 as well, with their opponents taking an eco. A big confidence builder for a man like Creamy down there, top of the board for his squad now. This is a great resurgence from Dynasty, and exactly what you want to see early on, considering it's their pick as well in the BO5.
It's worth mentioning as well, last 3 times that we've seen them play this map, they were better on the defensive side.
No buys in this, only an extra Omen Flash.
Margin, but you add a pistol into
Extra
the mix,
Omen Flash, couple of Prowlers.
Only now
Sorry,
being
Omen Flash,
3,
Omen Smoke.
potentially 2 rounds behind, and that could be a defining factor of their comeback, and a needed
It's like
one
he's
at
playing
that
his own
exit.
little mini-game.
If you're looking at this, this is the map they almost need to win in the series. For Tag, a little bit of a confidence booster. Maybe seeing, well, he can't see his mum up
Clean.
there on the screen.
Clean round.
He's also not his
Right?
actual mum.
Yeah,
What will they
clean
call
enough.
that factor? As they will win a flawless round, and definitely seeing like they are back into the server. Can they now continue this?
Like a cat with a laser.
An immediate,
Actually was,
I
yeah.
don't know if this is going to stick. An immediate purchase of an Odin into the bonus round.
Yeah, I would be surprised if that's going to be kept through.
He's got the
In terms of
credits,
yeah, it's not like it's putting them onto a pistol if they lose this one.
unless he wants another Odin for the next round.
Well, he's got teammates who have enough credits to drop it top,
Okay.
so that's how I always think about it. Doesn't matter
Yeah.
what credits I have, once my buddy's loaded.
The instant Odin.
But 8-6, 2-round
Actually,
gap.
though, the
Dynasty
instant Odin
path
might be
recovery
nice.
Very much being taken. And with Ticey bringing in that Odin,
Clear over
they're going
towards
to be pulling
A.
any punches.
Yeah,
in this
set
round.
that
In fact,
Odin up
Lotus
and get the
already taken
rotate
a
going.
couple
They
of
would not
hits
expect
and
him to keep
almost
pushing.
goes down on the cross back to spawn. A great early fight for Dynasty, and look what they're going to do with this information. Already having Famzy sat outside A main, they've double rotated to the B site, then they've sent one in the form of Creamy to C. You've now got Viper and Killjoy to contest with. For BBL Pacific, they have to start competing for some map control before they even think about pushing a site.
Yeah, they've already used
Okay, they just saw the Prowler
Well, so
clear
it
over
will just
towards
be the
B, so
singular.
feels
Prowler
like it's an
remaining. Or
easy
they're just gonna
call
try
as you
and
can
drag
kind of take
Beacon
that
it because
space
of that.
back.
Weren't expecting anybody
Yeah,
in the
it's
corner.
going to be A
Fact
fake
is,
into
though,
B split, right?
Not the worst of trades. That's one of the rifles gone, and they've taken this space back with a decent amount of time left on the clock. 40 seconds to try and make a move, and that move doesn't look like it's stopping. Waddle, though, caused them issues in the pistol round as well, just by his patience.
Okay, load up to
And
dude.
now with the cross
Nice
held by
pulse
the
for
Odin,
this.
this could be tough.
They're challenging it, but the paranoia doesn't land quite in time. Eventually, the spray is lost, and so
Okay,
too
big
is
kill, though.
Ticey. With that space taken on the B site, the plan can at least be found. Still, the advantage sits. The lighter armed defensive side. Waddle has a challenge on his hands. It's Kreven on the other side, full health and a rifle, but he falls
Oh.
after one. It's all on Loida. He's 51 HP, jumping across. He will survive, but he's gambling on that not being stuck. At least at this point, it's too late. He now knows that was maybe stuck to half. There's the tap to pull him into the open, but he uses the TP, baiting Waddle out and swinging.
Whoa, 5 HP.
Finds him
My
in the end.
goodness.
Dynasty continue the climb back. This team was 7-1 down, and they are now just 1 round behind.
Waddle comes in with one of the highest KDs in the entirety of the tournament. And there's a reason for that. He's getting a lot of kills and normally doesn't die. 5 HP was the difference in this round. And I will say, it's another thing that Loiter, I feel, does better than anyone else, is those jump peaks with the TP to get him back into the corner. It was so close to working out with the HP difference, but that round is so intense.
They heard, yeah, they heard.
Puts them one
We were saying we're going to be in time for the
behind
Envy
after what
game.
was an incredibly slow start, a 7-1
That's
lead
great. That's a great
on
recovery.
their opponent's first choice. And although the numbers might
Okay,
still
let's see if
be
they
in
give the hero
BBL
gun room.
Pacific's favor, I feel like the game is well and truly flipped.
At the momentum most certainly has. See the
What did I miss here?
defensive prowess, and if we're to
Why did he
believe
throw him the
numbers,
hero
as you
gun?
said,
Now they've
Tennessee
thrown it
looking
back.
A little bit more comfortable on that defense. Yeah, it looks like it's very much BBL
Was he
Pacific.
actually
who now
tempted
have
to
their
send it
work
at one
cut
point there,
out
maybe?
for them. Investment from that attacking side. Couple of pistols. Of course, LaRock still coming in with the Guardian.
Did they hear the Outlaw and then they
Contending with
swapped it
this
to the
EMEA
heavy
control
armor?
is
Pretty cool.
Big enough task of its own. LaRock already down. The spams have done quite a bit of damage, and it looks like eventually BBL Pacific decide they don't want that fight.
It also hasn't baited much in terms of rotations. We're now seeing Tag bolstering up a little bit,
Damn.
and that shot's actually
He
really
had the
important.
Outlaw and this guy had heavy armor.
Ramsey going down
Well, they
does
did the
leave
gun
site
thing anyway,
open.
but it's a big kill,
Allows
man.
for an after plant.
30 seconds left.
Allows for a gun to be picked up.
Still gonna be hard to plant. You can
It's just
imagine
got a
get
little bit more
spammed. Got
dangerous.
Fatal
Can they
also.
deny the plant with any form of spams?
Or
No.
it's gonna be easy to plant.
The gun picked up is an outlaw,
Ah,
so
dude,
it's
they're
only
so putting the
Tyson
Fatal into
vulnerable
this.
to that one hit with full shield still on 3 players. The damage being done in return. Now Nightfall completely robbing them of info. Snakebite forcing them into the open. Big fight.
Dude, what a fade either.
Dynasty have managed to, oh no, get out of the Snakebite. It's
Um,
faded just in time, but Tyce's
dude.
there now. Benefit of the TP off the Nightfall. They never see it coming,
Full
and the
stick?
defuse underway will not be
Boy, they
denied.
didn't plant deep enough.
It may have been close in terms of numbers, but Dynasty, they find it again, now neck and
The
neck.
TP
8
after the
to 8
Fatal was
with
really
BBL
nice, man.
Pacific, which is a damn sight
Can't hit
better
the
than it
TP.
looked like we would get to.
Yeah, a weird thing I'm about to say, but that was a very sneaky Odin play that just came out from Dicey. It just ran through the smoke. Obviously, they were deafened by that Nightfall being used. Couldn't hear the amount of sort of steps he will have made to get him behind them. Even the TP, oh, there you go. I don't think you're ever going to see anything like this if they aren't deafened by
Living
that
Odin,
ultimate.
man.
And a huge round for them to take away. Scoreline equalized, and well, maybe that early confidence has started to fade for BBL Pacific. A pause to be called, but when you've lost 4 rounds in a row and the scoreline is still
Mate, come on.
level, there's still plenty
Where
of
are
time
we?
to fix
YouTube?
things.
YouTube.
This is the last time out for BBL Pacific. Dynasty still having won after that massive upset in the early
Oh, mate, I'm loading up Twitch.
stages.
No matter
of this
which one we
map now,
choose,
taking ego in the previous, made it look
that
damn
one always
close.
performs better.
This is where the lead looked damn
Could be
close.
taken
by Dynasty after looking
Yeah, I've
like
got it ready just in
maybe
case.
had to start thinking about map 2 20 minutes ago.
Oh, for sure. Like, yeah, in the first 8 rounds, they're being absolutely bodied. Like, struggling to get any form of map control. Struggling to make it to a site. But they gave themselves just about enough room, it seems. And now moving on to the defense. It's been a different ballgame. I like this, though, from BBL Pacific. Immediate A control. It's something they've not had much of throughout the entirety of this second half. They've been struggling in the early
Yeah, if they
stages
get
of
over
the round.
towards
This
Tree,
time,
they got Visor.
feels like it's been given
Looks like
up
they're
to
going to
them.
want to keep this nice and
even
simple.
gambling to try and challenge the
Those
Odin.
teams to counter the Odin, either
Not
buy
gonna
an
be
Odin
easy.
or absolutely run at this guy.
Oh, Kraven's gotten him. The walk through the doors worked out.
It's
Lovers
kinda
Rock
nice they
landed a
couldn't just
shot.
save
Now
the
your
Visor,
Viper
to be
rolls
honest.
down and out of the round, and well, with this full buyback, it looks like BBL
Good nade.
Pacific have found their return to winning ways. Rose
Really
will
good
give
nade.
his life for the plant, but he wants that clock to be ticking in their favor. As a 3v2 comes into play, Famzy already down to 26 HP. He will at least be able to keep his up, finding a little gap and then using it. Kraven, I'm not sure where he was going, and I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I'm
why,
not sure
but
about that one.
this is
Didn't
a
really
problem now.
consider that
They've
they
got
would be
a
at the space
showstopper
where
to
the
work with.
gap was.
They've got time on their
Dude,
side,
another
and
nade
they've
kill?
found a kill. It has to be Lover's Rock. He's got to find something.
Oh my god,
See
how
what
have they won this?
scores.
2v4.
Secures the round for Dynasty. That's a round that never should have been. 26 HP, and they offered it up to him on a plate.
I don't think he took a point
Oh,
of
dude, they
damage.
got to start
either
getting
throughout the
worried
whole
now.
retake.
7-1
No, that
up
was
into
just
this.
Seemingly,
And then they're playing like
okay,
this.
the first nade, forgivable. This was just Kraven
That's not
misreading his
forgivable.
own ultimate. Like, he believed he covered every corner, and because of that was like, oh, I'm up against
Those are
the
very
pistol, I'll just take the
early,
fight.
a very
A
early
gamble that was
Visor.
completely unnecessary. Then a second player going down to the second nade of Famzy. It might be the most impact you're going to see from paint shells, maybe throughout the tournament, like, especially in isolated circumstances.
Of all the rounds, this is the one where you smash the pause button, but unfortunately for BBL Pacific, it's been disconnected. They've already used their two.
Yeah, they used them up.
And in fact, they used it just before that round, so that's a heartbreaker of a way to bounce back. Dynasty now in the lead. Look at this corner, not cleared. Waddle's finding two. So much damage done, but somehow BBL Pacific managed to put this back to a level playing field, even picking up some weapons. They now look for a fight deep in the spawn.
Got the smoke for the one-way.
A lot of close
All
rounds,
this
but
smoke.
in each of them, Dynasty has been able to come out on top. The early start from Waddle looked like it sealed the deal already.
Ooh, nice shot.
Kreven looking to make up for the last, it seems, leaving Creamy alone. The swing is risky, and an instant shot from Creamy now makes this one possible. Viper's Pit utilized just to try and clear some space, but Lotus trying to find his way around the edge. He's been spotted.
Damn, bro. What a 1v3.
It is around
2v4 until 1v3.
And a 10th for Dynasty.
Oh
BBL
my.
Pacific have got to be kicking themselves at this point.
At 7-1,
Yeah, and they got no timeouts.
Way away. Dynasty playing an unbelievable game when it comes to clutches. I mean, we come into today, we're looking at someone like Laroc, thinking, oh, he's got to be the biggest clutcher
bro.
in the league, or, well, second attack us, I suppose, but everyone on Dynasty's doing it here. Bamsy in the last round, Creamy in this, and BBL Pacific.
We might be on time for Envy.
To break the button that calls the pause.
Yeah.
It's
not how we fought.
Smashed at this point. Like these are moments where it's a 1v3, spike planted. There's no reason to be taking any of these spikes.
Okay, it's an absolute classic.
And those gambles.
Your ult straight into
bit them
C,
in the bum
let
again.
the TP go out, then take the
Another
ult. You've got the
opportunity
Judge
to get
for getting out of
themselves
there.
onto the site. Laroc even
It's an
used
early
the
ult
showstopper
pop
to
considering the amount
guarantee
of
that
space they have. Dude,
Oh, that was
5
almost the kill,
HP.
5 HP. Lockdown also available. So they don't really need to overcommit, whereas the attack are feeling the need to
he
take some
just
space.
got him.
Probably the
Okay,
best
now that's
fight
a
for
hard
Judge.
retake.
5 health, medium range, easy kill. And he's sticking up close. He's got support further back there.
Good
The dive
paranoia.
around alongside the paranoia.
chill time.
Huge damage done. Tags down to 41. Bamsy's had his shield stripped off him. But this round is far from done. Certainly based on what we saw in the last two. The run for the smoke lands Bamsy an opening. But now they buy time.
There's
Those
no
thorns
A, right?
delaying so long. In goes the C's a little early, considering the work the thorns are
Someone needs
putting
to
up.
get on
But
it.
the timer,
Yeah,
it's already
done,
ticked
done.
too far. It's time to run, turn tail, and save these
Still,
weapons.
though, I
Dynasty
mean, it's
finally
3
forced
ults,
to give
right?
up
2
on an
ults.
unwinnable round. The BBL Pacific, with that round win, trailing by 1. I didn't think I'd be saying that in this map.
Well, they could have won any of the last 3 rounds, let's be real. Like, if they weren't making mistakes of their own, this could be a very different scoreline, but it's good to see that they've still got fuel left in the tank. I think the good thing from their perspective was that was a really well-played round. They knew that the opponents wanted to use the lockdown. They knew what was
The
one of the
1-9
most
loss
threatening
bonus if they
positions, which was
lose
from that defender
on
spawn.
2 of
So
them
they
is
just
going to
don't
be
allow them the space. They put a judge in
devastating.
an aggressive position.
We'll put
Great
him to
call
12
from them in this
basically.
round.
Dude, the money's really low, man. This is a really
Mistakes.
big round.
Otherwise, Lovers Rock, he wanted to take that peak, but oh no, he's actually got back for it. Never mind, Bamsy has been caught.
Early off pick, opening duel for BBL Pacific, and they
Ooh,
lost
it's a nice
Rose
trade
to the
back.
Spam. They've almost lost Lovers Rock as well. Look, sometimes we look at teams giving away advantages, but that one has been stolen.
That's why you
by
buy this
Dynasty.
gun, yeah.
But the upside
So
for
strong.
BBL
It's
Pacific
so
is
strong
they've
once
made
you
the
get set
right
up
call.
over
The
towards
C-side
there.
push sees one player passive due to this lockdown, and he will be forced to play the retake. They go for the plants here.
Are they going to push it? Oh, destroyed by the nade. Good utility usage.
Yeah, this time it's a good plant though.
I think they knew they
You
had
can
to
actually
move
see it
quick
from around this
after
time.
losing Rose. But the reaction has got them into a post plant. Lovers Rock also taking down Tag, gives them that advantage once again. And
Great vice
the hold
flash.
this time looking a lot more patient in their crossfires, leaving just one standing.
gonna
And it's
say
not
that
gonna
would
work
have to be a
out.
masterclass
Solid
on this.
from Loiter, great hold on the back of that side.
3 of them can't buy.
And after plenty of blips, it doesn't seem to have affected the mental of the other side, they will level things up once again, and more importantly,
Brilliant. Thank you for the replay.
That's it, right?
Honestly, when you see it from that POV, not too bad.
Into this neck-and-neck scenario is somewhere that both teams had the money. Both teams are investing. But this time around, Dynasty almost have to concede that lead. Their credits sitting low. BBL Pacific starting to tighten up a little bit in those later situations, those post plans where they have advantages. They've learned a lesson, it seems, and now it's on Dynasty to keep on teaching. Ticey down to 45. He's forced off that angle. The fallback, the rotate is coming in just in time. It looks like they've got the read on this defensive side.
He's got the wall to play with.
Stack on A when the push comes in.
Yeah, they went for an early reveal.
It's really strong.
With the one rifle in hand. Creamy now is the other side of the coin. It's not connected. He has a chance to take everybody down.
Did good, though. He did really good.
With the Bucky. Cover going out. And now a little bit of hesitation. Loiter just looking for info with the TP, but hasn't really found much at all. With Ticey locking them in, they can keep this stack at least for now.
You've lost Kravitz, you've lost flank control. They go back to clear it. Ticey's walking up. He needs to survive.
It's great info, man. Got a dink as well.
Quickly, take that
40
side
seconds
if
left.
can.
They got to send over towards B. Heard him early.
Now,
does he wait for his teammate? Yes, he does.
Paranoia.
Tucks over towards Heaven.
Sent through. This is going to be tagged. Holding on for dear life, but in comes Ticey to land one. Larocque desperately low is stabbed out.
I don't know, man. Do you get the orb and you try ult to get the spike? I don't really know what you're going to do here.
Seconds. Lovers Rock needs to be quick. Find the spike. Find a plant. And with 3 players there as well, and rifles being picked up.
I'm watching it.
I think this one's done, surely.
I got the spike.
Get the spike.
10 seconds left.
I mean, he's getting a plant.
His way around to the site, should have just about enough time. It will get him his ult, but utilizing it here is not going to be easy, and they are hot on his tail. Knew it as well. Didn't have time to pull out the sniper.
Dude, what a round, though. The Bucky, man.
What a round to come out.
Bucky's always so good.
Dynasty a low buy where they gamble, but I really like the set play. Like having that early use of, okay, we're going to get aggressive with our one rifle. We're going to have the immediate setup to try and put utility into play. That didn't work. We got a Bucky behind a wall. That's the other side of it. But we're forcing them into that place. And then the constant rotations, the constant gambles, knowing that they had weaker weaponry. Maybe even a little bit of luck.
Yeah, maybe a little, and just in time. 11-10, the lead stays in their favor. And one thing I'll say is, as I said, when the 3rd round went up for Dynasty, you could hear it on the stage. They were getting loud. They never gave up on this, a game that, well, I'm sure plenty of people out there have had their
Gotta use the ults into
stuff
this.
in their tracks once it hit 7-1, maybe even earlier. And up against BBL Pacific, where Larocque was firing on all cylinders. Seemed like there was no way back yet. Here they are. In the lead, the economy pushed to its brink on BBL Pacific, and victory here, they could just need to tap it in to close out map number 1.
Mate, this is Veto. If he goes down, he's really committed.
Up close. I kind of expected him to be the one in a retake scenario just because of his ultimate being online. He's going to get forced back, but that's a lot of utility ultimately for nothing other than space. Is Ticey really going to TP across? He is. Wanting to make sure they at least have some control of this A site, but with the dimensional drift being
they can
utilized,
split into B.
a lot of space is going to get cleared.
There it is. The 2 players close by have already been spotted. Guns up and ready to fight.
And flash indicates like they want a fast flood.
Shield up and he finds one still.
The guys from Heaven didn't go.
To get any value is huge.
Whoa.
They quickly follow up on the back of it, leaving 2 standing for BBL Pacific. One that can retrieve
It's Spike
the
with
spike,
the ult.
though.
Kind of know that he's on his own, though.
This could be a play to the C site, but the plant on A is now being heard. Flank up from Krevin needs to be quick. If Loiter goes down, this round is already lost, but he's made it into the tree. Krevin's got the backstab of dreams. It's a little shaky, but he gets
Oh,
there
that's
in the end.
desperate.
It's not
That's
the
my
best
vice
positions,
ult.
but he
We're
just wants
really
to buy
nervous.
as much time as
Didn't
he
take the
can.
guns.
The clock ticking away. Waddle ready for the fight with the reveal, and he knows now there's a player in tree. The door opens. Now both are here, but Tag isolates the first and the second. Dynasty
Look at that money,
continuing
man.
step by step. One
Dude, what a
round
comeback this
away
has
from
been.
closing this out with 2 chances. This is sensational from the defensive side.
Yeah, showing real resilience after the start, but also showing the stones by the amount of risks that we're seeing. The swing through from Z, then the spam that helped out Creamy to take some space as well. The ultimate from Kreven was just hopeful to try and take the guns away to slow them down, but it didn't work. Neither of them were caught.
Okay, 2 goes at it. 2 goes at it, and this one's looking pretty nice. No outlaws, though.
On what has been a stellar
Shame.
defensive side, that retake stat is only going to increase. 6 so far. And then the other 2 with a pistol. An already early spam, early reveal. Not quite as much damage as maybe Taisu would hope.
Here we go. What could be the last push for BBL Pacific. This is their opponent's map pick, but with the lead they had, the Dynasty.
Feels so hard to do 8 defaults when you're just getting spammed like this.
Well,
Like, sure, you get A control, but you get spammed, and then at one point they just kind of re-clear it.
even the dying flame can
May, come on.
burn the hand that seeks to snuff it out. And for BBL
Prowler went out over
Pacific,
towards A. They
stand
cleared
here,
close, not deep.
attempting one last time to snuff out Dynasty before this becomes a raging inferno. Recovering a map like this from that kind of deficit, I mean, we talk about momentum, we talk about confidence. It does everything and more that you need, especially as the underdog.
I mean, B's pretty open. Razor Tiller.
BBL Pacific have just over 30 seconds to try and make their move. Tag is the only defender on this side of the map. They've also lost their
Spammed in through smoke over towards B.
And with how
That was the
successful
potential
they've been in the
fatal.
retakes, it's no surprise that Dynasty are not getting ahead of themselves, not losing those protocols
19
that have brought them
HP,
back
21
into this game.
HP.
Tag just waiting
There goes one of the high
patiently with support,
HPs.
the high-low too much for LaRock to do anything, and now the showstopper, not quite for free. They survive, but they are surviving by nothing but a hair's breath.
Dude,
One
what a
man left,
comeback
and the
this
comeback
was. Fair
will
play.
be
I thought they were fully
completed.
done.
Dynasty are going to take
I thought they
their
were
map
fully
choice
done.
in pretty impressive fashion.
It was
A map
7-1
that
at one point.
started out with despair, but my goodness, they have come back into it 13-10. They even have a little bit of a margin to win by, in the end, for BBL Pacific. A devastating loss, but it is their map pick
sorry,
up
man.
next. A map we
Cairo,
haven't
hello
seen
mate.
them
How we
play
doing?
in a long time. We haven't seen them play with this 5.
The
The
4
bounce
mums,
back,
thanks so much for the tier
it's
1.
always
Dude,
possible
it was
for
looking
BBL
close
Pacific,
though.
but 1-0
Looked like they were
for
going to get
Dynasty.
cooked on this.
As we go off to a break.
Alright. Back in a little bit, chat.
Tout seul là-dessus, Ace, oui, c'est... Man himself is being shot.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed. before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get the pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound, 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 pound. Take it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out Need a pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of breath for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the road short. You just catfish. Kevin said, but make a one jig. Separate from the competition. For love, cause I'm the best, right? When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah.
You were the higher seed today and choose Team B in the votes. What was the reason behind this? If it goes the last map, we want to start defend, and I thought they can bind. That was the reason. Thank you.
You started this map 1-7 down. How did the boys make this impressive comeback? I mean, we needed the round. Obviously, we started very nervous. It can happen, you know, given how important the match is. It was something that we took into consideration when we talking before the game started. But we just needed to get some rounds. We know we are very good on this map. The moment we changed a couple of rounds, how we recovered towards the end of the attack, we knew that we were about to have a good defense, and that was the case. That was the case pretty much.
Well, it was a great recovery indeed. I'm your hosting, so I've got Hypoc here with me once again, and a very special guest, Enzo. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm great. I mean, as good as I can be after yesterday, but I feel good. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, absolutely a big fan of the Enzoden. I hope we continue to see more and more and more of it. Here's the thing though, Enzo, you have played against these teams before. You are aware of them, you're familiar with them. Particularly on Lotus, I was a little bit not super confident about BBL Pacific's Lotus. You beat them. Do you feel like they'd managed to change anything? Is it still the same Lotus as the last time? Is that the reason why they lost again?
Well, the first thing is they changed their composition, because when we beat them, they had Viper Vice comp, and that's what I call the double blocker comp. It's really hard against that comp to go C. It's really, really hard. It's hard to go straight to B because of the blocking power of Viper, so you have to exploit A a lot. And now they changed. They decided to change and go for a double duelist comp. The point of that comp is to make sure you have more diving power, So you can go deeper into sites, and you can also combine your ult with whatever you want. So whether it's an Omen Blind or a Raze ultimate, that's exactly what they did. And I think it's great because it's really simple to play that comp, but unfortunately it didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, I think that the comp's an interesting thing because we were watching this obviously backstage together, and it's all well and good kind of playing towards this sort of ethos, but there was a few really obvious overheat moments here from BBL Pacific where I think actually that's where Dynasty have impressed me previously in terms of structure. So I think in terms of the comp change, that maybe was a little bit of a miss for me.
Yeah, and speaking of things that impressed us, if we take a look at the Herman Miller player performance highlight, it is
Duke Door, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you with the 30 months, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Where Dynasty pulled
How was your 5-minute stream, dude?
Yeah, I mean, some of these were outrageous, but this one
I didn't even look at VLR to see if it was even later. And then I went to see where the YouTube stream was, and I was like, why is there no YouTube stream?
But this second kill, at that point, then you just think, yeah, I mean, he's dialed in. He's dialed in to close this out.
This is what creamy dreams are made of, if you ask me.
You can't say that.
I'm sorry, that's why
we dodged that so many times.
His name is Creamy Dreamy. But of course, Enzo, you know, BBL Pacific, they were 7-1 down, so for Dynasty to make this comeback is crazy. Why do you think, from your opinion, they were able to win that map?
I think what the coach said is very, very true. When you're on that stage, when you're playing, sometimes you need one moment, you need one round, so that your team gets hyped up, gets confidence back, and starts winning and winning rounds. And they had that one moment, and I think that one moment was a C retake.
The 7-2? The 7-2?
Yeah, something around 7-2.
Yeah, the overinvestment of the ult, I believe, right?
I think they over-invested a Vice ult, yes, and there was a Viper ult on site as well. And that retake, at least that postman situation, I think was the pivotal moment for them. So
to come back to the same thing as well, there was a few situations, I think this is a good example where I think actually even in response there, Waddle throws the Nightfall in because it's just like, if you're going to buy Soul, okay, cool, we've got something else to throw at you. That's why it feels like an overinvestment. It's almost like BBL Pacific were stacking so heavy on some of these coin flip situations when they had this round lead. Unfortunately then Dynasty, the bigger boom to them is actually closing out some of the clutch scenarios and the more structured and more tempered approaches
can make a comeback.
They actually took control of the map.
I mean, if he plays loads,
I'm very worried because Abyss is next. You know, map 1, this is where we expected Dynasty to win. This is their best map for a reason. But my worry is not about what's happening next. It's about the answer that we heard from Coach Key. That the reason they wanted to go Team B in a best of 5 is to pick sides on map 5.
If he needs money, he'll do it, man.
You give your opponent the map.
Give him some time. He's got too much money at the moment.
It's not going to matter by the time we get there. So how big of a risk was this?
I mean, it's what happened to us yesterday. We knew that map 1 and 3 were really good for ULF when we played against them yesterday, and they won everything. I think it's very risky. I think it's a very risky move. Especially, does the side of map 5 matter that much?
Yeah. They want to start defense, he said, specifically.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
And it's just another situation where, I don't want to say this is a coin flip, but it's such a risk. It's almost like they're so, that confidence kind of bleeds over into a couple of, I don't want to say decision-making overall here, but certainly here after seeing map 1, is that really the approach to a best of 5 where are they massively underrating?
What's on the rate perma-draws for Sentinels? Yeah, it could definitely work.
You're even saying
surprised they didn't lean into a double draw this last year.
As a team from scrims the last 3 days.
Yeah, so when we were here practicing, Dynasty was kind of our scrim partner for the last 3 days, and to be honest, I was quite impressed by them. Because I played against a team that really moves together, is very aggressive.
The game started? Yeah, it's 1-0 at the moment.
Pacific.
How's their Abyss?
And their Abyss, I was about to say, their Abyss was one of the best looking maps.
Ooh.
I mean, we were talking about when the veto came up. Again, the loss to Ulf, I feel like was a bit of a throw. I think a little bit of complacency, a couple of players maybe getting ahead of themselves, and Ulf just having that X factor to close out some of those crucial rounds. Here I come into this, I'm more concerned
Xavier, thanks so much for the prime, man. I appreciate the 15 months. Thanks for doing
then
that.
go into Abyss, because...
Hello, Doma. How are we doing, mate?
We're not going to see that.
Low-hanging fruit.
And Lohan is here, so I'm glad
to come into Abyss,
well.
I was massively impressed by them. I really was. And then
bringing out a jet.
On that, and the performance versus job life.
Yeah, and for me, it's a lot about also. Okay, hold on, BBL Pacific. Of course, they haven't played this map yet here in Berlin. But for me, their weak point was Lotus. They've got it out of the way, and now they've come in with a brand new comp on Abyss. Do we like it?
That's what's a concern. I mean. yes, mixing things up a little bit here.
What do you think Team Heretics come back as a good pickup? Yeah, it's good. It's a good
were
pickup.
happy to show, which is these flood pre-takes.
He's really good,
Again,
man.
they
He
were
just didn't
probing
really
across the map on the
show.
defensive very
He didn't really show it
once
this year.
more, but the fact that they were committing towards this denial of the plan, I think is what BBL Pacific are probably going to struggle with here.
Yeah, most likely. But I think right now, if you are BBL Pacific, you need not to overthink. You just need to play your game, just do your things. And these guys, they know how to play very aggressively. And because they have a double dive comp, I expect them to reach sites, like punch really deep into sites, and then
push towards CT. Yeah,
get some kills towards CT, and then fully reset. And also on their attacking
Mace
side,
is
I expect them to play around the
consistently performing above the rest of the team.
For LaRocca, he's played a lot of agents, but for a Turkish player, not
the
all
thing
that
is
many
he,
times on Jet.
I mean,
so
he should be a
Vision
carry,
is gonna
really.
definitely be a very interesting match.
Oh, it certainly is.
Kind of bring him into the team to carry.
For revenge, that first map, one that was
Mini,
very
yeah, I
much,
would
it
say
felt
Mini was
like
probably
in
more
their
consistent
pocket
than him.
until Dynasty came along, and well, I played a game I don't think I've seen played for quite a while. Individually, they stepped up. They were taking advantages, though, of mistakes being made. BBL Pacific getting a little overconfident in a lot of those fights, but now they've learned that if they do that, they're going to be punished pretty heavily.
Yeah, also the comp they're coming in with kind of, it has similarities to what Fnatic used to run. It was that double dive that instead of having the Cypher, they would have had the Breach. So they don't have necessarily the same amount of setup, but you do have that ability to just, especially on the A side.
What did we end on? We had a 1-1 pistol.
Nasty,
1-1 pistol.
aggressive side hits. I will say though,
Double
recent
sheriffs.
times have been a much bigger fan.
Dude,
of
not
the
sure about
Waylay.
a frenzy
I
in
think
this map.
especially if you're running double dive, I think Waylay Yara is disgustingly good.
Let's see what they got. I guess
see
he's
what
pathing
LaRocca
heaven
has
once
to
he gets
bring.
over
I think
towards
he's only
A.
had a couple of games on Jet, but you know, Turkish player on Jet, you kind of have to feel a little bit confident.
Definitely feels like there's more depth when you, in terms of the tools that you have and the options in those after the initial decision when you have Waylay in. Jet, you're going to be committing
Big
a bit
Joe
more.
here.
Now you can already see this pressure on the A side responded to with the full
Spots 3, trip goes down, maybe gonna take some space.
He spotted a few. 3 players might not be expected. Dynasty, though, hearing the footsteps, they adjust.
Dude, it gets weird, man. They kind of want to pivot B, but
deeper fight to the spawn. They could even go back to B if they want, but starting to now split, sending 1 player to main, 2 to the vents, and 1 to their opponent's spawn. I hope they don't
Dude,
spread
one of the
themselves
weirdest
too
rounds.
thin, and in fact, they've done just enough to push back an early crunch from the defense.
Famzi's position is the one that's definitely the most interesting. While everybody else has just been trying to make space, he's played super deep, but they expect it. They're ready for players to be around this corner. Will they be ready for everybody else, though? So many players still left to find the timing. Nice for Ticey, but for everybody else, it has fallen a little flat. Creamy, the only one remaining, and he will fall the same.
yeah, dude, this got really weird, I'm not going.
The defensive side pistol coming out of BBL Pacific.
The reaction was like kind of good, but at the same time a little
weird. I do like what we saw
weird.
there from Dynasty, though. As soon as they lose flank control and they hear a lot of steps,
And they just have to commit
split,
through.
right? That's
Or
always a
like,
little
they kind
bit
of should have
risky
pushed
in a pistol
all
like that.
together.
2 players
Don't make it too
pursuing
much
them
for
into
taking
the
heaven.
vents, but they extended just far enough to show BBL Pacific that they were potentially going to look for that fight. Then came back. It got them the space to, you know, maybe put that spike on the floor or take a fight together. But in the end, it's
You think playing Valorant with tight rules is better, or having a bit of a window to do your own thing?
Into that lead.
A solid mix of both.
4 Bulldogs, perhaps. Yeah, it's going to be a very heavy
I think if you have a player who's like really mechanical, you definitely need to give him a lot of freedom.
The Marshall, the signature
Especially
weapon,
I mean,
these
if they
early
win more
rounds,
runs than they
4
lose,
Rockies
then
able
it's
to do
fine.
quite a bit of damage with it over on Lotus.
Investment, though.
Okay, big buy rounds.
Full buy.
Big force buy in this one.
Stingers for everybody. I don't think this will be expected at all.
Yeah, no, they might have owned them with this one.
Light has already been caught at the back of the site. Stinger upgraded, and there's definitely a risk being taken by Dynasty, but at least for now it's worked wonders.
No way. No hesitation on this. He just jumped it.
They would. Still 3 Bulldogs to play with, but the numbers thinning out. The herd not together and falling 1 by 1 as Lover's Rock comes onto the site. He's got 2 more to take down after the first kill, but the pressure is on. Those steps hurt. He's heard them both at this point. Taps it again,
gave the game
pulls
away.
them into the fight. The drop down. He's on the side angle, but takes a bit too long. With the appetizer to make it to the main course. That's a risky play from Dynasty.
Force buy's big, man. Pays off.
But it has worked out 1-1.
They
Yeah,
really
I
were not
think you're now
expecting this, by the
seeing
way,
that
like at all.
confidence that was talked about in the break by their coach. Just the fact that you started the game so slow, you felt like you just needed a round to get going.
Yeah,
and
this
then
is what I was
these sort of
talking about. He
moments
just
early in the
didn't
game,
even
you go, okay,
hesitate.
it's
Someone
there.
peeked there and he just
Choice,
insta-ran it and
let's
jumped
try
it.
and throw them off. Like, they've come in with a plan. They haven't had much practice in terms of actual game time. The last time they played this map was in February and with a different duelist and a different comp. So now, you've thrown a massive spanner in the works
They got a
early.
sheriff, that's it.
I think as well, last time
Insta-stack.
this map was played, it was an 8-4 defensive
Surely
side
insta-stacks don't work at this
Dynasty.
level.
So maybe feeling as well like, okay, we can have a couple of risks taken when it comes to our attack side. Why? It's most certainly paid off. Look at the buyback on the other side. It's a singular sheriff.
Not quite given the opportunities that their opponents were in round 2, and I think for BBL Pacific, yeah, they've got the stack up on B, and you can see Famzy outside of it, but the main body of this force going elsewhere. Early rotate called. BBL Pacific abandoning B completely as the drone goes in on A.
Okay, now it gets
Dynasty.
weird.
Oh, they're winning the game of
Is it-
cat and mouse.
Because
Back
A
towards
and
the
B are
B
both
side they
clear.
go. Space taken by Famzy after rotates were. I'm not even sure that he heard them with where he was. I think he might have been slightly too far
Yeah,
away.
they did
but
good though. They did
good
great.
read nonetheless. The B site plant will be found for free, and BBL Pacific got to be scratching their heads. They haven't seen anybody.
Watch the MV game. Yeah, we'll
obviously
stick
in
with.
these sort of
I mean, we'll
rounds,
stick with EMEA until it
there's
ends,
only
and
really
then we'll
one way
switch
that this
over.
is ever going to end, and that is by falling off of the map.
Player standing.
Seems like for the sheriff player of Larocque, it's more about getting a couple of orbs. If he can try and just take somebody's head off with the sheriff, they've seen 4 players go down, probably understand what's going on here. You don't see 4 players jump off the map and then the last one, but there you go. Not finding anything quick enough. All of the Pacific players will fall to their doom. And for Dynasty, wow, that's not bad at all. You win a second round, you get an upgrade, and now you get to keep every single one of your weapons going into round number 4. This is about as good of a start you could hope to get on your opponent's map choice.
Who have I got for Americas? I'll back
pistol
Envy. I
loss,
said
perhaps.
TSM on
I don't know about that.
Bad Chat, but Bonko was way too convinced, man. Sometimes you gotta listen to the people that prac him all the time.
BBL Pacific find themselves down by 1. This is where the operator comes into play for Lover's Rock. Again, this weapon, it seems to have had its struggles on Lotus, even in the latter stages. Better than what we saw before, but
Bonko Fairy, dude, he
coming to
was
this
way
round,
too confident.
to this map,
You
a lot
gotta.
of space
Someone's that
available for
confident, you
him
gotta
to get
listen.
aggressive. For Lover's Rock to look for these early fights, and you can see it towards B main. He's already detected the cipher there, but mid, characteristically open.
Hey, nice little
Of
peek
that
on
K
this.
crash use. He's cleared out pretty much the entirety of B. They can afford to start looking for some picks on mid if they want, and the drones would
God, I kind of forgot.
little bit of
I
information.
kind of forgot how
I like what Tag was doing though.
how slow
even though
EMEA
you
games
haven't
are,
seen your
man.
opponent play this
The
map,
Pacific,
you understand the tendencies
the Pacific
of
games
having
really
that double duelist
got me
on
used
defense.
to type of
So you know he's going to be holding
type
a
of
close
fast
angle.
Valorant.
Let's throw a
It was
cage
pretty
in.
nice.
Let's give a risk that he needs to either stick
It was
there
really nice,
and
man.
take the fight or fall back. And because of that, a lot of the information of that deep control has now dissipated completely. Even still though, BBL Pacific have stuck to the majority of their team here, and a TP's already gone through on towards the site. Ticey finds 1, but 2 have fallen in return, and they've got to be careful of their backline. Larocque ring around a Rosie. He's going to get himself maybe 2, and he does. Just a quick,
So they must be
sneaky
wondering
push.
how on earth he
Leaves
got
Tag
there.
now, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, I think
You
with the
prefer
limited
Jet or
information that
Waylay
they've
on
given
Abyss?
away at that point, Dynasty just assumed, you know, they've seen
I
2 players
think-
towards this A site. There's probably
I'm not
a
even
third
sure,
guy
man.
who's
I
close
would
hiding in the smokes.
probably
Nothing
say.
missed, but like ships
I
in
think
a nut,
Waylay, but I think it needs to be
exactly
double
how it went
duelist.
down. Tag at least finding himself 1 more. A bit more damage done to the
Jet's really nice
BBL
for ace
Pacific
spam
side.
though.
But a very strong round shown from them with the op early on towards that B site, now being carried forward by Tag.
I'm just not a fan of
Dynasty will have that
not a
available.
fan of solo Waylay really.
Wonder who they're rooting for. Have a small guess.
Like if I could have BBL
Back on the
Pacific's
board for
comp
BBL
just
Pacific.
with Waylay, I'd be in
Of
for
course,
it.
we mentioned it. Their map choice, and it does feel like the series gets further into their favor. Further down the maps they go. It was even mentioned by their coach in between the maps that
Okay, 3 people though.
They wanted the side choice on map number
Big
5, so
rounds.
they're
Got the Astra ult, just gonna make them play over towards site for the retakes. My goodness.
He's met his maker.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Didn't really have the most util to set him up. You gotta start looking at this stuff, thinking like, surely this should have been added in there somewhere.
Of Lovers Rock to this A site, but
do you reckon that was for a trip? The shock dart, just to wait on that close corner box. I think there was no plan to kill him. I think that was just...
Well, I mean, shock for the trip? Yeah, he might be right. And his timing was really unlucky. Into the gamble stack over towards A, but again, they can kind of do this because they got the Astra ult. Such a big round that they're going to use the Astra ult into this. Going to force them over towards site, dude. I think Sova can play off site. Everyone can play on site.
It's wide open, it's free.
Ramsey up close. Already tagged.
Great flash.
Flash is sublime. Supportive utility to help, but while only one back in response, it is quickly.
Dude, they're looking pretty nice, man. 1-9 loss bonus, force them down to an equal as well.
And some wonderful
Final might start getting pretty interesting soon.
The first kill and the flash that just left. Yeah, it's just it's just a shock dart seemingly for the corner.
That's got to be a frustrating way to go down.
I think Cypher still gets played in the new patch, another chance. I would imagine a couple of teams on Haven. If we get Lotus back, I could see a couple of teams on Lotus. I don't think you'll be playing Cypher. Just think there's way better agents, man.
Lovers Rock trying to get there early with the judge. But this now looks like a pretty easy round for
He just got so wrecked.
They've lost the opening pick, and look, there's lots of sheriffs in play, and then Lovers Rock finding one with the...
Okay, where's Twitch? I've seen enough.
This is where the lead could be taken by Dynasty after looking like they maybe had to start thinking about map 2 20 minutes ago.
Wait.
Oh, for sure. Like,
Mate,
yeah, in the
rewind feature's on
know
me.
where he is now.
Knowing that there's a guy on the flank. Already trying to isolate.
The damn new damn new
fight.
Twitch features,
put
man.
An awful lot of pressure. They know exactly where he is. Waddle going to play in the close corner. We've seen this one before, but the problem is he's lost his teammate. They now have a reveal of their own. Him being picked up
Dude, I might actually need to rewind. What the hell happened?
An absolute nothing by Sheriffs and a shorty. We're going to see a round come up for BBL Pacific.
Lovers Rock missed his opportunity with the judge, but with the shorty, right place, right time. Dynasty have been so good at avoiding these big stack-ups. They lose an opening to a sneaky little trap, and from there, everything just crumbles. And I think even in the previous round, they will have seen that trip in play because they went up and over it close enough to have at least heard it. But this time, it seems to catch them completely off guard. 3-3.
It's been a weird map so far. Pistol win. A loss and now a response with, well, pistols once again. Maybe that's the key for BBL Pacific. But I also think after some of these defeats, we've seen Dynasty just go back to basics. Go for more of an all-in execute with the flank just being watched. The amount of space already taken, but this was seemingly something that was waited for. A combination of ultimates just trying to get the pick, but it hasn't worked out. Eventually, the shorty will do the work, but in the meantime, there's been a response.
A great luck in middle right now.
Found, and this is the backstab. Waiting patiently,
Rose.
So he had an inkling, he had an idea, but it's only been half checked. And now, Core with utility in hand, he turns around, but just a split second too late. That leaves his teammates isolated on the side, but the diffuse is already underway.
He goes in.
Kreven will get it to half, but denied by the utility, still just trying to survive within it, and just has to try and stick this all the way. The spams need to connect, and Creamy will make sure they do.
The close try. Because they won the eco, they got a fair amount of money, should be able to buy into this one.
Yeah, Creamy saving the round, though. I mean, he was 14 HP, and he dodged a lot of shots. I was starting to get very nervous. And again, it seems like in a lot of these fights, so quick to grab these trades on Dynasty that they are playing as a pack, hunting down these players.
But that
Fine
kind
time
of,
for the late flank attack.
it leans into what I'm talking about. It feels like when they go direct as a unit, their synergy off of each other is very, very good. Like the fundamentals from this Dynasty side are fantastic. When they're trying to play with the rotations, that's where it feels like they get caught a little bit more.
It's understandable, though, when they've had 2 rounds of just free value waltzing into a site. Definitely feels like in terms of those early bits of pressure they're putting through, BBL Pacific were overplaying their hand in some of these rounds. Although in those rounds they did have much weaker weapons to work with.
Pressure over towards middle. Know that the sides are going to be weaker after this insta group when they start to explore the question mark.
Early contact as Dynasty abandon the default and move towards A late. It will be the Bladestorm challenge.
It should be a little harder for them to create pressure on middle, but they're actually doing really good. Calzical with the 17 months. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 1.
More times than I can count. With those 5 blades,
do you think this trade around favors?
Look at the rotation.
I mean, I would say it favors defense.
The 2 players on the B side even starting to get itchy feet. They are well aware of where this push is coming in, but they've got to be careful of the man above. Bamsy has caused them issues, and the fact is it's the double dive with Ticey that works out for them on A again. Still, Kreven waiting. And they know that Tag's going to be behind them somewhere. So wary of that player coming through the door, and he eventually does make the move, but Kreven will win that fight. Leaves things almost
such a nice instant reaction,
even
man.
in terms of the HP.
Was last seen here. Soon as he ults,
in a retake,
goes all the way around. Yori shows from here, and now Yori can just make sound. Doesn't have to commit. Doesn't have to commit. Please don't commit.
Creamy almost got one, but
dude, as if he's committing in heaven now.
To close it out for BBL Pacific.
It was a nice instant decision making.
You
I
had the
like
Bladestorm online on backside. It looked like it would have a lot of value, but look at that. Laroc gets suppressed just as the push comes through. Beautiful timing coming out of Creamy. Somehow he still ended up with a kill, though.
Looking nice.
Using his shorty to jump up and convert.
Considering how low Kreven was from the initial fight, he had a fantastic round. Wins a 1v1 versus a flank he knew was eventually going to come, and then used the timing to wrap all the way back around the other side of the map to clear him at the end. Just good positioning after what was a rough start to the round. Back and forth continuing.
Where's the money at? There must be
Still
low
leaves
now.
the attack
1, 2,
with
3, 4.
Rifles for this one, but
So we'll let them have it. Oh, big round, chat.
safe to
Big
say
round.
the loser of this round, Mitch, will be struggling.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, this is really where you could see that little streak come together.
Want to say this
Especially
one's
if it
worth
is
2.
BBL Pacific taking it. That off from
One away from a
Rock.
Sova ult. They got an AWP here.
Yeah, we haven't seen him look for a lot of contact on mid, and that's going to catch Tag way off guard. And Lover's Rock's always been in B main, putting the pressure on there. Or rotating to A, but this is the first time we see that deep mid play, and Tag, well, he had no idea what he was walking
cleared over
into.
towards
It's
middle.
worrying as well, because Tag has been a
pass and
nuisance.
stack on
Like,
A.
the backstabs have been problematic, but even when he fails, it's the knowledge that he could be there behind you that has been something BBL Pacific have had to
What a
consider.
lovely stack on this one.
Oh, that was a beautiful
And
paranoia.
they pop
But
Sova
Bamsy can't
ult.
get the kill
Wait,
because Laroc is
no one
holding
shot
it
the
down
recon.
on that side angle. Loida eventually falling. The Hunter's Fury tracking him down. Shock Dart's good for damage. It won't get a kill this time, but the next one makes it dangerous. Creamy going for the plant. They'll invade heaven, but Rose gets there
unlucky.
first.
It was a big play.
It came so close.
Someone
Creamy
needed to do it.
survives on a sliver of health, but the op shot will take that health bar down to 0. Only Waddle left. Big rounds in that first map, but he's not watching his side. Kreven comes around to lock in the lead.
Yeah, they're going to get a pretty
for
good score on
BBL
defense here,
Pacific.
really.
Yeah, I've been surprised, especially with how Lovers Rock has been able to do
Nice,
once
Harmy
the opponents
fans.
actually take a site. Normally getting back in with the operator is really difficult, but I think firstly some of the swing picks he's done have been fantastic, but also his patience. He allows his teammates to
Bro
sort of
played
make those
anti-flash the
moves.
whole time. He played
This round, though, a
anti-flash
lot
the whole
of it fell
time.
down
To
to
then insta-swing into a flash.
what
That's
Rose
incredible.
was able to do. Slow them down.
He might
give
be looking
time
for the waylay pathing on
rotations,
the
and then
right as well, but
Also find a pick along the way.
I'm pretty sure that's what
Will be
he's
enough
done.
to sound the alarm bells. Bear in mind, this is the first time in this map so far that 2 rounds
Chat,
in a
give me-
row
give me
have
30
gone
seconds,
the
I need
way
some more water.
of BBL Pacific. And it's worth noting as well that, like, again, for Dynasty, this is a map that we've already seen them play and win when playing up against Job Life, a defeat to the Turkish counterparts, and maybe that's the reason we see it in the pool today. But for Pacific, we have not seen this iteration of the roster play this map at all. Even though they chose it.
Yeah, I mean, but it always has a very strong flair to it. If you come in and choose a map like that, it feels like you've been saving it or cooking up in the down days that you had, ready to play. And it certainly seems like they have come in on good form. And I think not even copying what is, I think, generally speaking, it seems to be the strongest composition when it comes to this map. If you're playing that double duelist, if you're playing the Yoru, we see the Waylay in there a lot. Laroc's comfort on Jet, even though he hasn't played a ton on Jet. I think Sue brought it up when we came to Agent Select. Like,
they love a stinger.
It's strange to see that decision not flip-flop in the other direction.
Thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 19 mums. Thank you for doing that.
Assuming it is due to his comfort. Move in to round number 10. The investment from Dynasty is going to be decent. They've got stingers, and if they can make it close, they're going to have a whale of a time. But the op, well, it's changed hands. An Outlaw sits on the B side. It is Laroc standing strong here on A.
A little
2 picks.
late, or the swing
and
was pretty.
Spray through the smoke. BBL Pacific have got a
I would say the swing was
leg up, and luckily Lloyd has got that cover from further back. A stylish round.
Starting to look way
Pacific.
more confident.
I feel like my favorite bit about this is that Lover's Rock has gone into an Outlaw. I can only assume because he kind of wanted to get an orb this round. Like, you go in with the 2-shot. Everybody's low. You have a good chance to actually get yourself the ultimate. And instead, it's the guy he gave the operator to that ends up farming up all of those orbs. A few away now from the Blade Storm, but luckily with the Diffusal, we are going to see that Dimensional Drift in play anyway. A big round. And a big confidence round for Laroc. And as I said, this is the first time we've seen a streak from BBL Pacific, but it's now at least leveled up the half. And more importantly, gives them a good chance to go in with a big lead.
We will make it.
And the off's starting to have a lot of value in early fights.
Yeah, we are not being on time for Americas.
Then taking it to the A side, it's becoming harder to
We're
read
at least
for Dynasty,
missing
whereas
the
before
first
it
map.
was, oh, the opposite B main. Watch out for that early, use the utility to go there. And if we pressure A, he's rotating pretty quickly.
I have the spike.
Although he was left as anchor a couple of times when they did get that deep main control, but with the camera that's in play here for Tag, that's just been denying that sort of a wider angle being held. And indeed, you can see again, TP from Lover's Rock moves towards A, feeling that pressure. But Dynasty have had very good reads on when they're dragging those rotates out of the defense.
I've liked it so far. There's clearly
What's
a
stopping you
read
from
out
watching both at the same
Creven.
time? Oh man.
With the way that he's placed his utility,
I mean, to be
he
fair,
can't
though,
get too
EMEA
close
plays
because that
kind of
null
so
command is
slow
online.
that
Wants to make sure that those
might be
trips on
possible.
either side of the map will stay online. And now pressure.
Tune in for the first 10
For a moment,
seconds.
but instead, Ticey, he just TP'd him behind.
See if it's
Wasn't
a fast
hurt by
strat.
Rose, and that's enough to get an opener.
If it's not,
he's now going to go
we can watch
hightailing into the
Americas.
other side, but doesn't realize there's a second player
Tune
there.
back for the last
Clearly
30
thought
seconds.
there'd been much more of a rotation on the other side. Now in towards the site they go. That null command available, but bear in mind there is still going to be a trip.
Yeah, the reposition from Creven to the other
Isn't
side
here,
of the
there's
map.
probably
just
comms
keeping
going
that
on at the
online,
same
but
time.
Who's going to follow up on it? The answer is no one as it gets broken. A couple of spams, but Sebastian
Also remember,
again.
like, it's a lot
Ramsey
of
really
players
wants
that
this
aren't
fight up
used
close,
to
but
the
they'll
inners
settle
on
on dating
stage.
and falling back now that the plant is secured, and it's nice and open. Cosmic Divide comes into play though. That's gonna force
dude, he's
players
so nearly
forward.
blocked him.
Oh, the
Oh,
TP!
that's cool.
He's got
Oh, that's
space
really
behind
sick.
the
That's
wall.
really, really
A
nice.
beautiful play, and he draws their eye. Laroc and Lloyd to take advantage. Creven with another, leaves Waddle all alone. A 1v2 and a damn good try. It's 1v3.
Wow, that was a nice
to
try, man.
start
What
it
the hell
off.
is that shot?
Laroc is standing in the end, putting BBL Pacific into a guaranteed lead at the halftime. The question that remains is by how much?
He insta-locked onto his
I
head.
always love just like tiny details like that, just leaving a small
It
gap
was a nice idea with the ult. It was a really
in
nice
between
round.
the wall that just allowed for that TP to come
He
through. It
so nearly,
completely disrupted
Yoru blocked
everything
him
else that was being attempted
in-
by the defense.
in the
I think
ult
they
as
even
he was running
realized,
back,
okay, we've
or
got to
jumping
try and
over.
get back into position together with Tag going to join the rest of the team. Because your expectation is, okay, we now can't play deep in our post plants, so we have to play together. And they exploited that with just a tiny little gap. 7-4. Defensive half guaranteed, and with a double dive, you kind of have the
they should get this
expectation of
one.
the attack being better. I feel like Dynasty could really use this round.
It's definitely one of those interesting things where obviously when you come to the attack side, you can attack with a lot more proficiency, and especially on this map, but we've also seen a lot of really solid defensive plays because this double duelist allows you to set up in much more aggressive positions, having fallbacks, having options. This is going to be a big mid-fight for BBL Pacific. Looking to hammer home that 8-4 lead. And when they see nothing in mid, they send Kraven to walk up. He's going to be here early. He might even catch Tag rotating back. The side push all comes down to Larocque, and he's blinded up. No chance for damage.
Well,
great combination of utility and disruption. Kraven, the only one to find a kill, and Loiter would need a quick double. That's not a bad start. A bit of a mistake. One player goes forward, the other goes back.
Is 5 enough? Probably not.
At least thinning things out, swinging in. They've just all gone swinging. They tried to take down Loiter, and he's like a human turret just waiting on the other side.
They don't even have 5. How?
That was a 2v4 that Dynasty just gave them.
It kind of looked like no one swung deep, right? What about 4? Yeah, definitely not enough.
Swung after. I need to see this from his perspective.
Dude, someone's got to swing though.
With this Loiter, that one was gifted. I'll give you that. This though, the double swing.
Guys, please swing. Please, someone commit.
I can see it on Rose's face.
Yeah, I mean,
they
stole around.
7. Instead, it's 8 on the board for BBL Pacific, but we've got a special guest in the building. Yinsu is standing
That's the
by.
nerves. Definitely in a lot of tier 2, it's been like one of the biggest things that we've noticed.
Here, of course, just one
like there's not many people that want to swing for their mate.
As well, Colin from Fnatic. We have a lot of VIP here in the guest, but this guy is the superstar. First of all, you're here to support BBL Pacific, right?
Yeah, they're my boys, yes.
Is there a reason why? Is it just because they're Turkish, or they're your friends?
No, I mean they're my friends also, and they're Turkish also.
You want to see them win?
Yeah, that's why I support.
So what happened on map 1? Why didn't they win after such a crazy lead?
I mean they sold some crazy rounds. That's why probably they lost. You know, they had the advantage like some rounds, and they just peaked for some reason, and they lost.
You think it was over peak maybe?
I don't know. I don't really know.
Okay. Coming into this map though, I wasn't super familiar with Larocque's Jet. Yeah. Have you seen him play Jet before? What's he like?
Yeah, I mean he's good with every agent. He has the like pure talent. He's Turkish. He can play anything.
You believe in the Jet
pick? Turkish. Yeah, he can play anything.
And before I let you go, a lot of people thought maybe Dynasty they should have beaten you when you played against them. What do you think about that? And also, what are they like since you have experience?
They're fine. You know, if they were good, they could beat us. But like they're fine. That's it.
You think BBL Pacific can do this?
Yeah, BBL Pacific can win. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's very hard to doubt you, Sob. You've been right about almost everything so far in this tournament. So thank you so much for joining me, and let's send it back and see if he is going to be right this time.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to find out how the story ends on Abyss. BO5, so plenty more to come after this. But for now, it looks like we might have a 4th map locked in. A good performance from BBL Pacific, although thinking back to Lotus, maybe it's best not to count Dynasty out until all the rounds are on the board.
Yeah, it was an 8-4 half going into the...
Where are we with pistols? 2-1?
Let's just put it that way. And as I said, last time out versus Job Life, it was a very stellar defensive half that came out of Dynasty, but I do think a pistol here, again,
2-1 and then they got eco. Well, let's say eco at 4 spot.
With the double initiator,
it's nice though. Early recon, get 1 on the line. They're gonna have 3 on site.
In these rounds, the knife already being sent out. I believe, will have denied the drone as well. So all of these close angles that you'd normally get to clear with that piece of utility
scrap their original plan.
Round 13. This aggression from Famzy, I find it hard to believe will be calculated by BBL Pacific on the way back. It depends when they get
just
here.
decided to stop
moving.
moving.
He's given up that tight little corner. This is very risky. He doesn't know just how close the whole squad is, and it will be Rose to find him in no man's
he had pretty
land.
much, honestly, even just being here, it felt like he pretty much won
might
it.
have given them the round, but the patience wasn't there, the belief. Some people say is everything.
The 2-person fake, that's a great call, man. The 2-person fake here is a great call.
Flash ready. Dynasty are here. They're ready to fight. They push them back, but
it's a full fake.
Yeah, absolutely on them.
That was wonderful.
No, that really was. That's one of the best we've seen for a while.
Larocque. It's like, okay, we've thrown in some utility. There's a dash. He must be backside. Nope. They're already planted on B, and it's going to waste so much time. Dynasty have to go sprinting to the other side of the map.
AGL's on Silver as well. He was the one selling the fake, which for sure was as well.
Then the flash comes through. That's already 1 for Lover's Rock. His goal was just to delay. And with that time already ticking, they need to get a move on Waddle. He's managed to do well, at least on a slither of health, but there is no chance of them coming back.
That was a sick round to watch. That was so nice.
Round. The catch on Fancy
3-1 on the
felt like
pistols.
it was everything, but to throw in a fake on the fly, that's brilliant.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. You could see that, I mean, they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Why wouldn't you? It looks like the obvious choice.
The dash into the box.
The fake dash into the smoke as well.
And the knife, the flash, everything thrown out. And then obviously you're burning up a lot of that early retake utility from your opponents, which already not going to be a ton of in the pistol round. There's a reason that Rose has been able to stick it out.
TSM fan club.
Leading a lot of these young Turkish talents for so long.
Looking a little rough on this map, I'm not gonna lie.
Respected within the scene for many, many years. And, well, you see why here. Beautiful calling. Dynasty not going to go for the same force buy. Of course, when you buy up Stingers on the attack side, sure, you can move as a unit. It's going to be much harder to defend a big old map like this as 5, so...
Well, you can move as a unit, but then you just have to die to the spike or save. It's a bad choice. Wow, both attack side duelists picking up a sniper, expecting some aggression come across the map. Now the stack is
big
big
TP over towards B. Saw one.
4 players.
They might think there's more of a stack over towards B.
Deep control. But again, it's just a ruse.
Yeah, this is nice though from them.
A little bit easier to predict, you think. That's not a great start for Lover's Rock. He was meant to
now it gets really weird.
Take the space. The only thing
is delivered them a gun and nothing behind it as well.
Because you've seen one guy try to walk into a B site and then nobody else follow it up. So it's unfortunate that him getting the kill probably would have got them in the right place. Instead, Tag now has to fight versus the entirety of the squad. And, I thought he was going to escape for a second of the wallbang to take him down. But now, unfortunately, well, full classics. I don't even know if you bother trying.
I mean, they've managed to recover the Marshal. That's something. And Orbs on Famsi is going to be just fine. I mean, the rest of the squad could dive off, but why not? Look for damage here. Make it costly. This is getting
The Shin no scope is accurate, man.
Rose and Loida both tagged down very low. The Classic still is a bit of a battle against them, but this Marshal could make it an instant death. Loida now just one hit. Nicey has a chance to make this costly, but he won't find it in the end. 3 players alive.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to pick up all the guns still.
Double digits on the board.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was such a sort of low investment. A couple of pistols in the mix that you look at this and you go, hey, they got a couple of kills. They made it look at least a little bit competitive. It doesn't matter. You're likely going to see a rifle or 2 purchased up to try and pad the gap. And for Lover's Rock, even just a couple of kills, or Rose, in fact.
Dude, they can get one shot.
Some pretty high
Want to go straight fast B.
The next round, let alone see what they can do in this one. And I'll be honest, Mitch, with all 5 players gathering up outside of B,
let's see what it can get on site,
they might be
man.
going B.
That's
the scary, it's a scary job.
I must wait a moment.
I don't
it's
know
a solo anchor B.
Will have all that info, but they've got some to work with, and already you can see the rotations underway. Shots through the leg of Larocque, but he'll eventually go down to 1. As Loida gets caught by the paranoia, revealed and sent back. Could be a fight alongside Rose that they somehow almost come ahead in and then end up there with Waddle down. Ticey tries his best to pull this back in their favor. That's not the TP he was looking for. That one might be. On site, 45 HP. Loida stuck down on 5. He's going to try to use his smoke. Give him a bit of safe haven to play from, but Ticey's already on his tail. It's all down to Kreven.
One shot.
One shot, though, to either of these players. And a headshot will do it. Closing the distance now. He's looking for it in the smoke. The cam confirms.
No
player
way.
not defusing. Ring a Rosie commences. And time seems to be on his side. He's
he played it well. He played it really well.
Landing shot after shot for the clutch.
That was a great shot.
You just have to talk
first one in the 1v2.
about these youngsters
really
and their individual intelligence.
Didn't know he was light armor. Got that shot.
The only risk was really the player just defusing from an angle he couldn't quite clear.
Yeah, the cage is just went down for this guy.
A firefight in a smoke, just uses his camera and even expects where his opponent would swing from. Perfect play from Kreven. And now after what is 8 rounds in a row, We were sat at 4-4
Let's go sunset. Yeah, basically.
Oh, you wouldn't quite believe it if you've joined
This
us
map's
just now.
it's looking as convincing as the first half as Lotus was looking.
Pacific, not bad on Abyss.
Hey, their first choice. You had to have expectations, but they're looking very good.
For a debut, pretty much this year, and certainly with the full 5, you know, really not bad at all. An impressive performance. Now it feels like they're on the home stretch. Their opposition, all on light shields, Lover's Rock on an Outlaw. It's a terrifying setup to this round. Of course, he has the gate crash to just get on out of there as his, you know, information is going to slowly fade away. They've given up mid control. They pressure B, trying to cause rotates, trying to get Lover's Rock a pick, and it's Lorock who ends up finding one. Then Lover's Rock finding the rotation of Creamy.
He can't be winning that one as well.
The forces of Dynasty and this defensive side.
They can't win all three like that, surely.
Lines are drawn. They don't know where they can fight from, and nothing highlights that more than the wrap up from Kreven. Ticey and Tag, though.
Okay.
They brought this to a 2v3.
Ticey in the right place at the right time as well. He is being pushed from the backline, though. That's the bigger problem. They've revealed him, and Lorock has landed the shot. It's now left on to Tag, who has no idea. There's still a man waiting and watching. And although for a second, it seemed like there was some hope in the round, BBL Pacific started off with such a bang that this is now completely dissipated. 4 in a row, and well,
that one
it's safe to say this is a less of a proactive pause coming up and more of an emergency one.
Yeah, you got one left and one round that you can lose left. Why not? Fire it in here. 8 rounds in a row. I mean, we've seen BBL Pacific do it. We've seen them do one better. But for Dynasty right now, yeah, it feels like they need to recapture that performance from Lotus. They were 7-1 down, didn't count themselves out, and we saw it. Once they started to put rounds on the board, it was a completely different display from a squad who, it felt
watching
like
Americas? Yeah, we'll switch over once this is done.
BBL Pacific in the first 8 rounds
I think we'll miss
this series. So,
a map
don't count them out, but Abyss does seem like the chapter's about to close.
I'd say probably count them out of this one. I think it's going to be, like, just the way that we've seen the switch come on. Like, the push and pull of the map on this attack side, even though it's only been a few rounds, have been fantastic from the pistol round onwards. I think Lorock has just been firing. Loiter looking back, as said, the #1 rated player in the tournament. Looking like he doesn't want to let that one go. Even still, though.
Why'd they start so late? The clocks went back in the EMEA.
Yes, this should do. This goes here.
Turning it around from here.
Back or forward? Forward,
I will forever be the pessimist.
Wait, no, it would be back.
Dynasty has already proven many people wrong so far here at Ascension. I think for most, the expectations were incredibly low. Oh, nice early fight by Ticey. I wasn't sure he was getting out of there, but he's found himself right back into their spawn.
Man, early opener.
Continue the stream into Americas? Yeah, yeah.
Rock in the last round was left as a lurker. It seems like the aggression of this round is not done just yet, but or maybe the round itself suffers. Famzy has been having a tough time in this map, and it's not got any better. They'll reveal one player, but the opponents will reveal a lot of them, and they know that Waddle's completely isolated. They're looking to try and put the pressure on Kreven again. Positioning.
Yeah, he's still got another one here.
Awkward, but Creamy wins it.
Mate, there's so many duels at the same time.
And now Tag to try and keep them in the map, but he is being grabbed on again. Again, another round.
He's actually everywhere.
It's all about positioning, and his positioning is perfect.
Yeah, really pulling the strings of Desire
They're
to
giving
close out
it.
that one, and it's got to feel good to bounce back. They were 7-1 in the lead on Lotus, lost the map, but they came back for vengeance, and it is theirs. 1-1, 13-4. BBL Pacific
we got
will be
Sunset
back
coming up, chat.
for more.
Usual stuff coming back in a bit.
Tout seul là-dessus, Ace, oui, c'est man himself is being shot.
response from BBL Pacific. Welcome back. I'm Yingsu. I've got Billy here with me and a very special guest, a world champion, EMEA champion, probably the best thing that KC has ever given us. Glance, welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Happy to be here. Excited a bit.
I didn't realize the whole team was here. So shout out to the girls as well for watching.
Yeah, they're watching right now. They're very happy. I mean, we've been boot camping from Berlin for some time. It's been like 4 weeks almost. So we've been very excited to play the tournament. And now since it's over, we can watch some like tier 2 teams, which is really good because we played against them a lot actually in practice. So
both of them, both BBL Pacific
we
and
played. Actually, we played mandatory the most, and then BBL Pacific. And I can really tell it's a tough team to play against. They're really good, and I would not be surprised for any second if they qualify to EMEA because I think they deserve. They play a really good Valorant, very aggressive Valorant, and that's what I think the tier 1 needed actually, have an aggressive team like that.
It's funny you're saying that because that's something that like we've been hearing a lot, right? And I think even from our perspective is we want something like fun and enjoyable and more fast-paced because we're so used to this slow pace in EMEA. So yeah, I have to agree. I think having someone like BBL Pacific would be fun.
Yeah, more Turkish teams the better, really. But it's not just the pace, it's not just the pew-pew. We saw it on the pistol round, Billy. Some of the ideas that they brought out on Abyss, I know you weren't confident in their Abyss, but I mean, I think this pistol round summed up why they chose this map.
Yeah, I think so. And I think you've pretty much summed it up very nicely in the sense that like we speak so much about their raw mechanics and their ability to aim, but the macro behind this round in particular really kind of caught me off guard from a team like BBL Pacific because we are so used to seeing them play so aggressive. To see them come out with a little fake on the pistol round was really, really nice. And I think what they did so well on their attack as well was recognizing when to play around that KO knife and realizing that that was a strength that Dynasty were going to use for themselves.
Yeah, and Glance, you of all people know that losing map 1 doesn't mean anything.
No.
Like it literally, actually for you losing map 2 doesn't mean anything either. You know, you could always come back into the game.
I mean,
yeah,
best of 5 for sure. I think it doesn't matter how like slow you start if you manage to come back, and I think that's the strong part of for BBL Pacific. Like they started Abyss really strong, and even though they lose an anti-eco, unfortunately, but even after that they managed to come back. So I don't think it's a matter about like the first 2 maps, especially when it's best of 5. You can play so long and you can just be confident it can go to map 5 and then it's gonna be fine.
Does it make a big difference, you know, because we talk about like nerves, maybe you never played on this stage before or you have to warm up. Is that like a real thing you have to deal with?
Yeah, I think everyone taking first map slow. Like if you manage to play really good since first map, like the first 2 rounds, and you're shooting good, you're insane. Because usually everyone is waking up a bit on the on the long matches, and on a stage you're a bit shaking, you're a bit like not on your plate, and it's normal to have like a bit of a slow start. That I think why Dynasty managed to win the first map. Somehow they pull out like crazy 4v2 rounds, and
hello, Bacan. Dude, Lotus was really nice.
Capitalized on that.
Lotus was really close. Abyss was just a stomp.
Because I think when it comes to the players on BBL Pacific and how much flowers they get, I think he kind of goes under the radar a little bit. But this clutch from him here was outrageous.
It's kind of crazy that he goes under the radar because he's probably one of the more consistent players, and yeah, he's maybe not as flashy as sort of the rest of them, but I think in terms of consistency he's up there with one of the best. And not only that, he was a recent addition to this BBL Pacific roster coming into this year, right? He wasn't on the stage last year.
We're going to stick with
playing on that stage, so I think
going to stick with
EMEA
though, so
the way he is, especially
if
in
it
these
goes
clutch
over, which it will,
has been so impressive.
Yeah, we are going to move on to Sunset right after this, and this is where I get a little bit nervous. I know this is Dynasty's pick, but we will have the Neon versus Neon head-to-head, and for me, when Famzy's Neon is good, it's so good, you know, it is a joy to watch, but LaRock's Neon is never bad. So I just think there's a bit of a coin flip Neon on one side, and those first engagements in the past from Famzy's Neon, Glance really worries me. And how much do you think it really weighs on the Jewelers players?
You and Bacon should team up to coach Gentlemates, mate. Working with Bacon again? My goodness.
I mean, obviously, I think it's the
really
best.
Trying to get me to have some more grey hairs, man.
But it's also so much about utility
get my stress
because
levels
you cannot
through the
just
roof.
like send Neon and like pray to God, yeah, he's gonna kill everyone. No, like it's gonna be a lot about good management and good trades as well. Because yes, we can send Lariok, but if there's gonna be like a, I don't know, staff on the side, I don't think he will be managed to kill all of them. So maybe we will see about utility manage. I mean, from BBL Pacific, I think it's good because they manage.
That's true, Bacan, that's true.
Less utility as possible, just with one flash, kill a lot of people, and they like to take a lot of contacts. So I really want to see how Dynasty can like push back a bit and adapt to it.
Do you think BBL Pacific are limited expected in a way then? Because they're running that double duelist, and we know that you obviously have the Neon Breach whenever you're playing on this map. So do you have a preference between the two?
Yeah, to be honest, I love the duo with, like, I don't know, Vile Kaio. I like duo with Breach and Neon, but if you're confident enough to play double duelist, and I think BBL Pacific are confident like that, they just know they're gonna drop 30 kills if needed, then I think you can go for it. But yeah, I mean, I just like this Breach combo.
I do think it's almost comical that the best Breach player in Tier 2 plays Neon here. It's just so funny. But I don't think we can underestimate Lover's Rock. I do think he's really proved himself already.
Deadlock
but on the other
Viper.
side, Creamy Dreamy
Genji.
bringing out a Deadlock.
I love the Deadlock.
Genji
I've been
style.
advocating for Deadlock all year, and I think Creamy, as amazing as he's looked on that KO, I think that he's definitely going to be a key pillar as part of this composition, especially when we were talking about being able to set up that duelist. We look towards the grab A net and how quickly that comes back online again.
No flashes. They got a Neon though.
Die every 40 seconds
Don't need a
across
flash,
the
you
map.
got a
So
Neon.
yeah, I think
Send
he
it.
just needs to be able to keep up with the pace that Famsy's trying to dictate.
And Glance, for you, any predictions? Who do you think is going to win this series?
I will go for BBL Pacific just because I know how good they are, but also I think that Deadlock can be a really, really good stopping power for Dynasty. So I really hope for a close matchup, but I will still say for BBL Pacific.
I think that's what most people say, right? They seems to be the favorite coming into this, but I remember last year, fool me once, shame on me, honestly, but fool me twice. They were one map away from taking the entire final, and they didn't manage to do it.
Oh my god, it can always slip away. That's why, like, it's super important to keep, like, the focus on the best of 5, like, completely till the end, so they should fight. And I don't want to see BBL Pacific be overconfident as well, because on Lotus...
you're gonna see them.
Yeah, that's the problem. On Lotus, that's exactly what happened. Like, they were, like, pushing
Watch
too
their
much,
Sunset against
but,
Liquid Academy.
let's see
Yeah,
now if they
that's a
can
while
close
ago
out
though.
it properly. Would be nice.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think as well, a highlighting factor of that last map was Lover's Rock using the sniper. I'm intrigued to see how he's going to interact with the Viper as well on the opposite side, and how much that's going to limit him from getting away with the sniper kills that he was getting on the previous map.
Well, it's 1-1, so it's time to jump into
Dude,
map
Desp was
3
talking
and
about it
throw this
earlier,
back
Bacon.
to Midgeman and
Desp was taking all the blame earlier.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. It's time to find out how map number 3 is going to go. We're guaranteed to go all the way to Corrode, but now it's time for Sunset, Tom.
Have you tried winning this, Tom?
13-4, we've already seen Dynasty bounce
Not
back
sure they
within a
tried that
map, but how are you feeling about Sunset?
I feel like we're getting
Holy
more
mod
and
spam,
more
look at
into
you
the sort
guys
of middle
go.
grounds of this series. I think
Nice.
Sunset has been statistically a pretty good map for both of them as of
all right.
recent. A close victory versus
3-1.
Twisted Minds for one side and a close victory
Memory's
versus
still
Wolf
working.
for the other. So I definitely think that both teams have the potential, but very different ideas of sort of how to play the map. One
Raid
looking at that
boss.
sort of disarray and delay.
Raid boss
The
full
other,
sends.
of course,
Wait,
is that
where'd the
sort of
armor go?
pacey hit.
He had armor at one point.
Well, the early pace coming out from Pansy on the other side, but he's met with Lover's Rock, a combo aggression, but it's come out fairly even, other than the HP.
Yeah, the HP definitely looking worse for wear when it comes to Dynasty. They've made it through the smoke. Waddle
I
and
thought he hit
Tag
the guy at the back with the
clinging
team
on for dear
stun.
life.
Lotus did pretty
25
good.
and 40 HP respectively. BBL Pacific have got
Dude, look at the
a lot of
damage.
control in terms of the avenues they're blocking. Spawn, short, and behind, all covered. But they're in
this
individual
Frenzy will
fights.
clean up, surely.
Individuals are going to have to win them, and it's a shaky start. But Lover's Rock gets there, leaving the two that are already so heavily
At
tagged
least he
up.
got the high
The
HP.
last men standing, defuse underway. They're forced into a fight, and Waddle surely going to be caught going forward.
Whoa,
So
whoa,
close! The defuse comes through.
That was
just
so
moments
scary.
before the
I was
shots
really
due.
surprised he didn't get off the
That
spike
was
there.
the sort of smart decision coming out from BBL Pacific, just the confidence in LaRock to hit the shot. And more importantly,
He was way more confident than I
almost
was.
playing that game of chicken. I think there was probably a part of Waddle that thought, okay, he's probably going to stick this to half and then they'll fight me together. And instead, literally just needed
Dude,
that
there was a
first
couple of
bullet to
shots there,
connect,
man. He
but
actually
a
dodged
little
it
bit of
because
a
of it.
spin
Yeah, dude, he might have
is
dodged
enough
3 shots.
for BBL Pacific to have themselves another pistol round. I believe that is now at least
Spin to
3 in
win.
a row. They had a couple on the last map.
Oh, he saw so many. 4 on the minimap.
This investment from Dynasty, I'm a fan of it, and no doubt they are too, seeing how it worked out before. Even managing to pull these rotates, by the looks of things, getting a bit of aggression out of Loida. Could get risky for BBL Pacific. Again, they don't know just
the
what
buy
they're
round
up
works.
against. Yes.
Everybody has ball.
On,
so they're clearly
Abyss.
aware of after last time. Okay,
yeah, I was going to say, they've done it already, so they should be more on top of this.
Instead, they're going to take those Spectres in. With players and light shields, that's where
Fair
the
play,
gun's
Tags
actually
absolutely sent it, man. The duelist has gone down. Needs someone to send it, and he's really gone for it. I mean, I respect it. You gain my respect.
From Loida. The fact that he finds this information in elbow.
The same
it
no
looks
one else
for a moment
went
like he's
with
going to
him,
get aggressive A main. He falls back, plays passive from elbow.
Might be over. Yeah, it's a rough start.
Hearing the neon and runs all
When
the
you
way
lose
back
this
to
one and
Rock,
you're 3-0
saying,
down
"Hey,
and they start getting the
outlaw's
ults
gonna need
before
to be
you,
used," and it was
you're
used
in for
very
a,
efficiently
you're in for a
indeed.
hard half.
And they flood in right after and really clean this up.
Well, he's someone to mention in general. I think the comparison I made last time that we saw him play the map was to someone like Ruxic, because there will be rounds where he just goes for that TP into mid, get across and take those fights.
This
and this is the problem
yeah,
when
it's
you're up against a team
the
like
Gen G
BBL
wall.
Pacific
I don't like it either.
and you're on the attack, is a lot of the time
You get B
you're
main
not on the
control.
attack. You have to defend
easier.
for the first few seconds of the round because they're going to be pushing and pressuring. And I am a little bit nervous now that that force buy hasn't worked, that you're going to be at a pretty hefty deficit. And I said, well, the Loiter might be making the push. I'll admit, I was wrong. It was Lovers Rock instead.
Don't fully agree with the push, but he's completely under.
It's going to be a low buy, but look at the trigger discipline. Closes the distance a little bit, finds Ticey. Lets them know there's someone behind. They're even going to burn a stun for that. And as they clear it out, Lovers Rock has a chance to do more damage. Ends up going down to 27 HP, but the key thing here is they're not getting pinched. There's no player hanging about in main, so while that rotation back from Creamy comes in, he is going to end up swinging right into this Outlaw. The shot again doesn't land. Lovers Rock needs to cool off now. So easy to take him down and make this a costly round. Instead, he leaves it to the rest of the squad, and it is a cleanup from
get to their ult
BBL
fast,
Pacific
your
with a
ult.
flawless round.
Double
Yeah,
Omen
their
ult,
credits are
basically.
now
It's
going to be
gonna
going
fast one.
through the roof as they will head into what is, I guess, technically another bonus
Dude,
round.
I remember
because
asking
they
you, it's
managed to
Hunting,
win
right?
versus
Maybe
the
I'm wrong.
force buy.
Hunting with the
Put
19
them
months,
into a
thanks so much for the
fantastic
prime.
position. But this is also the worry. Like a lot of the time, you see that Cypher, as you do on the other side, and the value of it is that you can lurk one
They
side
really
of the
want me
map
to
and
catch
you can have the
TSM
trips
MV,
protecting
yeah.
your team.
Dude, that last map was kind
Don't
of
really have that.
played
Over
slow
on
though.
the Dynasty side, you need to have proactive players watching for those flanks, especially when you have a team
I mean, no matter
that
what,
are
we're
gonna
gonna miss the first
disrespect
map.
you, as BBL Pacific will.
You got it, boss? Love that. Dude, panic
Almost
set in
look
when I
across
saw
the
your
map
name.
in
I was like,
rounds
I
this
should
and
know
wonder
this.
Where is the aggression coming through from the defense? It's not a question of if it is, it's where and when. And when is usually right as soon as the
When
barriers
is normally
go up.
now.
Yeah, well, they have a little bit of info in A main with the jump peaks, but again, it's just information, A and mid, with a fight that they're hoping to find on this B site where the operator has rotated into.
Whoever got winning MV or TSM? I got MV winning. Trusting in Bonka.
At this point, I think
And
they
if I'm
want
wrong, I just blame
information.
Bonka.
They've been denied
It's a
it for
win-win.
the most part, with the exception of a bit of noise in mid. This is where the B main push comes through, and Creamy is going to have to be on his A game if Lovers Rock does round that corner, and in fact he does just for the TP.
45 seconds. It's gone. I guess this is the other side of the coin. When you have expectations that your opponents are going to push you, and they don't, that clock
A
starts to
camera
get
clear
dangerously
over
low.
towards B. The
Drone
camera got
utilised,
shot,
and the
so they
second
think
it
this
is,
number's over towards B, so it's a little bit weaker over
questions are
towards
there
A.
whether or
It's actually a
not
very nice round at the
They're
moment.
going to
It's
rotate.
instant.
A little bit further away, a little bit slow, in fact, in the reaction from the side of BBL Pacific, but there's still
Wow.
LaRock on site. And sometimes
Yeah,
LaRock
okay.
is all you need.
Man, individual skill though, that was
Stuck
fair.
in the corner.
Okay, but
Finally,
you did great.
He'll need his maker, but the spike needs to make it to site, needs to be planted, and it is being dropped instead. 8 seconds,
Super low,
time
guys.
ticking,
Guys,
and a
time.
few picks will mean nothing as
Just-
the spike is denied. Good shot by Loida, and he can finish it here and now. Around
What a round from
LaRock
LaRock,
and
man.
Loida,
He
two
did
big
so nice.
players on BBL Pacific. And they've given
Sliggy with the
their
prime.
squad
Thanks so
a
much for the
big
9
lead,
months, man. Thank you, thank you.
4-0, starting out Sunset.
Yeah, they are the two players that if you talk about who will definitely be in Tier 1 in some capacity next year, they are the ones that everybody mentions, and there's a very good reason for that. Be it whatever agent they play. Sue mentioned it. LaRock has a nasty breach as well, but It doesn't seem to matter what you put him on, he's always putting up the numbers. And the devastating thing is, I think Dynasty did well in that round to almost sell the idea that this could be a fake. We could be going back in the other direction. 3 players were on the other side of the map.
Just
They
keep on
struggled to deal with
spamming
the
A.
rock, as many have before them. Potential change of pace though. The slow round didn't work. Try a slightly quicker one, and actually,
I've never really seen a team attack smoke this.
Annihilation online. Interesting they didn't go for Hunter's Fury. Clearly have an idea.
Oh, it's going to be fired in right away.
Yeah, second layers of deep smoke and you got the Viper smoke down. It's actually kind of nice.
Weapons working out. They managed to seize one, and it will be an easy pickup on the Annihilation once he's set free. A 3 versus 5.
He's in front of that.
These Stingers now holding those close angles, grouping up as well. This is looking like a terrifying return to form from Dynasty. And where's the way in for BBL Pacific? An ult for Lover's Rock will leave just 2 players behind. I mean, they need to find picks. And Dynasty are doing a great job of not offering anything up until these players are way too deep into the angle. Premia's back up. Even if he goes down, and now Lover's Rock, they're going to want to take this man out. They know he's got that op. He has made it back. The question, no longer about winning, not even about damage. Can he carry this op forward?
It seems like they're maybe a little bit hesitant as well. How many players can they really afford to lose? They've done it with a half buy, so it's a little bit more than you might expect. But for Lover's Rock, he's been able to hold on to the gun, and the rest are not going to push. It's the right decision. You don't want to give up any more of your weapons for a gun that ultimately BBL Pacific can afford to rebuy anyway.
Runs around, man.
I love the call though. That's it. I think it's a bold choice.
No, the call here was nice. Just I've never really seen a team do this.
But the
something that you can do because you have the Viper.
Use that to disrupt.
Like
the second
layer
that
one,
activate,
take
everybody
this.
moves, and that's the moment where Tag is waiting.
And then, did he do second smoke here, or did he just save the smoke? I would have to watch it again. It's kind of interesting idea.
That was based around that ultimate to
and then
begin
you know
with.
that you can clear all of this with the drone and back of sight.
Yeah, and also Waddle firing through the drone, right? They found all the info, executed off of it. Now they come through. Hunter's Fury off rip, denying that control of short. That's where they look to pressure.
Great, man,
the
with
Rock
the
gets
HP.
one, even on low HP, but a sneaky position from Tag has pulled this back into Dynasty's hands. They've got the advantage. And I don't think Rose can really afford to go walkabouts on mid. He tried to cut the rotate, but there were 3 players there.
Shots, man.
And Lloyd has not got
Dude,
on much
back
better.
pretty nice rounds from them.
Wonderful round from Tag.
Yeah, dude, that was just a nice round in general.
Middle.
Force them down to eco as well. They're warm. Yeah, it's looking like it might get a little closer.
Having Loiter on the TP. Well, this time I wouldn't be as surprised if we see them try to hunt down this operator. Bear in mind, last round, it's the first victory you've got.
A lot of confidence. I really like the last 2 rounds.
More importantly, it was the first time that you could really build up some credits. Now, though, 4 players alive and their economy on the brink, taking this operator away holds a lot more value. And you can already see they're going walkabouts.
Looking at these 2 rounds they've put on the board, it has been centered around using those big ultimates of Annihilation and Hunter's Fury to control the space BBL Pacific are occupying.
Bacon's got a tip for us.
That might not be easy to...
Bacon says, new gym tech.
Hold on.
Bacon's discovered the gym tech.
It will be easy to repeat one of them because Creamy's already got
a big one. Not all of the personal trainers or the gym content creators. Bacon's the first one to find it.
At this point,
what you got for his Bacon?
2 rounds in a row lost, Annihilation back online on the other side. You do start to feel like you're going to see something different. Even if it's not
whole chicken is discounted at 8 PM in Tesco's. Honestly, that's pretty good tech.
Found them so much success.
What price
again,
we talking, Bacon?
And you don't know where that Annihilation is coming through. So far, it's been A main, it's been pressure onto short. Maybe they look to adjust there, but look at where the numbers are for Dynasty right now. It seems like
yellow sticker, mate. That tells me nothing.
Early battle for a bit of mid-control. Maybe trying to deny some of that aggression, and Lover's Rock isn't going to be able to spot too much out. Bear in mind as well that Tag's been so vital on lurks that
yellow sticker means it depends on how much. Yeah, but how much did you buy it for?
Annihilation will be
come on, man.
That first
It's a simple question. Give us a rough estimate.
Rock tried to use gate crash. He tried to get out of there, and instead he's being annihilated. That's a terrible start and just as poor a finish
Damn,
Again,
dude,
you know, 3
spamming the
rounds
full
based
clip
off
into the body.
using those ultimates for early entries. And no notes.
Yeah.
How could there be? A flawless round.
Yeah, it's the first time they've actually mixed in fast B as well.
That's it. I feel like I've watched a lot of people in VCT EMEA actually die more often to their own annihilation than people
£7
actually find kills with it. So fair play
for a full
to Creepy
chicken,
for just
£7.
knowing
I think it's
exactly
pretty
where he needs
decent,
to put
right?
that in, but also he's always activating it a long time before he plans to use it. And I think that's such a small detail, but something that makes such a difference. Because the amount of people I see that activate and get shot in the face because they've already run onto the site. The other thing as well is they're
Bacon
only
is
using
too
a
rich to
singular
recall
ult
the
each
prize,
time to win
dude.
a
Just
round. So
paid
it's
it and
not
didn't
like
even
they're
look back.
losing all of them at once like they had to on Lotus, for example.
Yep.
3 in a row now. More direct fight, which is normally where you'd favor BBL Pacific, but weaponry a little bit low in the start. Not quite going the way they'd hope.
This Viper wall towards B main is so interesting. It's cutting
Already
off so
cooked now,
much
yeah,
space for the defensive
talking
side, allowing
cooked.
contest deep into the corner. They can constantly deny any sort of control.
So
from
they've
BBL
been nice and
Pacific.
proactive
Push
on
up
this
in
one.
main
I
around
think
that
being
orb,
this
because once the
proactive
wall
on
goes
their
down, you can have players on so
the
many
actual
different
Byrons will
angles
help them.
towards
Not
the
that
stairs. Now,
they've been in a position to
when
because
those
it's
players
been
go
relatively
swinging
fast.
into main, I mean, that's just
The
a
triple
dream,
swing through
a
the
gift
smoke to
pick.
clear
One going
middle.
back is now heard by LaRock right about now.
Yeah, he can pick
They
up the
know
gun, though.
play's coming to A. That's
Picks
the
up the
spike.
gun,
This could be
clears all the B
disastrous.
main.
The ult coming in from Lover's
Literal
Rock,
spike.
pretty quickly,
Oh,
but
no.
if they catch the spike, they're letting him go by.
Ah, they
They're
didn't
letting
think
him
it
walk
was
right into
spike.
sight.
Okay, they
That
still
could have been
take
the round
a
done
real
and dusted
fast
instead.
path in
They're
though.
gonna
They
have
hit
to play
very early.
post-plant, retake into a pit.
I think the expectation was maybe there'll be more than one.
I mean,
maybe there'll be
they
somebody
get
else.
to elbow so
Bit of an
fast.
attempted trigger discipline, but the fact is the spike was the last guy. Rose doesn't have anything to play with.
They lost
Two
both
easy picks.
duels.
In fact, LaRock going down in the mix, and now Creven. He's already tagged a little bit low in the
What is
Viper's
this
pit.
pass?
It's left him a tiny gap, but Watto is well aware of where that gap could be. Loiter from above has done fantastically well, but anything more,
Man, this was
well,
for sure winnable.
it isn't to be had. And I love as Rock's been in a
Yeah,
position
the
so
call
many
to
times
not
where it
swing
just
this
feels like
guy.
he has to try and save this.
I think you just got to take it on an
opportunity
eco. You get an extra kill,
was
you get an
found in
extra
this
gun
round, but
down.
an opportunity that
Maybe they were
didn't
scared of
deal
like a
any
run and
real
someone
damage.
holding.
Well, the weapon will be saved. He's done well to do that most of the time, but
Yeah, it's a little
for
bit
Dynasty, the climb
fortunate
back,
or
the
unfortunate,
resurgence, they
whichever
only
way you
found
view
they
it.
were at 4-4 on the previous map, and they lost every round after that. A dominant display from BBL Pacific, and then they start out with what seemed to be the same, a 4-0 start. It looked like they were going to keep chaining rounds together like Dynasty. We're down and out, and yet again, we've seen them dig deep. The mental of this team perhaps needs to be studied, especially for, as we've said, you know, a couple of these players, they've been here before. They've been here a couple times, every time, in fact. But for
Siege,
Dynasty,
thank you so much, man.
I think we
32
still look
months,
at them as
Siege.
one
Thank you
of
for
those
the
teams
2-1.
that, from that experience front, you expect them to be a little bit weaker than what's on the other side. Yes, it's youngsters on BBL Pacific, led by Rose, though, and with LaRock, Loida, and we've seen Lovers Rock around. I have less doubts about them, but Dynasty being able to keep themselves in it mentally is so admirable.
You have to bear in mind as well that
Matix,
squad
the whole
was
round is just
dismantled
like,
midway through the year.
you watch it
right?
back and
Roy
you're like,
picking
oh
up,
boy.
Their coach completely changing the dynamic, taking a player or two as well.
And that's what the game
it
is,
was
though.
a rebuild that seemed to just mesh wonderfully from the get-go, making it all the way to the final of Stage 3 EMEA challenges, that is. But now, the match that matters most for both teams, and obviously coming into today, I think most people will have had BBL Pacific as the victor, a finalist last year, dominant across the year as well, other than, of course, in Challengers 3. The fact is, they've already tasted one map in defeat, which was more than many would have expected.
The set strat with the neon
Now
ult?
they're being pressured once again.
No. Recon for mid,
Those
smoke
sprays
goes
not quite
out.
landing. Lovers Rock doesn't have quite as many shots to fire back.
Big duel on the mid.
Aggression though into the angle.
Surely
They
we,
knew there was an op there just
surely we
moments
wall
ago.
up. Is this not the point of this wall?
Taking a lot of risks, and with Waddle down to 30, it's a good start for the defense.
Walked into the bullets and clearly had an angle he wanted to use the drone from, but this has not been a continuation of the rounds we've just seen. An early pick, early damage. The only ult in play, one that a lot of the time you're going to see utilized when you don't have a rifle in hand. And while it's safe to say that their opponents know exactly where they are, the only person they don't know about is Tag. He's the one real piece of danger.
I was going to say they might just own everyone on site here. They know one's B main because of the cypher cam.
And, well, they now know exactly where he is.
They completely owned it. I will say, the thing that I've really liked teams doing recently, like the Cam in B main is so strong. Cam in B main wins so many rounds. You either clear it at like 50 to 40 seconds, see if the pressure's fake, so you can stack over towards here, or just like the extra info just gets you so much. Tags this guy, just isolate the others on site, they kind of know where two are just because of the tag and the plant.
I think a lot of that credit should be given to Kraven. How patient he was, because he heard steps in main and didn't get over curious, didn't give away.
And that's a big thing that the updates changed as well. The fact that you can now go near a camera and you'll hear it.
That was pointed out by
like Cypher, that's one that we don't even talk about with Cypher.
Like that back and forth
in
the early rounds, a lot of what it came down to was Tag finding space and being able to have a little bit of a backstab.
He tagged them both as they were going in and they didn't break it.
This map started off very similar. Pause has been taken, and as you said, it seems
so
like they're well
they
aware
really owned him.
of where he's going to be. It definitely does help when Larocque is earning style points sliding around the map. It seems like we'll
tech pause?
is it a different type of pause? I feel like our production is blaming Rose because we've just full screened him playing around with his monitor.
It did look like he was at some cables. I think he was just looking for his hand warmer.
Nice for a Neon. Yeah, it is nice for a Neon.
A small
Neon didn't get too badly touched.
For BBL Pacific, that's a bounce back after 4 rounds in a row. Lost out to Dynasty. There is a little bit of a player issue causing the pause. For BBL Pacific, you know, they're bouncing back, but they've allowed Dynasty to win 4 in a row. They've allowed a lot of economy to be built up by that attacking side as well. There's not going to be an eco.
It takes too long to get your fuel
back.
back.
A little while now. And
Surely
combined
not.
with the fact that Hunter's Fury is back online, and that's where we've seen so much success for Dynasty, I think when we come out of this pause, we're looking at a much more direct approach. And I think, you know, you mentioned it on Abyss, that when it came to the push and pull for Dynasty, it didn't seem like they were finding as much value as these direct hits. And I think, there were rounds where it looked like they had the upper hand in terms of those mid-round calls. But when it comes to this map, it's night and day, really. When they've been playing direct, when they've been hitting...
This is on the old patch? Yeah.
At barrier up almost. BBL Pacific's slow takes of middle, slow deep aggressions towards B main haven't really found them that value. Whereas when we've seen them go slow, I think a couple times, times. So
I mean, we don't really know.
In B main, we've seen Creamy just overextend that little bit,
An
get
issue
caught
to do
out
with a player. That's all I got for you.
Lovers Rock, but a player
You're just
on
going to be
each
smart
side
with
of
it, but
B
it's
main.
still good. Yeah, it feels like a good
sort of
meta.
going as a group has that value. I'd be surprised if they don't, especially with Hunter's Fury, just come out aggression off rip.
He's having a good time, at least. Definitely not feeling the pressure.
Why are you bringing me into this one,
That was
Bekan?
something Rose mentioned about Lovers Rock that is a different characteristic to what we've seen from Comeback. A very sort of like loud personality within the team that has definitely
I don't know how to handle them.
But still seemingly able to put up the numbers. 10 and 3 at the moment within the server has been fantastic throughout the entirety of the tournament thus far. Number 3 currently, or I guess before this match started in the ACS tally.
It's Gecko. I can give you that one for free. It is not Gecko.
In the KD as well, which that's always interesting for me. I think he's number 1 in KD, 1.41, which when you're a duelist like him, that's surprising. Super aggressive in the way he plays. A lot of the time we'll find him posted up with the operator in the early stages of the round, but it is almost fair to say that he is a safe pair of hands. He'll go for that early shot, but if he hits or if he misses, he's always repositioning, he's always maneuvering around. Larocque is a slightly less safe pair of hands. Especially on the Neon, he doesn't want just one.
Well, it's
Back
time
to
to
the
get
A
back into the
spams.
game now. BBL
Kill
Pacific,
trip, early
a
camera info.
one-round lead, and they found it in the previous. This
Oh, they're so ready for this. I like the change up. The pause to see over the Viper smoke's nice.
Right off rip, they go aggressive towards the A side, caught by the trip, Kraven down to
And then
ace.
flash goes out. Dude, he didn't commit.
Fury, but look at Lover's Rock.
Was
look
he caught by the wall, maybe?
Not gonna gate crash. No fallback,
Nice
no
shot.
retreat. He has to take more than one, but only the single found. They extend for the op, and Lloyd is there waiting to greet them. The advantage for BBL Pacific, but how long can they hold on to it? Creamy is looking for this deep fight. He's got the spike, and the drone is hunting him down. The info to play with. The spam is good, and LaRock finds them from behind. 6 on the board for BBL Pacific. Neck and neck at the half, guaranteed.
Triple
but
Z 59 with the prime.
like
How'd you prime sub, mate?
May sound like an
literally,
insult at times, but
literally did
I
it,
feel
bro.
like Rose is excellent at causing
I'll do it in the
distractions.
halftime. How about that?
Like the drone there was almost purely just
Thanks
to
so
go,
much, man.
okay,
Appreciate it.
you know Loiter's here. You know I'm trying to reveal for Loiter, and then in the meantime, LaRock's just swinging them in the back line. Like, it just makes things so difficult when you understandably tunnel vision in on the 2 players, you know their position, and then the third one is the one that, as I said, wide swings and takes down 2. A couple now. The 4-round streak of Dynasty has been broken and is guaranteed a level half. Look at Lover's Rock again. This time he does have an escape, and as said, safe pair of hands, 1 kill, and he's gone.
The man that's caused all those problems. The late rounds now removed. 2 players spotted towards the B site, and you can see why
two-person
BBL
fake
Pacific
over
have
towards
rotated
B,
so
Omno
heavily.
over towards
4
A.
on site alongside site for Util, but with this TP coming through from the shadows, the spike will emerge on A. Loida, he was being chased down. Famsy's right behind him, but he's missed the stun. Ticey didn't miss
It's not
the
too
shot,
bad right
though.
now. Gets the smoke down over towards site. After plant still has Omen flash. I mean, they should be winning this after plant. They got way too much util. They should be winning this.
Couldn't leave that guy in the back lines and have managed to clear him. Paranoia is good. Also caught one with a grab net. Means they couldn't move.
Mate,
but
how is this guy getting all the kills?
Creamy knows he needs to try and clear Rose from this angle, and he's done just that. Leaves
Wow, bro, you gotta give me this POV, man. I gotta see this replay. I gotta know how he's done this.
To close it out. But it's the duelist once again. I said his KD is ridiculous. Well, it's only increasing.
Yeah, that is a sensational round from Lover's Rock. His first acceptable, but the rest,
He got out of
he
that.
shouldn't even have gotten out of there.
He didn't get punished for that. Okay, well.
Looked like he was top fragging in the death matches. Dynasty, the opportunity they had there to put this equal now fades away. They've got to compete for a 2-round deficit. And looking at Lover's Rock, 15-4. 4 assists in there as well. Not bad.
As I said, he's the guy most of the time taking those first battles, but he's not trying to stick around and be the hero and do the flashiest thing in the world. He's just trying to make sure that he gives his team an advantage and then keeps it.
Going to end it with the B head. We've got an anti-deadlock ult.
The attempted set play.
I like the idea. Tried to clone as soon as they had it.
But is Famzy the one to fall? Rose holding onto the cross and just information being handed over, but Ticey's done well, needs a little bit more. Kraven instead has stepped up. But we end up back in a 2v2.
This poor guy in sight.
Could be on for the ace. He's already got 3. That snake bite those forced him off the angle.
Yeah, poor guy in sight, man. He's in such a rough position.
His teammate calls, I can't fight with
4?
you, and he's like, no problem, I don't need backup.
It's doable with 4,
Takes
man. They got to get a
down
pistol, but
and puts 8-4 on the board again.
it's a shame. They actually had some nice strats in here.
Managed to find it to 4-4, and then BBL Pacific run away with it. Let's hope it's a different story in half number 2 after the break.
When does MV TSM start? 30 minutes, mate. It's cooked, yeah. I mean, we're missing a bit. Why is there no lower bracket? Yeah, it's fine, Lexi, I'm not recording. I'll just accept it. Why is there no lower bracket? Yeah, the format's rough, man. Just play all 7 maps. That's not a thing. A best of 7 is not a thing. The potential of 7 hours is... I love Valorant, even I don't want to watch a best of 7. Zokia, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 7 months.
Eight to 4 in favor of BBL Pacific as we move to half number 2. Lovers Rock is 15-5. I think
that's what I'm
5-0
saying, Bacon.
in opening duels.
Gotta think
as
about
well.
that.
And now they're on the attack side. If they can't shut him down and stop a resurgence from LaRock, who, by the way, he's only 12 and 7.
Bacon, what do you play in League of Legends?
Bad,
You had to lock in one character. Who you playing?
This could be a quick conclusion to the map. For Dynasty, Pistol
What's your
will help
best?
them
You
right
got to
the
impress
wrongs of
everyone
the
in
first
chat. You're on
half.
stream. Who you playing? Who
This
you
is
picking?
their map pick. We saw them bounce back on Lotus. It's time to do it again.
Wow. As you just saw from the lower third, this is a very fast-paced attack side team. You've seen the early darts sent out.
It might be a Yumi
by
kind of
Waddle.
guy.
They want the
Stony
information
with
as
the
soon as
Prime.
possible.
Thank you for the
Don't
6
get me
months.
wrong.
Thank you.
They have the information.
You played 5 league games in your life? I mean, that doesn't affect the question.
Already Ticey being challenged, but the spike in the meantime has gone back the other way. There's a very aggressive setup in towards B main, though it seems like although
it's a nice little round at the moment. No
contact
question mark
was
setup
there,
over towards here.
they are not too wary about that A site.
Oh, they
Sion?
definitely read
Okay.
this.
Yeah, I like that answer.
On Dynasty side, having a wall up, having a player deep as well. Famzy falls back into this corner where they've got that same Viper wall that we saw him play on the attack side, the very same wall here on the defense, but they haven't gone pushing into it. BBL Pacific being patient, leaving Kreven to find space on market, but the spike will go
Even
back.
the
yet
Yoru
still,
here, though.
They made noise on A, no one rotated. They made noise on B, no one rotated. There's still 2 players here.
Yeah, in the corner for Waddle. Shock dart to try and do some trip damage, and already managing to
he
just hold
held
on to the
so
line.
strong back
has
of
done
sight.
well. He only
Mate,
managed
they know
1
he's on his
kill in
own.
the first half, but he's already managed 2 in this one. His teammate and Lovers Rock low, so a lot of the heavy lifting will be down to him, and in fact, he doesn't even have anybody to support him right now. He is alone.
Has to survive and buy time. He's already gotten Lovers Rock into a position. Diffuse not underway as well, buying more time as the reveal goes up. One spotted and Lovers Rock is quick to drop it. Rose with
wait, they
another,
won
and they've
this.
done it!
Dude, the
BBL
recon was so nice.
Take the pistol round here. It looked like
I think that's the map.
lifeline for Dynasty.
They took too long. I'm trying to think if they fought with the Yoru TP that was here earlier. I fully agree with you.
Led by Rose in this
You just gotta tap the spike and create that pressure instantly. I really think they fought with the Yoru TP.
That's always the thing. You feel like sometimes this guy will get some flack for not putting up the numbers. He was 1
Played
and 8.
Deadlock, the
the
Valve
first
game.
half,
Yeah, I played it for a little bit.
High impact kills.
I played it for like the week it came out. It was pretty fun. Stony with the Prime. I think I missed that. I think we're too busy talking about League of Legends.
When
Thank you,
won
mate.
by Dynasty, they were able to turn it around. The second pistol, when won by BBL Pacific, they were not.
Gets a little worse.
Talked about that wall and how you can get into unusual angles with it. But it hasn't worked out very well.
Kunyan, thank you so much for the
Got
Prime
them
as
the
well. Thank you for the
opening
11
onto Rose,
months.
But if anything, it's as good as
It's
it
a
can
sick
get
game.
for him. He
They
got a
updated
pick.
it recently, right?
He
It's meant to be a
died,
little...
and that's given him the orbs for a
lot better.
round 3 Hunter's Fury. Now,
Yeah.
you know, we see that sometimes, these early ults online, but I'll say that Rose might be the 10th player you bet on having it.
Maybe Famzy in this map. He's been having a bit of a howler. 3 and 12. It can be difficult with that attack side Neon when it's not working, but they're going to need him on this defense if there is a response. And it's now scary because he can just play passive. The util setup, Hunter's Fury could be thrown in just as a attempt to try and pad the gap. Famzy back on the board though. An important first kill. Well, this is just 1 by 1. An opportunity to just clean
really
things
nice
up for
shots,
Ticey. A confidence building
really
round
nice
to
shots.
say the least. They
We
will
held so strong.
slaughter BBL Pacific, who, I'll dare
Sure.
say it, they
Give him a
tried
bit
to
of
disrespect
confidence.
them there.
They did. They did. I mean, there comes a point you've just won 6 rounds in a row. You took the pistol. You took the pistol in extraordinary fashion. You start to feel like maybe we're just better. And Ticey steps up to remind
Adderall,
you
thanks
that's
so
not
much for
the
the
case.
Prime as well.
Fancy with
Thank
the
you for the
double
6
as well.
months.
Almost doubling his kills. It's exactly as you say.
Some of my
This is a
favorite casual
confidence
single
builder
player games, mate.
for
I don't
Dynasty.
really play single player games.
Maybe the turning
I used to
point
when I
they
was a
can manage
kid,
to
and
find
then
this economy
I
relatively
discovered the
low for the
internet, man.
attacking side. Big investment.
Back
for the
then,
Hunter's Fury feels like it's looming over
what
this
are some
defensive
good
side.
one-player games I used to play?
Yeah, now that the
Zelda
rifles
Ocarina
are
of
in,
Time.
they didn't want to
That
commit
kind
it
of
in the last
that was
round,
probably the
which
peak.
maybe a little
That
bit
was a banger.
surprised by, but when you have such a lead, you can.
Other than that, I don't
take
really play
gambles
one-player
in some of
games,
the
man.
decision-making.
I just can't do it. I just get
will
bored.
at least have early rotations available to him, but with a lot of that deadlock utility already being broken apart, a lot of that delay is gone. And the fact is, BBL Pacific are happy to do that and then just fall back into more of a default round. They just want to make sure there aren't portions of the map just locked off to them.
Any Mario? I mean, Mario 64.
Well, you've got no Yoru flashed
Banger
around
game.
this corner towards A, being burned up to clear all those angles behind the Viper wall.
Mango
No
Tango.
decoy either. Oh, LaRoche is in a bit of trouble.
And I need to concentrate to actually work out what your
He
name
is
is.
the
Hold up.
trouble. The shot onto Creamy as Famsy falls. It's
Okay, no jokes for a
Dynasty
little bit.
crumbling across the map, and look at the spot that you've now
Mango
got LaRoche
Tango.
sat in.
Fandango Vango.
Wrap up
With the
late.
2 months. Thank you
Finds
so much, bro.
value. The problem is that there's no. Oh, he's TP'd, hasn't he? He thought he was TPing past a trip. There was no trip there. He sold himself down the river Styx, and LaRoche, 2 HP, will finally be dealt with. I thought they were saving at this point.
Yeah, they've got
Tax
to
going
be.
forward, though. I don't think it's worth risking the rifle for Dynasty.
Pokemon games,
If one of them saves,
red and yellow.
It's not too bad. Like they'll
And
still have
then
the
on the
credits to actually
N64, man,
climb to the
Pokemon
next,
Snap was a bit of a banger. Pokemon
Unless
Stadium
he's
also.
going to try something very cheeky here, which I think might be, and
Solid
it is
games.
being watched for. An attempt to try and defuse this under there. No,
Hey, you got the
rid of
Soul
that. Fury.
out of him.
Still managing to get it fairly close. You think that Loiter has this one
Yeah,
covered.
you take that.
It's a little bit of
Win's a
extra
win.
expense, an ultimate gone, but and even an extra gun, especially considering they can buy it. It's not too bad.
No, that's really good from Tag. When I saw him going for it, I'm thinking it's a little much, you know? You're probably going to get a kill and get traded. But he waits long enough, uses the snake bite to make it almost impossible to swing deep. You know, because think about it from the perspective of Loida. You swing wide in a snake bite. He's
Surprised you
not defusing,
didn't
he's
say
baiting you,
Tetris
he
or
kills
Pong.
you.
Thank you
no
for
one else
that.
is really close by enough. So they just put through the Hunter's Fury then and there. Try to commit it, maybe save an extra weapon out of the scenario. But getting rid of that, invaluable for Dynasty. The reality is, though, that's like doing your homework, but the test
Looking
is
like you ain't
coming
going to
up.
catch the NA game.
BBL Pacific
It's fine.
push
It's
up
all
to
about the second
11
map anyway for
rounds.
that.
The margin for error,
That game,
razor
surely.
thin. Dynasty have called their first pause of Sunset pretty much at the final hour.
Only Liquid can get Ninja diffused. Dude, 2 in a year is a
fire
lot.
commands
I'm not
coming
sure
out
any other team got
Thoromass.
Ninjas.
I feel like this might be more of an inspirational speech rather than a tactics talk. It's only been a couple of rounds gone by on this second half, but we've seen it before. The thing that was
Did I
able
predict to win this?
turn
BBL
things
Pacific.
back for Dynasty was the fire being lit beneath them.
We're 2 for 2 for today.
Maybe a little bit of that Italian flair
We are
thrown
2
in.
for 2 today.
I'll have to see.
And then we're trusting in Bonkar for the MV call.
They're going to be able
He
to
just says
pull
they're
this
way
one
better in
back. Bear
prac, so
mind
I
that
believe.
Last map, they didn't know what they were coming up against, and it was also their opponent's choice. But with this being their choice of Sunset,
Raw, thank you, man.
Corrode coming up next. Definitely feels like after map 1, it's been a bit of a turn in the fates of these two teams.
Definitely has.
Did you go to school? It doesn't
Even from
come
that
across as
4-4
it
score,
sometimes,
Both
but yeah, I
think he
did.
is.
The same as over on Abyss, 4-4, and the game changes completely.
Yeah, they're allowed to
BBL
just
Pacific
farm orbs. Got the ult.
getting wind in their sails, and they are off to a flying start, but there could be much more to this map. Lover's Rock, as you said, both orbs acquired. Ult is
Yeah.
there for the entry.
They just have no map
When you've
control,
got Famsy
really.
gambling
They at
on
least
this
got
tight
back towards
corner
the line
and
on
elbow.
A, but
If this ult is popped, the op is just going to be completely nullified.
Yeah, he's also been
Or not.
struggling as well.
Famsy's got a chance here. They didn't see him.
Yeah, he's been missed. Good opportunity. That's at least one, and now Lover's Rock
Cypher's
is
going
trying
to try to take the
almost
duel on B.
delay.
Oh, that might be the round.
One's been caught by Kreven. Famzy does go down, but
This
the
is a weird
trades are
one.
coming back and forth. Actually getting stunned
That's a
up.
really
Kreven
weird-
didn't realize
really
that there was
weird
still
round.
utility left on that site that he had to
30
deal with.
seconds left.
It's just starting to look a little bit messy from BBL Pacific, and well, Lotus about to try and walk through a smoke with multiple people there. I don't know if he's even seen either of them with that TP.
I don't think he has. Another smoke to be used from both
Whoa.
sides.
Oh, it's
Tyson
close.
almost
Still
goes
distracting
down.
though.
He's checking the right corner. Lloyd has found one, but Waddle
enemy
not
remaining.
expected to be here. Lovers
it's
Rocks
unlucky.
now got the info on both of them. It's the shorty firing through, but the pre-fire costs him that extra
gave it a
shot
good
that
go.
he needed. A 6th on the board. You know, it looks like Dynasty are not going to let this slip just yet. And in fact, you know, even that round win is enough because they've gone back and forth for the last 3. It's enough to put BBL Pacific onto a very weak bye. This is a chance to really build up that momentum for the defense.
One enemy
Definitely
remaining.
feeling a little bit messy. Few corners left unchecked and opportunities given. Ult as well for Waddle going into this next one. He's starting to come back into the game a bit. But I do like the investment here from BBL Pacific. When you have players like Lovers Rock and Larocque, you send over those couple of
And low
guns and
buy.
see what they can do with them. And
It's the full buy.
never going to doubt Loiter with a Sheriff either.
Dude, I mean, 3 people can get one shot for this. It's actually not too bad right now.
Early. They're baiting
Heavy
in
armor
that
here.
fight. It looks like Tyson
Light
close
armor
to
here.
going for the swing. He will go in for it.
he
And
got
he'll
it
lose
though,
most
and he
of his
got
health
good
bar
info.
as a result. Not a bad start, especially when you've got these sheriffs. You've got a classic on Kreven. I mean, anybody can take Tyson down now in a heads-up fight.
Just clever read. Knowing that the second he took that first fight, there was going to be contact on the other side. The double duelist also roaming together, but everything they're doing is almost just to try
No, it's
and
nice though.
bait
They do
out
some
fights,
really
bait
nice
out
stuff as well.
aggression
They're
on
not
the
just
other
all
side of the map,
lamers.
Well, I think Famzy has a decent idea where
Yeah, I
his
do
opponents
think the
might be. 3
Tycee's
players all
done great
spamming,
though.
waiting.
Nice shots.
And he was
Ooh.
on the other side.
Nice
A nice triple for him, but it might be necessary.
seconds
The
left.
2 remaining players still managing to do damage. And he knows they're going to be coming for him.
It's a quick slide, but
It's an incredible
Famzy's
round, man.
quicker. 4, and he's denied the ace.
That's unlucky.
Lovers
It would've
Rock
been such
left
a good
with
clip.
15 seconds, though. You know, it might not be the ace accolade, but
Still,
the
though,
round
it's a really
will
important
do
round.
for Dynasty. This one may be a little bit closer
The shots, I
than
mean,
it
they were
should have
all
been,
nice here, to be honest.
but 11-7, the gap continues to close.
Yeah, those are the sort of rounds you want to see from Famzy as well. Sure, there were weaknesses, sure, there were pieces missing for the opponent, but one of the things that has been missing so far this game has been him. Like, he's been in positions, but
Dude,
just
nearly
hasn't
got the
been able to
pre-fire
land
off.
those shots. We've seen him cleared from close angles with
Did
these
you go
wide
to
swings.
uni?
and
No,
unlike
just
when
from
we're on the
just
online
did college
stage, you
straight
can't put
into
that
work.
down to Turkish ping. We are now in a spot where if he can come back into this
I think
game,
if the BCF
you'll convince me it's
wins,
possible.
the best thing
They're
to
still
do with the
4 rounds
roster,
behind.
keep the roster.
And well, even with those couple in a row, that's enough for BBL Pacific to put a pause to this. They're coming in with a buy. They're also coming in with a few ultimates, but other than maybe the overdrive, they're not ones that normally massively turn around, unlike the Hunter's Fury and potentially the Annihilation for Creamy as well.
4-round gap.
Nothing knives. It's just not for
Isn't
me,
that
man.
much, but BBL Pacific could be enough. 2 more to connect, and they'll close this out. A timeout, their last timeout, coming to an end. This attacking side,
Watching
plenty
game
to
changes
work
in
with
November, yeah, for sure.
in terms of the next round. Although with an Omen and a Cypher,
I think Man United can win the
that
title.
economy,
No.
in terms of the ult economy, leaning a little.
I mean, the
bit
only thing I
more
know about Man
favorably to the
United right now is
defensive
there's that
side,
guy that
especially
won't
with how
cut
much
his hair
impact
until
they've
they
been
win
able
like
to
what,
find off the
5 in
back
a
of
row or
a
something.
Hunter's Fury or an Annihilation that's just
And all I
run
know
away.
is he
That
still
was more on the attack
doesn't cut
side.
his hair.
They could group, they could hit
So
these
I know,
sites
I know
quite
they're
quickly.
crap right now.
Won't be the same this time around. See how they try to find value.
It's 2 to go.
Early on, Creamy
Hey,
is
that's not too
walking
bad.
Up. I assume this is just to take the initial contact and throw the wall through. Grabbing the orb for the Annihilation.
go.
That's huge value found.
Yeah, we've seen him be able to do quite a bit with that ultimate, especially on the attack side. So maybe with how good this team can be in retakes, that might become a piece of the puzzle. A much slower round.
Yeah,
though,
he's
coming
really
out
putting
from
the
BBL
Heck Fury
Pacific.
out
We've
there.
seen them put the pressure on early in a lot of these rounds and
Tell you, this guy's been crazy
try and
productive though.
almost bait the rotations, but now at least maybe just waiting out some of that utility. They were caught last time spamming this wall and gave their positions away. In the meantime, Laroc is acting as
I'm not sure about that one, guys.
they're still going to have to give it away with the wall, and because of that, Hunter's Fury immediately through.
Give him a little compliment. Said they're not all aimed. Like it's not all just aim. They got some nice rounds. And they hit me with the worst round I've seen yet.
Called by the players further back in BBL Pacific, will they find themselves crashing against the shore? But nothing really to show from it. Dynasty still standing strong in the defense. The single position eroded, and from this point,
You got to give the Neon a little bit more help
seconds,
there.
Time to save the weapons, carry them through to the next, and allow Dynasty to continue pumping coal into that fire. They are picking up steam, and after using both timeouts, BBL Pacific have got to start to worry pretty soon.
Yeah, this is
We know more than we did before.
definitely looking like a much more doable scenario than where we were at a few moments ago. Think about it, was what, 10-4 scoreline, and I'm almost looking out of it. I think as well, something for BBL Pacific, they now need to really focus on breaking that.
It's
that
it's
wall
getting.
early. The fact is, they've lost 2 rounds in a row because
Yeah, you got to start getting a little worried soon. Especially with this round, it didn't feel me much confidence.
That deadlock utility fantastically well. It seems like this time they've almost opted to try and get ahead of it. Play
Yeah, we
aggressively
got a
in
guy
front
just
of
sitting
it,
in
but
spawn just in case they
doesn't
wanted
seem
to
to have
insta
worked.
ult this as well.
Well, it's exactly what Glenn said on the desk, right? That you can see this deadlock on defense being so oppressive, has so much stopping power, and that's exactly what we've gotten to see without the annihilation.
Based on what you've seen
even
so
being
far, which
used in
Ascension team will do the
even though
best.
Creamy was put under
I
pressure,
think DRG, just because the
and
region's
the
easier.
teammates to back him up.
But who do I actually think is the best from what I've seen?
Minute on
SLT.
the clock. They're searching for picks in mid, and it's Dynasty that end up finding them. Good trade from Lover's Rock, but they're still on a man disadvantage. His rifle being the only one that they have to work with. Good flash gives him a chance, but he caught himself with it.
Honestly, they might get owned by some of the tier 1 teams.
Following up with the classic to make this look like an embarrassment for BBL Pacific. They had lots of weaknesses in this round, and I think it showed.
Buy round, it's getting close
more
now.
importantly, every round that goes by, you can see that the players on the Dynasty side are getting more and more confident. Icy seems to be almost giving an inspirational speech after every single one. Or maybe an inspirational scream.
They gotta lock in, they gotta lock in. I like this idea. We got an aggro strat on the big buy rounds. Everyone's focusing on the plan.
By the side of,
and we go for something aggro. I do.
Icy, immediate aggression. Is he going to get out of there alive? No spam through, and Lover's Rock has caught the aggression elsewhere.
I thought it was like, I thought there was more to it than that. I know there's like a grab net and stuff, but
you want to search for at least info elsewhere. Rose, I'm not sure what's going on there. He was there.
I mean, there's the info of the Cypher, and then he just got completely owned by the fake info from it.
The spike's still down
he thought he had a timing.
Spike's
over towards spawn. Cypher's taking. Dude, I mean, look at the minimap. What is
pure
this?
madness, and for
It's
Dynasty,
tucked in this little box.
You'd be fools to assume that this is anything but a B play. Late lurk, I guess, from Kreven. He's miles away from the action. I thought the spike was going there, but it is coming back to the B site. Lover's Rock.
Saw the rifle.
He wants a pick. If they find it, they can settle into a post plant. It's a battle of attrition for these ops, each waiting for the other to make a
Look at
mistake.
the timing on both of them.
Eventually, market will be conceded.
Well, with the smoke
Okay,
gone,
Lux just started
can't
to
take
go.
that risk anymore. Annihilation going through, and he hasn't
Good
been able to
Omen
do anything
flash.
to deny it. The Rock on the corner knows that Loiter has his back, just waiting anybody to try and swing through the smoke, but they need to buy
Cypher
time.
still has a chance to own this.
Kreven's flank
They're going a little slow, but smoke owned them on
the
side.
day, but just too quick on the other side. Already
not the
onto
best
the
gun for him.
defusal is Tag. Not going to be revealed, and the spam isn't going to be enough. It's just being diffused
Damn,
in front
hold
of
up,
them.
man.
Dynasty on the retake
Hold up.
once
We
again.
got Sova
doing
for a
work.
plan, but
They will have their 10th round, and this climb back is looking more and more doable as the seconds go by.
I mean, we brought it up, and I almost felt like it was a fool's errand. Like, you can't expect teams to bounce back this many times, but from
I don't
10-4
know
down,
about that. At least half left.
10-4 down, they had 6 rounds in a row lost. Remember, then you had this 10-4, 10-5, 11-5. It looked like, oh, BBL Pacific right back to winning ways, and we'll close this map out soon. And yet, Dynasty, they've kept themselves
Yellow
in
card, yeah,
mentally.
that's a
That is
desperation
not
play.
easy to do with the stakes that they're playing against here, and an opening pick in this round. It's weak weapons for BBL Pacific, but still they tried to use the numbers to punch through this A defense. And we talk a lot about the deadlock utility and how impressive it is. The stopping power, well, this was just a shot through the wall. They've yet to even make it near the util.
Yeah, still got that barrier
just gonna
mesh
swing
available.
together.
They want to try and isolate a portion of the map. The cross is also being held. It's a little bit messy, but not so much for Creamy.
Dude, the individuals are going so strong right now. They're all just taking turns and having really, really big rounds.
11-11, 4 kills, and I remember in the last round he used that Annihilation. I believe he is 1 away from having it again.
Yeah, I feel like my memory's been erased. Like I've missed a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
This guy, that's the second time now that you think, oh, well, he used his ult not long ago, as in the last round. Should be online for a while. He's going to have it in the next. This is 11-11. Dynasty, they're mounting a comeback so
Dude, this thing is shut down again, no?
this in map 1. And BBL Pacific, who no
Outlaw
doubt
comes
felt
out,
like an
everyone can get shot by the
11-5.
Outlaw. We got no
game.
armor for the
Well, it
op.
was their game to lose, apparently.
He got
Great
caught.
net early on, slept Larocque in the open, but he turns into a turret. Dishing out death and finding a double. Fancy comes through, but Kravitz does the same. And with Tag falling,
That was a fast one.
BBL Pacific will deny
Okay, one go at it.
victory in regulation. One chance.
Vanilla
for
Smile with the prime. Thanks so
13-11
much for the
to
17
win a
months.
map
Thanks for
that
doing that.
seemed to be theirs.
Not sure about that. He dodged the recon right through the neon wall, and then they just didn't think he was there. I think they just thought that the recon had cleared everything.
You thought
I don't know, there's some spams there, though.
But it turns out that's exactly where he wanted to be. He had no plans of moving. He dove in and went, yeah,
I mean, he was
I will sit here and I will hit the shot quicker
crouched.
than you can get me, even if you know where I
Insta-sova
am.
ult, maybe?
And while a bump in the road, or potentially a complete derailment, Larocque goes hunting. Early ult thrown out, but he's going to get caught anyway.
One tag.
Look at the other players.
They can a lot of space on middle. They're not going to think they're here.
Might just be able to catch Creamy as he looks to back away. There's still a player on the cross in the form.
Spike
of
goes over
Ticey.
towards B, split
And in
on
the
B.
meantime, the spike's going back.
Tag has
You
a
can see
backup op.
for Tag. A little bit of panic here. He's got to try and fight towards the spawn and be wary of elsewhere.
He's surrounded, and what's worse is they know that Ticey was rapping through the spawn. They
No,
heard those
made the
steps.
op.
Tag's dealt with, but Ticey, he gets the job.
Oh, what is that recovery?
With a transfer of dreams, Ticey, maybe the beating heart of
Dude,
this
I thought
defensive
it went from like one of the worst
He
things
has
to one of the best
shown
things
up
I've seen.
Damn near
It's incredible.
every time they've needed him in that play, it
Dude.
might have kept them in the map. In fact, it looks like it has. He's on the spike. Lover's Rock close by and finds himself 1, 2 more.
Made no bullets in the gun that he picked up.
He finds the first, makes it out. A 1v1. And
Oh,
Olaf
boy.
picked up his HP so low he might need to hit this shot. He's in the open, but buying so
Oh my goodness.
much time. Famzy needs to get on this spike. He needs to start the defuse, and the swing will be caught.
Oh, it's
He
close.
got time.
I don't think
It's
he does.
so close. I think it's gone.
Oh my goodness, man.
And their
Holy.
dreams slipping
Dude, what a
through
sick
their
ending that
grasp,
was.
through
B3N,
their
hello,
fingertips.
Ben, how we doing?
Dynasty.
20.
What a
Thank you
comeback.
so much. Chat, you know what to do.
faltered
It's
at
like
the
Oiler spam
final
for
hurdle.
B3N.
That's so
20
brutal.
gifted. Thank you so much,
The
man.
Larocque sitting on the floor double. And then
Thank
the
you, thank you
clutch
for
in
that.
the end.
Hope you had a good day
from
today.
Lover's Rock. That was a miracle play for a man who ended 28 of 13. But they have been here before.
Goodness.
2-1 up
Fennel got
in
gifted.
a
Please
grand
add
final to take them
B3N.
to VCT.
How many underscores you got?
Is
Oh,
this
mate.
time the time they take
5,
it home?
4. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Dude, what a sick ending that was. That was a crazy 1v3. Wasn't even that close. No? 0.09. He cast with a shorty. Dude, I'm telling you, they need to increase the price of this gun. He had no bullets in his gun. He just won with the shorty. Going to match for your birthday? Oh, that's awesome, dude. Thank you for sending that as well. Peekaboo, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months. Am I going to watch MVTSM once this one's done? Yeah. Okay, chat, usual stuff. We have... What map is coming up? Road? Or Road coming up? Maybe last map. And then once it's finished, we'll go straight into Americas. How do you get the merch? Sliggy.store if you want to check it out. We got this, we got hats, we got mugs, we got bags, we got everything. Everything you could want. Well, not everything. We got a good amount of stuff. Go check it out. Be back in a little bit.
Defuse and the swing will be caught.
Oh.
Has he got time?
I don't think he
It's
does.
so close, I think it's gone. Oh, .09! And their dreams slipping through their grasp, through their fingertips. Dynasty, what a comeback. But they falter at the...
What a crazy way to send us to map 4. I am Youngsu. I got Hypok here with me. We're playing musical chairs today a little bit. Another special guest, Coach Lohan from Team Liquid. What brings you here?
I'm just watching the game. I was by brewing, you know. I felt like, okay, let's watch Ascension final.
That's the same answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much it.
Anything you want to add, Michael?
Who's top of the poach list?
I know, you can ask Kojo, he's here as well.
He's been called out. Colin Johnson has been called out. But it is really nice to have you here because, Coach Lohan, I really wanted to pick your brains about this veto. As you know, BBL Pacific, they chose to go Team B. A bit of a coin flip with, you know, having to gamble your opponent picking maps 1 and 3. In this instance, it's paid off. But how do you read into this? Is there anything you felt like benefits them in this decision?
I mean, it's quite hard to pick Team B here. I always prioritize picking Team A in a best of 5. The only reason I could see is maybe they want to get Lotus out of the way because it's their worst map, or it's a more 50-50 map with the comp they run. So I think that's the only reason. The other reason as well could be is just in terms of like managing the energy. They might think like the opponents aren't as good at managing energy throughout the series, so maybe they want to play their maps into the later the series goes. So that could be one of the reasons.
You say paid off.
I mean,
by a pretty fine margin. Let's put it that way. I mean, this would be a very different discussion if we're talking about a different scoreline here overall. I just still, I'm not sold by it. It's just such risky business, man. Like,
yeah, but I think it plays into the team's ethos of just being so confident.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, the aura farm, right? That's essentially what this is. But again, to come into these last 2 maps, it's not as if Dynasty are just kind of bowing out.
Oh no, but by no means.
We've already seen 2 pretty crazy comebacks here. Obviously, this one closing out in favor of BBL Pacific, but again, I felt like Dynasty was set up to close out Sunset there.
And I really hope people really actually respect Lovers Rock as a player, because obviously big shoes to fill coming into BBL Pacific, and I think we saw it in that clutch.
He was running rings around Ramsey there, yeah.
He's probably talking mad, you know, mad smack as well after that. But Lohan, from your perspective, what do you think of Lovers Rock? You like him?
I like him, honestly. I think it's a very different player from Comeback, right? Comeback plays very like slow pace, very methodic, duelist, quite similar to Aspas, right? He's more like explosive, more like taking the risk. Actually, he takes a lot of risks, even on NT, because you see him like walking by himself, walking down mid, even here, it's so in Sunset. He just goes with it, and he's confident, and I mean, it shows the confidence is paying off, honestly.
Yeah, I think it certainly put him into the bracket of that feast or famine, and right now he's running away with that. And I think the issue being Dynasty, they slipped into a decision which I don't think really suited what we've seen them perform well doing this, well, throughout Ascension in general here, especially the last week, which is they started defaulting, playing really slow, and then it's like somebody gets picked on the extremity, their mid-round just kind of fell apart. They looked much better when, unfortunately, Famzy was triple negative, but they were stacked up and following up on that, at least. The issue being Famzy's not creating any pressure, and these deaths are seemingly completely valueless.
Yeah, the op really looked good on him, though. You know, once he had that op,
absolutely.
It looked fantastic. But the Neon, it just feels like 2 very different types of Neons we're seeing on the server as well. Whether we continue to see that, maybe a Waylay coming out too. I mean, Lohan, you're a Waylay expert. So yeah. How do you feel about, you know, if we do head to Corrode? It just happens to be Corrode. I'm sorry, Lohan.
Yeah, it's all good.
Do you want to see the Waylay? Is this going to be something that suits Dynasty? Famzy, is that better for him?
Yeah, I really like Waylay on Corrode, honestly. I'm not really a fan of, I mean, as you guys know.
Are you a bigger fan, or is Nats a bigger fan?
I was loving Waylay as well.
Yeah.
But I really believe it's probably the best map for Waylay. It's Corrode. And I think if you're running double duelist, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think you get a bit more value than Neon, for example. And yeah, I hope to see one Waylay this map.
I mean, should just say something, because honestly, versus Enterprise, I think is probably Famzy's best showing on the duelist overall, and I think the highlight of that being on the Waylay on Corrode. Again, I think he went 5-1 in opening engagements there. We haven't seen him barely come close to that in terms of like an overall map performance. We've seen very polarizing first and second halves, and with his ability to get the op on and find some kills and kind of level off in terms of his KD. I think versus Enterprise is actually where we saw him perform the most comfortable, which has been the issue for him in kind of chop and changing these picks within the
Thank you so much for the tier 1.
And I'm
Appreciate
actually
the
surprised
6
they haven't
months.
brought it out since, right? Because it was so good against Enterprise. You would think that they would want to go there a few more times, and it looks like we will get the Waylay. That is what we expected.
Okay,
on the other
I consider
side,
that.
I genuinely
I was going to do that at
maybe,
one point.
LaRock would just carry on.
I think I had a similar idea at one point.
Go
So
through
kinda
the double
back to
duelist
basics
all the way through,
stuff.
but it looks like he's moved over.
Moye, thank you for the
Again,
sub as well, bro.
yeah, still
Appreciate
able
the
to
support.
be pretty aggressive, but certainly a different set of responsibilities here for sure. Just to come back onto the Waylay episode briefly, I think this plays into where Dynasty can opt back into some of these set pieces and really invest bodies behind finding these clean engagements to open rounds. That's where they look great. I don't want to see them spread thin,
in Ascension
individual fights, because that's
across
currently
all the
what's
regions?
really punishing them in this series.
I would say a couple of players, man.
Yeah, and I mean, if
I think Francis was really good.
Same agents, we see them
Like
hovering, it will
really
be the
good
same
this
comp.
tournament.
They did lose on this comp against Mandatory. You know, it was very close. Do we like this?
Zuna was good. I didn't realize how good Zuna was.
Waylay, but what about Lotus
From SLT. Zexy, he's good.
I honestly,
probably those three that stand out.
Dynasty comp.
Spirits? Oh, dude, actually, Spirits was good as well.
Viper,
There's been quite a lot.
It's very one-dimensional, the way the comp
If I had to
plays.
pick one, it'd be
Very strong on
Francis,
defense.
really, with how he played. I know we've
think
seen him
Waylay's
before.
pretty good into that sort of stuff, to be honest. You can dip your toes.
I don't think I've ever seen him frag this heavy.
Be an issue for BBL Pacific.
Very quickly, Lohan.
I've never seen a 400 ADR game, to be honest.
Yeah, who's winning that fifth map?
Cook and Val with the tier 1. Thanks so much for the stream.
Okay. Well,
Well, I
let's
say
see,
game, it
Mission
was a
Tom,
half.
if Coach Lohan is indeed correct.
Well, Coach Lohan thinks we're going all the way to Ascent, Tom, but this is the map pick of BBL Pacific, so are you feeling confident?
I think you get this late into a map pool, and you're at a spot where
Cook and
either
Val
team
with the
can
tier
win.
1 as well.
We've
Thank you
only
for the
seen
3
it
months.
once when it came down to the
also.
side of Dynasty, but it was one that they managed to win 13-5. So I don't think they're going to come into this worrying too much about the map either. I think a lot of the sort of super dangerous ones went out of the pool early. They played the
I have
veto
no idea where we are
very,
for
very
pistols.
well. The main thing that worries me now is after losing a map
I'm already
in
lost.
such close
I would guess a
contention.
4-2, but I think that
map
might be
2,
wrong.
You got blitzed. It happens. It goes wrong. That one you came all the way back and lost by 0.09. Yeah, that might hurt you a bit.
Well, this is somewhere that we see early aggression come out from Dynasty, and that makes me feel a little bit more confident. I want to see them bringing the fight
This way they
to
could
BBL
farm this.
Pacific, as we so often did in previous maps where they found a
smoking
lot of success. Although BBL Pacific,
I like when BBL
this
Pacific
is all
add this
a
in.
ruse. They made a lot of noise on A. They sent a
Yeah.
lot of players there.
Sometimes
They're
it looks a little
waiting, looking for a
one-dimensional, and then
B
they
main
throw
push,
the stuff
looking
in.
for a mid push, and
It's
they
5
find
on. It's
nothing.
5-1 on
Dynasty, having
pistols.
rotated and
Oh, that's
through mid
so-
earlier,
so
and
hard to win,
heavily
man.
stacked up this A site. BBL Pacific now have potentially an easier time making it to B, but look at this late push from Link with 3 players here. Dynasty might be wrapping
Whoa,
up
this
right
is
behind them.
Incredible
Oh,
timing.
there's the catch. The bait was trying to throw them the other way, but Nicey's done well, continuing his form from the previous map. This time Rose can't save them in the pistol, but maybe somebody else can. Creven.
The 2v4 at its peak.
More in that back
They
line
weren't
of the
expecting the
crosshair,
luck, bottom and middle.
He goes walking into the crosshair. Lover's Rock had already made it through. Now it's his to tag.
30 seconds left.
Struggled a little bit on the last map, but he's in the perfect place at the perfect time. First one goes his way, but of course Lover's Rock is out of there. Knows, of course, that the other side of the map is free, and will get them into a post plant.
You can even get this planted just before Tag makes it around that corner, but Tag
He
is
is
hot on
in
his
there.
heels, looking for the fight already. He spotted Lover's Rock up close. The ring swing
Really
doesn't
nice,
go
man.
his way. And Dynasty
Okay.
end up taking the cake
Double their
in the
pistols.
end. It became a little closer than I thought. I think they made the perfect read, wrapping to A early, ready for the push. Then they go back through Link, catch those players, and
Trying to
using their
qualify
own
for
rifle
Ascension?
wall
No,
to
they're
cover their
trying to
back.
qualify
But
from
when it
Ascension.
falls,
Winner of this
they
goes
lose
into VCT
a lot
next
of
year.
players, and it looked like the shoe was on the other foot now. But good work by Tag to find that pistol. And now, presumably, I mean, I don't know, for BBL Pacific, they've
Well,
seen a couple
yeah.
of force buys
It's
on the
a-
other
it's a
side.
big deal.
Maybe they'll want to bring that same flair to
one.
this round.
Looks
They
like they've got a
qualify who
different
gets the
flavor to
spot.
it.
I mean, the Org get. It's a little weird.
Four from them.
The
Lover's
Org
Rock.
get the spot if they can
With the
prove
sniper.
that they
Been a menace.
can afford
See,
like
not on the Euros we've
housing
seen throughout
and
series so
basically to
far,
set
but
everyone up for the year. If they can't, then kind of the
tags that
5
he can
players
find.
get the spot, and then they pretty much get auctioned off.
Especially bear in
That's
mind
essentially
that-
what happened with G2. So it's a little weird.
with that Viper util, it can make some of them one shot. I'll also say from the pistol, I think it's important for Tag to have those moments. All right. He's been missing a little bit in this series. Had
I'm
some
not sure it's
impact
meant
on
to
the
happen
lurks,
like
but
that,
then
but that's
seems
what
to get
happened with
figured out
G2, so
quite
that's what
quickly.
I guess
Big
would happen
comeback in
again.
for this map.
Retrieving flash.
When is
Toxin screen down.
home country org has its life on the
Yeah,
line.
the hero Outlaw
That
when
would be
everyone buys
huge, and
heavy
that's
armor
already
is
a
pretty
great
rough.
start.
Yeah, good denial of what could have been a lot of space. BBL Pacific, a player on site in the smoke to link up with. The only real danger, that out. The only real danger is
Definitely might have another one in
I
it.
meant to say. But
Yeah,
in
it's
the
not
end,
too
they will
bad.
deal with it. Two
Not too
players
bad in
lost
terms of
at the
damage,
end of
but the
world.
Outlaw is it's a big investment. Kind of want to get
Maybe a
more
little
than
bit
it.
more
than
costly
that.
than they would have liked. But ultimately,
The VCT Ascension teams not get support with Riot, and they get a bit of funding.
Interestingly, because of the Outlaw purchase, Kraven will be left with just a pistol for this one, so
But it's like
there will be
it's
some
not
pieces missing on
it's
the
not
other side.
enough.
You can see how
To,
there really
like
isn't
if you
too
were
much to play with.
if you had
in this
no
one. The
support
Spectres
and you only had the
facing
money
off
that they
against
gave
players
you,
with
it wouldn't
full
be
shields.
enough
The expectation
to
will be
like
fairly low.
buy an
and
office
maybe
in, let's say Berlin, for
get
example,
tagged here
here,
and there, or maybe they're on the Viper screen.
and housing for everyone.
Looking like though they're going to go for a full
Like the org would have to do a good
mid
amount of
push
support.
and try and catch him.
This is risky, but it's the round to take those risks when you've got those weaker weapons to work with. Kraven does well.
Yeah, they can kind of throw this away. They
Left with
tried
a
to
pistol still.
catch him off guard,
Take
on
a
the middle.
scalp, but Ticey spotted him
Loads
in
of
the
numbers
corner.
here.
Even the TP probably won't save him here. Nice work. The flash just a little
He
shallow. It will
absolutely
allow the
ate it.
repositioning with the Viper wall up.
I mean, it looked like
Might be
everyone
able
ate
to
that
get out of
flash
here.
there.
Nice attempt by Tag to take advantage of the chaos on mid. Unfortunately, with him falling, A side is under threat. They've crossed back. Ticey, who survived and has that Guardian to work with, is now on site. And if they see Creamy here, they might assume the other players in Link as well. Chance for damage. BBL Pacific are sensing the danger.
They're assuming absolutely nothing, especially when you already have the other side of mid held. Well, that is not
Yeah, kills
pretty.
the kill.
And you know, I don't blame him for going
30
back for the
seconds
Sheriff.
left.
It was instant kills moments before using the Spectre, and then a little bit labored. Ticey at least could try and make this one a little bit more costly, but just look at where Lover's Rock is actually sitting. That one's for free, but ultimately he was just waiting to try and catch him
There
as
they go,
he
one. Couple of
returns
armory
back
buys.
around. It will be the 4 rifles.
That one's
kept
getting the
from
Andy
BBL
treatment.
Pacific.
Slow-mo on this? Oh, for
A
sure.
good start back in for their first round.
Oh, look how
of the
fast he is into the replay. He's so excited.
Kraven's the guy with the pistol at the start of the round, him going down. I think
Here
he
we
may
go.
cover the Spectre.
Yeah.
Oh, no slow-mo?
Certainly not the end of the world. 2-1.
Slow-mo on this?
BBL Pacific winning the round. They should, but this
For
is where
God's
everything
sake.
comes to a head. Where both teams
He had me in the first
invest.
half, man. He had me with the
BBL
first
Pacific,
half.
we can see,
I thought he was
are the
being
ones
kind.
with a little bit of extra
He
cash in
baited
the
me.
bank,
I
a
got
few
so
extra
heavy
credits
baited.
floating around,
That's
allowing
messed
them to
up.
get a buy after this.
Diego.
Dynasty.
Diego, right? Is that how I say
This
this?
fight is pretty much to
Diego.
maintain the lead. Lose this and it should go to
Diego,
BBL
thanks so much for the
Pacific.
prime, bro. Appreciate it. 3 months.
Worth noting as well,
I don't know how
the
to say the
victories
end of your
we
name.
have seen on this map from BBL Pacific, a lot of it came down to their defensive half. Stellar when played within Turkey. On the other side of things, the one match that we saw, it was a flawless attack side.
It's a nice bait, and the fact that he stabbed it shows that he doesn't want to show his gun, but also kind of baits in the fact that he's opping. I love this setup. I think this setup is so strong with the Odin as well. Showing that people can do more. The bait setup with an Odin's really good.
This is an attempt
Vice,
to draw
oh,
rotations,
kind of
but
makes
it
you think that
hasn't
there's no
worked.
luck over
Look at
towards
Tag
here.
Still holding the wall.
Wow,
Loina
man.
doesn't
They're
land
missing
the
some
shot.
shots today.
Now this round dead in the water. Lorak and Kraven are going to cross mid where 2 players are waiting, and
Man.
Creamy almost did it
Where's
himself.
the aim gone? We're getting tired.
And we have seen this defensive side, this team of Dynasty start
No one
slow
answered you?
and
Let's see
bounce
what your
back into
question is.
maps, but
What's
looks
the
like they have
big
different
deal
ideas
about
here on the
off-season?
road.
They've lost every single first half.
Because you asked
That's
the
where we're
most
currently
open-ended
at, so
question.
the fact they're
What's
already
the
up
big
to
deal
3
about
is
the
a decent
off-season?
sign, but it doesn't mean anything until they
I
get
mean,
to
people
5.
change their
That's
teams.
the number I'm looking for, but
I
I
guess.
said Tag looking like he's back in the server after a poor few maps. Ticey still going strong as he has done.
I genuinely don't know how to answer that
Still
question.
though, well, we're back to the same buy as round number 3. 4 rifles, a pistol for Kraven, which has never really seemed like much of a deficit.
What's the deal with
Putting
it?
the pressure onto Ticey early, but he's hidden behind the box.
not getting out of there. They've seen him. The TV has to be used. The players in main a little further behind, so they won't catch him on the cross. Tyce's going back for more. I mean, he's clearly feeling confident. BBL Pacific, and we've seen this a lot from them. They just use that aggression to get one player into position, one player embedded. This time it was
I gotta see that.
He wins
Okay,
his fight,
that
and
might
now
need to be a slow-mo.
look
I was
elsewhere.
looking at the minimap
Across
thinking
the
this guy,
middle, Waddle was
90% wins this
waiting,
duel.
Odin in hand, and he's found himself
Bro,
two.
and then he
But
kills
Loida,
two more.
Well, he's done one better.
Yeah, he's taken the
I
A-side
gotta
solo
see what
just
happened.
from
Did the
same
Omen
position,
smoke
managing to
leak
duck
out
in
further
and
than
out
I
of the
thought?
utility
Until we
find
saw
himself a
gun barrel?
multitude of picks.
Because it looked like on the
Across also
minimap, this
being
guy's looking at
watched,
him and this guy's looking over here.
Was hoping to maybe catch someone before they made it to the site, but that post plant, they won't be able to deny it. Lovers Rock is an inch away
Bambino,
from
hello
death,
mate.
but
How we doing?
I was going to say that cross. There was a gap for a split second, but it was quickly closed off by Lovers Rock.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and look at the credits on Waddle. I don't think he wants to go for this already 45 HP.
Can we save it? Oh,
he's
it's a
just got
free
free
win.
value out of the round.
Yeah, it's a
Just
free win.
by walking away,
Take that.
he ends up getting the Viper's Pit, which, to be honest, makes sense. You know, it's a 3v1, so that looks a bit stupid, but then you look at the HP. 3 HP for Lovers Rock, 50 for Kraven. Shock darts are already gone, but you know, up against an Odin, there's always a chance, especially on this map, on
Bankovich
this
is here
site
as well.
too,
Paper
that just a
Nice.
random bullet's going to take your buddy down,
Everyone's
and
here
you'll be
today.
sat there wishing you put the pit into play. So a worthwhile investment just to secure the round, but a big piece of utility removed from BBL Pacific's wheelhouse sort of coming into these next couple rounds.
Yeah, I think as well, like, just saving the gun was important because of the credits that they have.
I
Like,
love
it looks
watching
like
Valorant,
maybe
but
Tyson will
don't
be
if I should
struggling a little
continue
bit,
till
but the rest of the
December.
players should still be
If
able
I
to
will
come
return
in
in
with
Jan for
fairly
kickoff
solid
and
buy.
then the tournament ahead, these matches might
Making
be
sure
good,
they can continue to
but
fight
good
this back and
Valorant
forth, because
will
that's been
from
one of the
kickoff
major
onwards.
pieces of these early halves. Is a lot of the time we've seen this back and forth, and then eventually it feels like BBL Pacific have found their footing, and it needs a massive fight back. They don't want to allow them to have any free rounds. And Mark, you look at the purchase, Viper's Pit of their own, 2 ultimates incredibly close.
I missed the
as well, 2 high
replay.
impact ones, and
It was worth it. It was fine. He just flicked, right? So he got his gun barrel flicked. That's right.
Now think about how much pressure has been put on A, specifically
view.
from Loiter, looking to try and challenge for that space. It's almost like a, I dare you to challenge for it now.
Pacific instead set their sights on mid. Ticey waiting. Only got a Bulldog to work with, but he's got some backup. Forced out by the stun. Lovers Rock. He's not slowing down. He's looking to spam through the smoke, and look, he's not done that much.
Oh, yeah, big
no
time.
damage even, I think.
Big
and then the
time.
wrap
Oi.
up from Ticey when he hears the
Bro.
steps back, but
He
Kraven
really went for
patiently
a
watching that
massive
angle.
play there.
Found massive value for his team.
Yeah, Kraven's been fantastic. That's a couple of times now we've just seen him wait at the
Do you
top
like
of
the
mid.
Of
Of course, you know that his
I really like the mid-round call on this. It's just if they're going to be ready for this.
For any sort of aggression, and the timing couldn't be worse for Waddle. A fight back. Creamy trying his best. The flash works out. He's actually holding his ground fairly well.
Down B.
Not wanting to swing him alone, but
Lucky,
Kraven
man.
again.
He did so
just
well,
coming
though. He's
through
made
in
it
the
a
back
doable
line and
round.
finding another high-impact kill that completely opens up the site.
Yeah, Thorns are going to stop that re-aggression as well, so no real space taken. But Lovers Rock, he's got a fight on his hands. He just cleared this angle, but Famzy now walking through. Might have good timing. This could be very dangerous. Yes, he's caught tag, but no idea on Famzy. This is a potential jump scare, locked and loaded, but they've seen him now. That jump peak must have spotted him, and I'll tell you what, Lovers Rock certainly did. For Famzy, the credits low across the board, a 1v3, and the elements of surprise gone. And off on the floor seals the deal. He is saving this for the next. BBL Pacific have climbed up to a 3-3 scoreline. Again,
America's
gotta
Ascension
look
has
at Kraven.
started. Yeah, they're probably
His
in the first map
impact
right
here.
now.
The round where he had just a pistol, he even stopped them from pushing through mid and punishing his teammates who were on the rotate to that A site. Here, it's very much the same story. The patience catches Ticey, who was about to, I think, find a double towards Link if Kraven was looking the other way for a split second. He's been on the ball in terms of catching those flanks, and I think that's something that worked wonderfully for Dynasty previously. Not for Ticey, it was Tag instead, who was always finding this space, but it looks like Kraven's on a mission to deny anything in that
Prime,
wheelhouse.
thank you for the 2 months.
It's just his
Of
patience.
course, dude.
Like,
Thank you
I
for the
feel
Prime
like
as well.
a lot of the time you're going to see like superstar level players put onto the Sentinel role, and they will find you impact in terms of frags, but maybe not the one that saves you the round. But that seems to be the case more often than not. That
Recon goes deep over towards here. Probably a good idea that the op's getting set up.
And then you can see his teammates won't take risks because they know
Callan.
he's going to find that
Callan
kill.
KZK as well. Thank you so much for the prime also, mate.
For the squad. Well,
that's
that angle not checked. Maybe one that hasn't been played too
Thank you again, man. Appreciate the 26 months.
By anyone other than Tag. Definitely a bit of a blip. Oh, he's found a gap, but they should know that this is a fairly high chance, especially now the smoke's gone down again.
Oh my, they're not looking at all. He has a chance, and I think Creamy might even pop a flash for him here. They could think about it, but decide against the aggression. It probably is the right call in most of the rounds. But here we
the mid running's been
potential
pretty
impact.
nice
Now
on attack this map.
3 players from that defense on the A side. The flash eventually goes out. Nobody's seen. It's all clear.
It's a little weird though, I will say.
Pretty soon, Famsy's going to
No one
realize
over
they're coming
towards
his
B
way.
main.
It's the op
Okay, and we're just
towards the
faking
B
it.
side
Okay,
that
I
seems
like
to be
that.
under pressure, but then Hunter's Fury fired through alongside the From the Shadows. That gets them going back in the other direction.
Okay,
Rose
yeah,
and
I
Krebin have
stick
found
with
picks,
what I said.
and Waddle's all
Really
alone.
nice.
He's being hunted down. The shorty is going to take him. Krebin executing his opposition.
That was completely unnecessary.
And
Went for the
Famsy,
jump scare.
you know, I don't think he's going to go for this. Just have a feeling.
And this is something that, again, we've
Yeah,
seen them do a
back-to-back
couple
saves.
of times where Rose wants to push mid, throw out a Prowler as if they're splitting towards
They look
B.
very
Of
comfy on
course,
this map.
the player
Yeah,
on B
they
side
really
who
do.
has light shields and an operator and is alone is immediately going to call for a rotation. The second that TP goes off, it's the immediate cue for the BBL Pacific to go back in the other direction again. You know that there's probably already 2 players on that side of the map. One of them is currently maneuvering the map as well, so can't have any impact.
And the other one's on Hunter's
Like,
Fury.
double smokes is meant to be pretty
So there
good
isn't
for it.
any chance
Honestly,
for
they have a
anybody to
great
really
comp
catch
for
you off
fighting
guard.
middle.
Again, you can criticize
The
sometimes
Kara
the
knife
individual
pretty much means
ability
that
of
if
Rose,
anyone
but
disrespects
I
it,
dare
it's
say criticizing
on
his
an
calling,
island.
I'm not going to agree with it because he
Confino
really
with the
does
prime.
seem to
Thank
do
you as well with the
at finding
17
those
months,
gaps,
mate.
finding
Thank you for
those
that.
timings.
Yeah, there was certainly a moment where on the other side, Dynasty were able to do similar, especially when you look at Abyss. The 4 rounds they found, a
Ops
lot
not
of
getting
push and pull
valued.
play,
They
a lot of
are
it
definitely
working out
doing a
in
good
their
job
favor.
at dodging it at the moment.
But here, look at the early danger.
How's the game been?
They lose a player.
It is dominant as we
right off
predicted.
rip. It's
It
Lovers
hasn't been
Rock down
super
and out of the
dominant.
round. They're about
First
to
map
run
was
into a
really
stack.
close.
They've got Ticey sat
Third
on the
map
edge of
for
the
sure.
and instead they walk out of that
Pacific had lost,
situation
I would
at
say.
disadvantage and all by taking out a From the Shadows, by taking out a Hunter's Fury and finding every single kill.
Hood Live
leaving
as well with the
only that
prime. Thank you for the
operator
14
alive.
months, mate.
That
Thank
was
you
a
for doing
truly remarkable recovery from BBL Pacific, and so much so it has gotten a timeout from Dynasty,
Yeah, you can
investing
understand
the
why.
ults, investing obviously their economy, getting nothing for it.
It's more so as well just the way that the rounds went. Like, you had a 3-1 lead. You managed to break back after the 3rd round where you had a lower buy. And we were even talking about it. Like, the rounds looked good. They were doing well with the Odin. They were able to stop a lot of that aggression. And we were talking about this map as looking comfortable.
Yeah.
3 rounds later, I'm not feeling that way anymore. Especially when talking about the fact that at times it's been that attack that's been a struggle for BBL Pacific and the defense where they've looked very good regionally. Now the alarm bells start to ring. You know that, as I said, every single half so far in this map has been an 8-4 first half in the favor of BBL Pacific. You can't
A lot of
allow
rounds
them
in a
to have
row.
that again. Like, you
Money's
can't
out of
always
control.
rely on fighting back
Gotta
into
start
maps,
winning
as
some
was
rounds.
proven in the last. You fought back really hard, but it wasn't quite enough.
Gotta hold on to middle. I agree with chat.
Well, this is their chance. Dynasty, full investment.
Dude, you
Famsy
gotta be
is getting
spamming mid,
aggressive,
surely.
And there it is.
Nice.
Lovers Rock on the floor, second into the round. That's the pick that they've been looking for. That AWP will strike fear into the hearts of BBL Pacific now. They look to adjust onto the A site. Ticey's always been
Sore
good
leg.
for 1 or 2, and that Odin is lurking just around the corner, although he's got to be careful. They are really close.
He's going to give himself the information at least. A wraparound though. Ticey's been caught. Paranoia thrown in. Operator shot missed. They're being picked apart one by one. Opportunities were here. Maybe they still are. Famsy finds one in quick succession, but revealed within the smoke. They know exactly where he is.
Oh my god, he's
One
sticking
shot
around.
left
Surely
in
not.
play with it.
My
Can't
goodness.
land it. Doesn't get
You
the
are
chance to even fire. And then through the smoke,
a wild guy.
Creamy hits the
Let's
deck.
say that.
Now bringing him back. Feels like he gives more of a chance, but never mind. Kreven is just playing out of his
Respect
skin.
the confidence,
12
yeah.
and 4 for him.
One way of putting
and
it
a
as
fifth
well.
round now on the ball for BBL Pacific.
Now we talk about resurgences from 3-1 down to 5-3 in the lead, a streak from BBL Pacific. Economy running out on the other side. Ults burned up in the last few rounds and nothing to show for it for Dynasty.
Yeah, it's a shame if they kind of locked
It's
down
early, but it
middle.
could be
Well,
the beginning
not
of
locked
the
down
end.
middle, but they got the pick of
BBL
mid.
Pacific, they're picking up heat. Kreven is 12 and 4, a kind of performance that you see from Lovers Rock and you go, yeah, well, we know he's got that potential.
8 going on flash.
But it coming out from Kreven, the man who was left with a pistol
It's a
when
rough
everyone
sign
else
as
had
well.
rifles. Well, maybe we got to change
Even
that
their
rule
set
now.
plays, they're getting their timing off.
He's 12 and 4 anyway.
He's working with the pistol, yeah.
If he can do that with a pistol, let him.
I like what Famsy's doing here. We've seen the A aggression with the refract back. We now see him push down mid. The guy's got the rifle for the team. He wants the fight or the early flank. But BBL Pacific, look, they've got 2 players mid. One watching A, one watching mid. This is not somewhere they're looking to put all their eggs in one basket for good reason. But that's
What
the
a
spike
weird
down.
eco this is.
Tag
Like,
has
this is
just
my- this is
found
my
them the opening
anti-eco.
pick. The wall up gets him a rifle as well. This is a disaster.
That's about as badly as that could have gone. They're going to try and
It made no
You know
sense.
what? That's exactly what they managed to do. Weaponry taken away, and Larocque in the meantime is just almost sprinting back towards these players. They know that he's there, but Loiter,
I mean, Lloyd's just
managed to
saving
do
him in
most
some
of
of
the
these
damage.
rounds.
They have found
30
themselves
seconds left.
some safety in a round that looked incredibly dangerous, wrapping back towards A, where there is no contention at all. And of course, now the aggressor has become the lurker. An easy kill for Lovers Rock. And for Tag, he started this round fantastically. I don't think he's going to win this one.
I don't know who called that, if it was Rose, if it was Loida just popping in a little mid-round adjustment, but the fact that they put down the steel guard towards B, there's 3 players on B. What do you think they're saying? They're screaming, they're crying for help, and the help comes in the form of Tycee wrapping back through mid, because what's about to happen seems clearly to be a crunch of the B site, where you have 3 players with pistols out, easy peasy for your opponents.
Really odd
Tycee
one.
then gets caught because Loida isn't pushing. He's waiting the entire time. Then his teammate puts down a paranoia. So as they go to deal with Larocque, because he catches 2, but one guy's not hit by the paranoia. He's like, I know there's an Omen in the corner, taking his gun out, let me get him. Who's covering his
Dynasty,
back?
yeah,
Loida with the
they really don't look
reposition
comfy
again.
on the map.
They
That's
set
all.
2 traps there, and Dynasty walked straight into them. Loida sprung them, and the round was won as a result. That was really clean, and seeing that kind of mastery over a round that seemed to be in a lot of danger, that's making me even more worried about whether we're going to Ascent or not.
Realistically, we're getting an 8-4 half. 100%.
Which round will Dynasty get? They'll get one of them, we know it.
But yeah, it's definitely, especially with the way that
Oh,
started.
he might walk into that line.
Spike
I do, he just
delivered
left the line though.
by the IGL. And then somehow they come out smelling like roses. It's
all part of the plan.
Yeah.
They planted the seed.
There we go though. Lovers Rock leading the charge. Tycee in the corner.
Ooh,
Did
big
so
kill.
much damage. 7 health, but he's eliminated one. The trade's immediate though. And in the meantime, Kreven trying to take battles. Ult sent out by Famzy.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's not pretty. It's not worked out for him, but Tag has managed to stabilize a little bit, but look where he is. Again, they've got to be careful of the man, almost back towards spawn. Kreven. And now they're trying to deal with him. He's not even there anymore.
30 seconds left.
And while they're trying to deal with him, that means Creamy's isolated in a fight.
Krongonius
Tag,
with
he
the
finds
26
Kreven
months.
eventually,
Thanks so
but
much for the
he's got
prime.
no
That's a
one
long
to play
time, dude.
with
Thank you for
anymore
that.
but himself. Rose and Loida. An AWP in the hands of the IGL, an Odin in the hands of Loida, and it won't even be used. The AWP's the first one to fire, and closing out that round at 7-3. BBL Pacific seems to have saved the best to last. This map is looking dominant.
Regions you're left from
Dynasty are
Turkey.
feeling the heat.
Looking like
They've called
both
for
the
a
Turkish
timeout.
teams are going to make it.
You can definitely understand why. 6 rounds in a row.
You were so...
They came into today as an
The
underdog.
mid-round?
as
Oh,
a
the
dark
mid-rounding's
horse,
been
as a
nice,
squad
though, yeah.
that Definitely had a lot to prove if they were going to beat BBL Pacific. And I'll be honest, in my eyes, they have. The fact is the resilience of map
Has
number
anyone done an
1.
analysis on why Turkey's
Resilience
so
of the
strong
last
at
map as
Valorant?
well, but the fact is,
Probably not. Would you?
Been a couple of maps
What do you
in
want
between.
from us, Bacon?
Map number
Maybe
2,
that's you.
dominant
Honestly, that's something that Mini would like to do.
for BBL Pacific, and this one is starting
It has to
look
be.
the same.
I mean,
they need to
it's
stem
for sure
the bleeding,
aimers.
'cause as I said,
Like
going into
aimers
that
is what
second
most
half
people would say.
versus Enterprise, they proved that they can
OJ Rack, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 10 months.
almost flawlessly win it. But they need that wiggle room. And that's been the problem for every single map so far this series. They have started slow. And even if it's a 3-1 start, it then becomes a huge
Turkey needs
deficit
IGLs.
that they
Yeah.
have to try and recover from
Can
in
agree with
half
that.
number 2.
Yeah,
That
and
gives a
again,
pretty big
props to
internet
them.
cafe
Even in
culture
that
where kids go and
13-11,
play with
that
their
was
friends.
looking like a
So
dominant
yeah, so they
map up
played
there
from an
when
early
they're
age.
11-5, 0.09 of a second away from
Think we
OT
got
as
our
well.
answer.
I mean,
On
Dynasty have
Incognito,
certainly
thanks so much for the
put
20
up
months.
some
Appreciate the
numbers
Prime.
when it comes to trailing. They bounce back, they keep themselves in it, and that is one of the most difficult things to do for any team. The circumstances of them getting here, we've talked about it, it's really impressive. You need to be more than just impressive. You need to be consistent. Consistently falling behind is probably not the way to do it.
Yeah.
What makes them aimers?
The
I
team
mean,
they're up against.
from what he just said, I think if you have a mouse from an
They had a
early age,
2-1
start
lead
playing early.
in a grand final of
You
Ascension
just get more
before.
used to it. You pick stuff up a lot
They had
faster when you're younger.
VCT EMEA at their fingertips last time, and they learned the pain of letting that slip away. Apex stole that. Maybe they thought what was theirs. This time
No
it's
way,
looking like a different
got the guy
story.
at the
An early
back.
trade,
It's
though.
devastating.
The defense have managed to keep things
Right,
even,
nice
but
shot.
only for a second. Kreven
Find you.
has hit
They
God
got
Ball
so
with the
many
perfect
rounds on
moment.
that tank. Water Element with the 4
crowd.
months. Thanks so much for the Prime, bro. Thank you for that.
Looking to be claimed by him, a man who has not tasted that defeat like 3 of his teammates have before him. Wow, this is not going to be an easy retake. Look at where Rose is. He's in Rose Z.
That might be the most unexpected flank play. Oh, he's been spotted. And,
He's been hurt.
He's going to be taken down eventually. But from here, do you go for it?
We're doing saving for
Dynasty,
last.
No credits, a 2v3, time already ticking far too fast. This is a save call in effect, and an 8th on the board. Now, Tom, I know who you're going to think wins the next round.
Yeah.
I already know your prediction. But it is going to be difficult.
The Guardian's out, yeah.
BBL Pacific they've picked up a lot of momentum. They're 1 away from a Viper's pit on Loida. They can play for that with relative ease, and their opponents are not exactly armed to the teeth.
It's either going to be 8-4 or we're believing in the 9-3 curse. Nonetheless, there's something, because that's what we're sort of clasping to at this point.
Man.
The chance for the
One Byron.
first ever victor from the Spanish League is slowly slipping away. The Italian organization who have been here before, facing off against the might of Turkey. What? Well, I don't talk about quick scopes much in this game, but that was one of them.
That was insane.
Blinded as well. Not a bad start to this round. And you have to feel like if you're Dynasty,
He's faked the Viper's pit.
You're face down in the mud and their boots on the back of your neck. BBL Pacific go back to middle. A sneaky spot from Ticey. He's been spotted, but he spams back, lands one. But of course, Kreven is the man delivering death blows. He needs to do a little more though, because Famsy's firing on all cylinders. A triple kill to bring them a 2 versus 1.
I mean, they needed a.
Loida
They needed
in
it,
their
and
way.
they need a lot
the
more.
Pit already used the spike down. And an 8-4 scoreline that many would have predicted. Seems
It's the score in the America's game chat.
Never doubt Loiter, though. If there was any man to break the streak, it would be him. The #1 rated player coming into today. Probably the only
7-2
people
to
who
MB at
could
the moment.
take it away from him would be
Their
one
map
of his
pick,
own
I take it.
teammates. Opponent's wall might actually give him a chance, but no, Tag is waiting on the other side. History has repeated itself for the 4th time in the 4th map. A little bit extra for Dynasty to play with, but they are going to have a mountain to climb.
TSM pistol.
Once again,
Oh god.
going into the second half.
Mate, how is that hit? The rare no scope in Valorant. Envy have won 7 out of 7 gun rounds. I mean, yeah, bruh. DSY is rage baiting me, man. Come on. It's always 8-4, yeah, like every map.
Well, it was just last year. BBL Pacific in the same spot, and 2 maps were stolen away from them to lose out on the chance to lift that trophy, to ascend to the ranks of the best within EMEA. Rose is back and looking for another shot at that
You use a
crown.
marshal in your rank games. As
8-4
in for the
up.
ecos.
They've done it twice
Doing it for the
already.
greater
Just
good.
closing
Mate,
out this
the greater
map.
good of your stats as well, bro.
Or taking Ascent.
That's 3 kills.
Send BBL Pacific all the way to
Go
VCT
525 with the prime as well.
EMEA,
Thanks so much for the 8 months. man.
easier said than done against Dynasty, a squad who we have seen are not out until
SLT,
13's on the board.
The game was based on second halves.
They're
they'd be
really
in the
fun
lead.
to watch.
That's all you need to know, but unfortunately it is a game of 2 halves.
I do think EMEA
BBL
having a
Pacific,
team like ULF
their
is
players
great
have
as
grown
well. Someone in chat
experience.
said it earlier, but I do
2 of
agree.
them have become old enough
Like
to
a
actually play in the
team
league.
that has the fast play style,
But the fact is,
that's going to be fun to watch.
yeah, looking like
Hinako as well, thank you so much.
over the
Watch
last
party
year.
game changes, yeah.
Dominant
Be
force
watching the
and everything other than stage 3 challenges.
We'll be watching their champs.
And now they need to prove why from day 1 here at Ascension they were considered
Chopping as well with the 13
the
months with
best,
the prime,
the
thank you so much.
favourites,
Has
the
the off season
ones
been
that will
going? It's been really
that
chill, to
crown
be honest. It's been nice.
For BBL once again. It's
Watch
already
all of
in
it?
the
Yeah,
logo.
yeah, we'll watch all of it. It's normally a good
Already
tourney.
seen Ulf make it, but BBL Pacific were the ones that everybody was hedging their bets on. It was them, and who else would make it through Ascension? Although Rose the first to fall here, the A side hasn't been lost just yet. LaRock is here. He's got backup. Well, he hasn't got backup anymore, and the shots don't land for him.
Double pistol.
This could be the start of it for Dynasty. The climb back into this map, back into this series. It starts with the pistol. And they're passing this test with flying colors. A beautiful flash from Creamy.
Pistol
and
in
it's
this
a
map.
dreamy pistol round.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. A nice clean round to bring them back into it once again. It's a 6-0.
You gonna watch Spotlight series? Nah, not really. It's a little too ranked for my liking. Like no one puts practice into it. I just again, if I wanted to watch ranked, I'd just watch a streamer play ranked.
It means the investment
KO pay with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 14 months.
Maybe a sheriff at most, but for now,
I like when teams
it's
invest
absolutely
time
nothing.
to see where their time's been used,
Chance
basically.
to farm up those orbs early.
In terms of like the
For the defense,
ranked games, it's
straight up
not.
ace that.
Or like tournaments where people don't practice, it's not much of my thing.
It seems like they've hedged their bets in the right direction on Dynasty. A big play towards the B site to come in. The question is,
probably in December,
do they
Des.
try to sell this as a fake and go back?
Yeah, I was trying to get me to play.
Do they commit? Because they see nothing. Not a piece of utility, not a player caught. And that knife covers a lot of space and a lot of angles you'd expect if they were stacked up or even just defending B, like one player to at least be within that area.
Who gets the kills then?
Messy,
With his omens.
dicey, but he's been delivering them. Could have been awkward, but
Got
at
2
least
more than I
grabs
thought he'd
himself
got.
2 before falling. And his teammates are here looking to battle. Not a fight they should be
Nice shot
losing,
there.
and by the looks of it, a fight they will lose.
Ooh.
Whoa, what a shot!
That's a
Okay.
nice shot.
Again, a
There's
little bit
2
of
of them.
confidence building, and Famsy starting to come alive in this one. At times, a little bit of a non-factor, but we know the caliber of player that we've seen, someone who has stood in the VCT before. Of course, for GX, but it'll be a very
Yeah,
different
get a bit of
feeling
confidence
to
going as well.
Be part of a team that
Can they snowball?
goes through
Double
that
pistol when they're
ascension
sitting at
process,
6 is a
helps
little
players
rough,
like
but
Waddle and Tag, who've been here time
maybe
and
they
time
got
again. Even the other
a
two
good
played in the
attack.
play-in. For a squad, some will know as sweet and sour, but
Be right back.
Dynasty were the ones that give them that opportunity to run it back again. And
oh,
this round has definitely not started off well. The Rock has just gone walkabouts. You forget he's no longer
tried
playing
to hit him with the
Neon
fake B so they could walk through the wall in middle, but
That
wall
aggressive
got dropped
hit,
and then they just
Loida
got wrecked.
backing it up with a double, and
Yeah, that's
that is
convincing.
a quick
That's a
bounce
convincing
back
round.
from BBL Pacific.
What's
You
just
talk
the low
about
by
some of these
those,
players
so
in their history,
the low
Tom, and I
by.
think for us even, there's a little bit there. We got a common thread with Tag back on Lucky Boys. We
Tried to
always
walk
wish
there.
to see that Italian roster floating around a little bit more, competing. Got to cover them in open qualifiers back in like what 2021, and they played really good Valorant for a region that within Italy. What other pro players have we had? I mean, I think Joint was around, but as a coach, but that's it. So it's been cool to see him still kicking about. And now in with a shot of making it all the way to VCT, the first Italian to do so.
Great fade
For Dynasty.
from mid.
Quite a path ahead of them. BBL Pacific just bounced back with a big round. Only one player falling. But this is the full buy, and the ult online for Famzy could pave the way through to a site.
it's one of those ults that you get the conversion path right and pave your path to victory, but at times it
Scanning ahead.
be a little bit unreliable. And the manner in which they lost the last round, even though they had weaker weapons, it's got to be tough to deal with. A player pushes mid and takes two of you out, and then you walk into a player who's been slowed, and you'd never be able to tell. Already losing more rounds on their attack side than they did last time, but as said, that was a given.
Not ready yet. Good hit. Flash
For
trap
Krebin.
destroyed.
Already a little bit of early information, but the same can be said on the other side of the map. They know that this
Where they
attack
are.
is currently split, and with 35 seconds left, they've got
You gotta make a call, man. Please make a call.
Oh, Lover's Rock has gone so deep on mid. That's a big barrel, though. He somehow gets one, but he will not get out of there.
Guys, we're bottom mid
Time.
with the spike at 20 seconds against a Viper and a Vice.
Caught by this ulti. No support from the sideline with him fully smoked up, and they haven't cleared LaRock. They've given him a freebie. 8 seconds. The spike needs to make it to the site. They've got to start the plant, and it's too late now. BBL Pacific.
They look so
steal
uncomfy
that
on this
round
map.
down, and it's a corner not checked that sees the first domino fall.
GG.
I'd say that's the
That is-
second. It was the aggressive push as
Got
well
it,
from
Eco.
Lover's Rock. Like, they managed to realize with 30 seconds left that, okay, there's players outside A, there's players
he needs
outside
to
B,
wait a
where's
little
there a
bit.
gap? And he exploits that gap. And it was almost just like dominoes. They were slowed at every single point. And then it gets to Waddle on the site with 5 seconds to plant. Like, they ran out of time. And they hadn't managed to bait out any of that
Outlook and
like,
one-shot
major
everyone.
utility. I think it was
Odin's
the Thorns
here.
going down with 25 on the clock. It was a Snakebite going down on the site. Like, you can't allow BBL Pacific to have all of that utility. And while this man is starting to take over the map once again, he's been phenomenal throughout the series.
It's just not a thing, man.
Every gap they try to exploit, it has
They're
another
so
cover.
desperate.
Even here, attempting to dash into elbow, trying to deal with Lover's Rock, but he finds one deeper, gets out of harm's way, resets for another.
That was Ticey cancelling his TP. He went back to the same point, and Lover's Rock was just looking at him.
And 2 players left, stuck in main. I mean, for Famzy, maybe a chance. I think he's about to lose his teammate. Second shot fired, but again, he gets out of there.
Not the gun for it.
You're not going to be chasing him down with the Bucky, but you
God's
won't be
sake.
making it out either.
he has an outlaw and he disrespects, shoots the body with an outlaw. I can't.
Another gargantuan task for Dynasty, a comeback, the likes of which we rarely get to see, but we have to see several of these in a series.
Yeah.
For them to even have a chance, and like you said, yeah, look at this. Cancels out, gets caught.
He was so aware. It's something I'm so impressed with Lover's Rock. Like, a lot of the time you talk about Turkish duelists as these
Might be the
super
last big
aggressive flare
ball by
mongers
round.
who just want to get the highlight reel every single round. This guy is not that. He'll come out with 4Ks, but each time you feel like it's intelligent positioning and constant movement that just makes it so difficult to figure out where he's going to be. He comes into this round with not just his ultimate, but an operator in hand as well. And Krebin, it's going to be the one they pressure, but the wallbang is a great way to start.
Taking Kraven out, good enough for me. Guys had so much impact on that attacking side.
Yeah, just about top of the board. And they're almost overtaken by Lover's Rock in the last 2 rounds.
They did find a 4K up against a weaker buy with an Outlaw, so, you know, haven't seen Kraven.
Whether they'll keep their players. I mean,
just saying, he had a pistol.
He's normally the one with the low buy.
Give him a bit more credit. The TP from LaRock. It sees one, and it's Viper as well, but now the drone going out. KO utility sure to follow up on A, but
perfect.
Creamy's gone a little too wide.
Yeah, and just holds the whole line as well, gets the info.
No steps, no follow-up.
Does own him a little bit, does create a question mark.
BBL Pacific have to read.
Just insta-clear over towards here. Neon fast rotate, 30 seconds. Did Neon might even get
kept
here.
2 players in position. There will now be a big fight needed. Oh, good dash, but Fancy's caught. Lloyd on site. Oh, and Rose able to correct for a
Dude, what a savior kill.
Waddle.
Saved him and then he managed to kill
late
2
to
more.
the crime scene, but they haven't fled. 3 on site, holding the spike. He's
What
got
does
no
Valorant
time.
mean to you?
No
Is it just
chance.
a game or a career? Or is it much bigger than that? If one day another game comes out the same as CS or Valorant, would you shift? I mean, I'd have to play the games if it's good. Dude, Valorant's a big part of my life at the moment, for sure. I like the game. Prefer watching it CS. CS was a big part of my life. It's what
He mentioned the idea that
kept
before
me having jobs somehow.
BBL Pacific, before taking that team through Premier, he started
It's every man's a game, it's a career. It's
whether or
part
not
of
he
my
was
life.
going to be good enough, whether or not he was a guy who could
like games, man.
lead a
I like
squad,
games.
whether or not those
What can I
failed
say?
opportunities might just be the death of him. Well, last year he made it all the way to the final. This year, 2 new players. He's in that final again and just 1 round away from taking.
He's hit really
BBL
fast on
Pacific
sight.
to the promised land. Pressure from Famsi though looks to ruin the party. A quick double. It looks like it's going to keep them in this at least for a little bit longer. Kreven alongside Loiter though. You've always got to be fearful, but a dink early seems to have left them out of the round.
Last player standing.
Waddle deals with him with ease. Lloyd has won many rounds
Spike planted.
for this squad so far. Been big in clutches, but this would be too much. What a way to send them out of the tournament it would be, but luckily Fancy's having none of it.
A little countdown.
A round win for Dynasty, but the first of what must be many.
Mate, what is
if
your
they are
name?
to hold on
Bart
to
with the
their
Prime.
hopes
Thanks so
and
much for the 2
dreams
months.
of ascending here with a squad that has players
I'm not
who've
having
been
that
to
one
every
clips, man.
Ascension.
I'm only saying half of it.
Another heartbreak to add to the list may just be a round away.
There'll be too many clips for that.
Yeah, they've done it through many different leagues. Waddle for sure, I think, has played maybe in more Challengers League than anyone else. And with his performance this tournament, I'd hope that
Bring them down.
we'll see him in the tier 1 no matter what. But we want to try and do it with the boys.
All the ults.
Early ultimate going to
Everyone
be committed, but I
dodges.
believe that has
Say
been
everyone
avoided
dodges.
by both players at the back. Famsi trying to lead the way. The rest of the team have followed. This isn't a fake. This isn't a lurk. There is nobody left behind. They are keeping it basic.
Ooh,
Kreven, though,
wow.
somehow has turned on a dime, but there's Tag.
They might need a
The
timeout at
Italian
one point.
stallion himself stepping up.
Planted.
I will say though, this
just 2 in
this was
their
just
way.
a lot of ults. Hello, keeper. How we doing?
Just when it looks like it's over.
Careful.
A chance was
Can we,
given by Tag.
can we bring back Slug Club
That
Ray?
chance is being
Dude, it
taken
never should have
back.
happened anyway.
Lovers Rock! He's in the
He's all
face of
mini.
Creamy! 1 HP on that man! But he holds on for dear life! It's not all on Tag. And the time
It's
ticking.
kind of
Surely
doable.
too much for Loida. Surely this cannot go his way. They heard that he wasn't sticking the first time, gets it to half, looks for the fight, finds the first. The stick will be interrupted, and it's close. It's so close, but just about.
Okay.
Dynasty by
God, that should have
themselves
been-
at
you shouldn't
least
have even been able
one
to get this
more
close, really.
shot. That round should never have come down to
This is
so fine a
insane.
margin.
Oh yeah, what Lovers Rock won't know is that
Keizo, thank
an
you so much,
extra
man.
bullet
Keizo
put
Love with the
through
Prime.
that
Thank you
smoke
for the
and
14 months, mate.
he
Thank you for
probably
that.
would have taken that round, but he never could have known. He
Yeah,
took
this
a
is
guy to
definitely a
1
good
HP.
timeout. But I will say
It's now
it
the
still feels
timeout
pretty under
for
control.
BBL Pacific. Now, normally, I'm sure
I'll
if
repeat
they were
this.
in this
They
sort
just
of
forced the
scoreline in
balls.
any other match on any other day against any other team, there
Probably
would
need
not
to
be a
lock down the
timeout
choke a
here.
little better.
They are firmly in the lead in a great spot. But the fact is, map number 1, we saw an insane
What's your
comeback.
favorite part of coaching?
Map
Is
number
it
3.
psychological mentorship
Well,
or theory
they won
crafting? For sure
by
theory crafting more than
0.09
anything
of a
else.
second. Map number 4, they are not giving them a chance.
Well,
Mentorship feels like babysitting a lot, man. Especially with people that, especially people that haven't had proper jobs and they've just like been bored up on esports.
He
Feels a
bailed them
lot
out of
like
that
babysitting.
situation, not just in the 1v1, but the double before. At dawn, they looked to the east and they saw Tag here to save the day, but the battle is far from over. 4 more for Dynasty.
Which player? Dude, all of
The
them.
map in overtime,
I mean,
and the
which
series
player?
on Ascent.
All players.
A journey. This fellowship has already done so much. They have fought back against greater odds.
Talking about casters, yeah.
BBL Pacific always just that one individual play away from locking
I
this
love
one
that fade eye,
down.
man. It's so nice.
Yeah, boy, have they had the individuals to do it. If you've watched any match of theirs this year, you'd
City of
understand
Troy
that.
with the 2 months. Thank you so much for the prime. Thank you so much, mate.
And if you haven't, don't know what you've been doing. Been missing out. For now, though, the pressure's still on Dynasty, but we've seen throughout the series that they are not a squad to crumble. That's not the start they were looking
Well,
for.
that's
Smoke
straight
spam,
through
that's
smoke.
just straight spam from Larocque.
Yeah, with a Vandal, of
Spam
course.
that can make all the difference. Ticey also falls. They need a 3v5
Everyone's trying to
keep
hero
them in
play.
this tournament. The wall's going to be baited, and Rose already just repositions behind it.
Does this reveal catch him? Because that pit, there's a gap for him to
that's
hide
nice.
inside of the snake bite. Has a gap in it as well. He's now safe in that corner. They need to spam it out. Waddle's gone down to him. And it's only Famsy, the last man standing. They faced off against odds, but
Wow.
none as stacked as these.
The 2 Turkish teams have made it.
3 rounds after. It looks like after a year of working hard, of putting in hour after hour, match after match, BBL Pacific
Huge, man.
have
Very, very
climbed their
nice.
way back, and
How's the
this
Americas
time
games going
they
right now?
are
Can we
not
catch the end of this
letting
map, or is
go
it done?
of their dreams of
Yeah, we
Ascension.
can catch the end of this map.
VCT EMEA's latest edition has earned their spot. And what a series it was.
Okay, chat, we're going to insta-switch over towards Americas. We can catch the end. Shout out to BBL Pacific. Big game for them, big win. If you want to watch the end, you know where to find the stream.
2 spots have been taken. BBL
And
Pacific.
we will just be going straight here.
Whatever team decides that he wants to play
Let's,
for whatever map.
nope.
So it's definitely going to be a lot of responsibility and difficult.
Let's go straight into this.
Fights that you have right here.
Bro, how far behind was I? It says I'm live. Jesus.
Say he was sick, and then he just manifests that he becomes better.
Cool down a bit though so far, but we're still early in the second half. He was 14 in the first and now at 21, so hasn't had the best successes going for entries here,
TSM won double
especially
pistol.
towards Ivy on this half
And it's
buy
this
for
score?
the side of the attack. At least to get the plant down, that's the main thing that you want. Timing looking to be found by Poppin, but this looks to be a pretty clean TSM round for the retake.
Yeah, I'm content with how Envy approached that, though I think Kainzera had a good attempt at chipping with that Bucky on the early approach to Ivy. That was really, like, quick.
Well, the
efficient,
money's nice
got
for the
Envy
comeback.
really easily onto site, able to get that spike down without having to lob too much more. So they at least extend that for a couple more seconds, force TSM to stay a little bit sweaty, but about how you expect things like that to go. Envy just want to go for the fight that they can hold advantage in.
Yeah, and you see also the positioning of the trips being placed by Alvin Boy slightly different to Inspire. The advantage that you have right there with that vertical trip that you place a little bit deeper, you just saw it at the middle of that B box, is if the pathing of the Jet dashing up, she's going to think the coast is clear, and they usually in the side of Envy, they continue to like
Bugsy,
to
thank you
push,
so much
just
for the
like we
prime.
saw
Appreciate the
Kainzera
5
do.
months as well.
So if he actually gets hit by that trip on that top, he could get spammed through smoke from heaven.
Bugsy, what have you just typed, mate? I'm not reading it. Not a chance. I'll take the prime though, mate. Thank you for that.
From the top of the sights. So really nice little setup on the side.
I got over halfway and I gave up.
Now on the dimensional drift.
That's unlike Envy to allow a window like that to an Op or Timotino able to find Kane. despite the dimensional drift creeping all the way up to that doorstep.
Is this
on
a hard
Heaven,
retake?
and
Oh,
Exter
really?
will cede that high ground, so TSM
So overall?
do have a couple more front doors to crack through.
Oh, a lot easier now.
Able to take care of Inspire very early into this post plant, and so Envy has to re-engage on that flank angle a second time to make sure that smoker is dealt with. Extra meeting it early, and now Poppin feels a lot more comfortable back on
Wait,
this
pops it
operator.
on the
Vora,
side.
Hunter's Fury,
Wait.
only one tick, but yeah, Envy's already crunched this too quickly. Vora's got to abandon ship and go for the long
Not
game
sure
in this
about that one.
1v2, and Poppin with this
Hey guys,
backstab
I'm
on
not
the
sure about the round I
operator
just watched.
gets
What the
Envy
hell?
to 12.
He Hunter's Fury from bottom pillar and then jumps back up into the site to get the second backstab from behind site. That is just
Misclick?
insane
Yeah,
movement coming up
must
from the
be,
side
man.
of Envy, finding every single nook and cranny that they could timing through to get the kill there on their opponents. Despite GMD winning the late lurk from Inspire, who was trying to get that backstab right over at that replay you just saw. The rest of them were just very good to just play on that site. Look at that timing on Iron from the back. Even though he gets traded out, it gives so much timing for the rest of the team to move forward. Look how easy that op shot becomes in the end for Poppin.
Right, we got 5 goes. 5 goes at our first map.
TSM
What's next?
still both seeing a
Sunset?
decent eco. Timo gonna launch those knives out just to meet any headlong threat, and it's once again
Will
barreling
Sage be
towards
picked
this
in
B side. No
the
dimensional
Abyss
drift
coming up?
in your way this time.
Yeah.
Timotino is allowed an
Couple of
elbow, but
teams,
not
not
enough
too
time
many
for
though.
Quinzera to act upon, and the
Not that
rest
many
of
people are
TSM
Sage
is
pilled.
here to police this B site. Ion
I think there might be a
Kennedy,
couple of teams that
three-frag
lean
orb sets
heavy
a
into
little close to
Sage.
the sun. This mid swing back to the B
Should
site
be
where
good
Spike
against.
has been abandoned
Should
is
be a
everything.
safe
Inspire
bet
will
against
not find the
double
connection,
duelist
and so
or
TSM
double controller.
can hold on to that tempo, control when they relent, and when they drop the hammer again in this 4v2. Ion daring to TP up, but Alvin Boy so prepared for it. Yeah, you're not going to make it all the way into that smoke this time, but instead it's just Kane using that as an opportunity to get himself just a little bit closer to this objective, to maybe another kill on the board, another slight at their economy. For that is all he can settle for this round.
A for effort for the TP though. A for effort for the TP.
Yeah.
Just outside of the smoke,
What do
it
they
was
got?
just an easy kill by
Low
Alpha Boy
buy
towards the
coming
end.
in, eco,
You
but
can
then they
see
get
at least
Sova
TSM,
ult.
they had no worries.
They can actually,
You already
they
had
can
that
actually get this
flank
comeback
out
pretty
from
close.
7, you already had
Sam
control
Spark,
of
thanks
where
so much
that
for the
spike
tier 1 man.
was.
Appreciate the 3
So
months.
every single player
This
could
is
just
your
stand their
utilities
ground.
on match.
As
Ah,
soon
he
as
has
the contact
incredible
comes across,
flashes,
he's
dude.
holding that angle aggressively. Everybody could swing
I mean,
back
you'll
out from
speak,
heaven.
like, you've even seen it in interviews. Most people, when they're talking about, like, learning Yoru, a lot of people are watching his,
There's that kill. You
honestly,
tried to
just his
muster up
rank
everything that you
VODs
could to try to stay alive
and
in
some
this game.
game
Of course,
VODs.
it's a map point for the side of Envy. So to be able to salvage that round, to be able to build that economy up in an op back in the hands of Team Latino, while you're breaking the backs of Envy.
Updraft before the barrier drops, so they don't think he's here. That's an actual headbutt.
Trying to thrust that chest across the finish line. There's Quinzera, always the first to it, but TSM again can just drop the hammer. And it's 7 this time that
Whoa.
sees the open channel. 1v3
Sure.
for Inspire post Neural Theft. He'll have a free line to the B site. And he will beeline that free line.
And thankfully, there's still some stalls though from Malvaboy. Look at that, cutting that rotation from top middle, even towards Ivy. He's probably going to try to stick into the camera, or they're just going to let Inspire plant, and he's going to leverage that camera on the pulse plant once they get closer to figure out if Inspire is going to play somewhere deep within that spot.
Yeah, bevy of spots you could tool yourself up here, even with just the one wire.
This is... it's a shame he's going up against an Omen.
Actively peaking, then TSM can probably just.
I'm scared.
This against no vision block
it's
is insanely doable.
It's moments like these that, yeah, you can feel inspired.
This
We
is
are
dangerous
in.
with that smoke.
We have the smoke. GMD did not TP in.
Ooh,
Inspire
okay,
just
hold
pulls
up.
through
Then
on
we got a
the
camera
board.
for this
They
next
didn't
one.
catch it. Alvin Boy's holding the spike though inside the
Ah,
smoke,
it's
and
unlucky, man. It's a really
Inspire
nice try.
Gets the body block on top of him so that Vora prevents Envy from getting it done here. TSM continue to make the climb.
Missed cam shot, yeah. It's so devastating. Imagine he attacked. I think they kind of lined up with it when he went for the tag as well.
Layers to defend that spike. So the first
Could have got
one
him double.
crosses that trip. He gets the wall bang on the kill. The second layer was that camera. If that camera actually did get the ping to the diffuser,
I think Riot should make a rule where you can negotiate or can't negotiate players in Ascension until the team is out, just in case there's agreements and stuff. It's a little bit hard for that stuff, man, just purely because visa stuff as well. And I don't think you ever wanna stop tier 2 players getting picked up.
Still map point for Envy. Still a not for Timotino.
3
and
goes.
Holding down that beeline.
Missing inches to take miles, and that is a huge miss for Timo. Game shifting.
Such
Now
a rare
you can,
miss.
You can stick this for like 20 plus seconds now. Inspire can hang.
I mean, exactly. You have so much map control in your
That aim
favor
punch,
right now.
now he
You
moved.
could go back into some sort of a fake pump if you wanted to, but it seems as though Envy, they just want to go all out here towards this A side. They have to hunt this Fury to try to open up. They still have the double duelist to entry for the team. So this camera is going to help at least for Alvin Boy to start getting set up. And he's good here with these cages that he places within sight, but just got spotted by the drone. This will make
Good
things
luck,
even more
man.
difficult.
Has to play off
You
of
gotta at
himself
least
twice
kill
over
one.
Hunter's Fury for popping
Two
the
in
head for
a-
the entry. Alvin Boy
okay.
finds one
I think we're
with
done
that
now.
shorty on the proxy one way. So it'll be a 4v3 as he's traded out. And that spike that still has to be contested. Drone out on Heaven is quite early, as is the null command on top of it. TSM want to fight proper here and now. 7 extension on the flash drive, instantly popped by Kane. They have so much presence.
GMD
though.
killed 2?
And TSM ram it down from Heaven. GMD holding his own as he skirts the corner. And Inspire, another 1v3.
Damn,
no
GMD,
setup,
bro.
No chances. TSM
Green
hit
Mons.
double digits.
What a beast.
And they weren't really together to try to
Has
cover
he-
up
has
that
he
fight
got
because they
double?
always know that Inspire could be anywhere in these moments. He never showed his hand in the beginning, so now finally as they smoke up the spike, they force the run out, they hear the footsteps, they get the pick, but that retake was very quick by TSM in the end. Alvin Boy did his best. I mean, like I said, he got spotted by the drone in the very beginning, so the best that you can do if you really want to anchor that way is to just to get your one, and he gets it. Null command becomes a drone, it gets traded instantly, and look how good Vora
got
comes through with
gifted.
GMD again.
Gifted it a little.
Who they're 2 rounds away of being able to tie this game, and Envy are also gonna pull their last time out. We thought at a 7-2 scoreline.
Do you know
it was
GMD in real
already
life?
gonna be, okay,
No,
let's
but
focus
I
on
used
the next map.
to
You're
I used to
dead
do
right.
observing.
Everybody
He was
had
in
the same idea, seeing
he was
how
in ECS
dominant
quite a lot, like
Envy
the
kinda
tournament
looked
I
in
used to
their
do.
first half. But now you could see that
He's
it
always come
is
across
gonna
as a
be
really nice
game
guy.
that would potentially or probably will go the distance in the BO5.
He'll always say hi in chat as well and stuff.
Every player on that stage has their mind set on 1 round and 1 round only. The next one.
Yeah.
And with TSM inching ever closer
I respect his grind,
on
man.
this attack half, they feel imbued. They feel able to match at every corner. Like you said, GMD and Vora on that last retake, so mobilized, so independent. And again, the confidence conversation, that was so much of these North American teams' journeys, from challengers to here.
We got some nice
It has
trophies
always
recently.
been, you are better.
This is cool as well.
You can be better. You can be the best. And you're so close to it now.
5 goals are closing this map out to 2.
And in good old
And we got a low buy. Outlaw can one-shot everyone.
Always a dangerous team to play up against.
Every low buy
Let's
so
take a
far,
buy
at
for
least
one
that
of
I've
the
been
players
tuning
and
into, they
also
just try
lucky for
spam over
Kane
towards
Zero.
A.
Potentially a dash for
They have been getting over towards side
We have
though.
some very early information from this knife. Bingo on all 5 players.
Need Angie to teach the replay tech. These guys are using. You'll see in the replay. I could tell it instantly. These guys are using a thing where they like get a replay per kill, like it auto records. Really nice shots, man.
3 for the KO. Already halfway to his next null command. And Kane Zera has to turn tail and go just for the suicide, which he will just barely float away with as TSM
Hey, come on now.
hover to 11 off of that eco round. I'll give the man a chance.
He's gonna try to knife him.
He's trying to knife and get the assist.
Everybody's having fun in the server, and you know when Kane was walking out, yeah, I mean, he looked stoic, very calm, but as soon as he stepped on the stage, you saw that he was giggling just with his team in Ion, and they are here to have a blast. So he was trying to make sure here that nobody could get an orb, but even then, even if some damage was being taken while he's jumping down, you already had the ult available for Alvin Boy, so that's not too bad. Mission accomplished, at least for that side. But the thing is, a bigger mission accomplished for the side of TSM with some immense and tremendous shooting.
5 goals at it for 1 goal, and TSM want to do something aggro. KO flash, recon deep. Wait, recon ult. It's a server ult even.
They're trying to fake up the B side with it.
Oh man.
If not now, then when? Dimensional drift.
Oh my.
Dude, no smokes. Okay, mate, you gotta go big.
Catches the 2 early infringers with that judge for a early cutoff out of bullets though, and so it's a 3v2.
Get it right.
Envy's way on the A site. TSM try to meet it early. Kainzera trying to find a head.
It's on him.
Such low HP.
Oh, it's on him, and he revealed the other guy.
Kainzera's next kill. Timo with a 1v2, and Poppin's got his number. Almost the kill on his own, but down to 50 HP apiece. And Inspire still full, loaded, set up. Timo so much to breach, but he found Poppin.
It's instant though. It's instant.
What does he do best?
Yeah, instant decision making.
And he gets Envy over the line at the very last moment.
Zifex with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 31 months. Thank you for that.
What a way to end the first map.
That was, dude, that was.
Seal it with chaos.
At least we got to witness the main part of it.
This grand finals between these two teams and how this BO5
This is Envy's. Yeah, this was a close map, dude.
Such a nice try for
Double
TSM
pistol
to
made this
come
close
back,
though.
But unfortunately, the fake comeback is the name of the game for TSM. But what you got to be happy up, at least here for the side of TSM, is that you were still trailing behind.
Do the double judge entry.
And so much shooting coming out in favor of
Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit. It was sunset next. I want to say. Yeah.
Almost made it into the overtime. It at least gives you a little bit of room to breathe.
Okay, I'll be back in
the
a bit.
second map.
Yeah, to almost manage to take back that 210, certainly a way to let you know that this match is not even close to done. What a fun way to farewell that Abyss as we know and love it. We'll head back to the desk after a short break, and then it's sunset on the table.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
Going for the evening.
Heading into the very first map of the series, Abyss, of this best of 5 grand finals, it started to look like a one-sided affair for Envy, but both of these teams are the favorites for a reason. TSM, they make it close, they make it competitive, they get to 11, but Envy to close out the match in the end, 13-11 to be up 1 in the series. Dan, going back on that map, I mean, the resilience from TSM to bounce back, that first Envy runaway in the first place, like, we got everything here.
It is wild to think about the way that this map started and also how close it ended. It was a 10-2, by the way, going into that second half, and we did amazing on that defense. And then going on the defense for TSM, they started to come back for a few rounds. When TSM were not able to find an answer towards that first half, they were trying to go for a lot of these side hits, 5-man fight hits, or they were playing these 4-1s, where even if they got a lot of these openings, they were not able to actually execute into the side. And that really gave them a lot of issues, whether it was towards that B side that we saw a little bit more, or towards A. And then when we go into that second half, it's a little bit more controlled. They knew that Inspire was constantly going to be under alert. They're able to shut it down thanks to GMD in a few of those rounds, but no matter what, it is that last round at the very end. It's a 1v2. Timotina gets the first one, and of course Inspire, as we talked about, you know, always being one step ahead of what can he do, goes right behind him and takes him down to close out the map.
Yeah, and to kind of just circle back a little bit to the first half from the Envy side, I feel like the swap to Cypher actually caused so many problems for TSM, right? We saw so many of the rounds where Timotino is just getting shut down on the entry, dashing into the trap wires constantly. Yeah. The cages were a huge problem. I feel like that swap might have thrown TSM off for a loop, especially on their attack side, where they were hoping to get a lot more rounds, but a flawless 10 rounds in a row for Envy was nuts to witness. And then the fake comeback, I mean, that's just, it had to happen, guys. At some point or another, it had to happen. I think we're going to go through the Valorant bingo, if you will. We're starting off with fake comeback.
I mean, I'm glad it was competitive, because for TSM to come all this way and to see that 210 scoreline to begin with, I was a little bit worried. But to see a map that was as close as it was, that is more so what we wanted. And something that, too, even if they couldn't quite strike first in the series, it is a best of 5. This was Envy's map pick, Dan, and there's still a lot of Valorant to be played.
Yeah, absolutely, and it really showcases what TSM is, as we mentioned. If there's a team that you know that can come back at any point, it has to be TSM. Of course, they didn't really have enough rounds to work with on that defense, but it did look a lot better. I just think it was at the beginning, they just couldn't play the way that they wanted to on this attack side. And
7 first kills?
They couldn't really go into these sides. Timotino was getting either shut down, or he knew that he couldn't go in at all without giving a numbers disadvantage to his team. So it was a little bit tough with different ways that they tried to find answers, whether it was going in the lurk, but by the
going to attend a hockey game, you need a hoodie to keep you warm.
Sure. Other things that no matter what, it showed us that TSM, even if they have a
Where's
pretty
the
rough first half, they can always bounce back. They can make it sure, like, you know, they can.
Dude,
make
first
the
time I
map
click the store, it never works.
Go into their map.
Okay, chat, if you're going to, what did you say? A hockey game. You ever going to a hockey game? You need a jumper, hoodie. We got some hoodies if you want to check them out, Sliggy.store. We got a mug. This t-shirt, colors, hats, things. Go check it out, Sliggy.store. Enjoy your hockey game.
180 R. 194 damage per round is
what else can we promote?
Let's
really sell out.
Step highest in the server. I mean, when there's layers of mind games like this, and then you have these two players popping off, it just looks like that for Envy.
Sometimes it
Mate,
feels so simple.
why are these guys always playing Pokemon?
The confidence that these players
if
are
you
coming with.
exit full screen chat, you go down towards here, you can see if you have a free Prime. Maybe you want to rewind. Maybe there's something really cool going on, and you can sub and you can rewind. You go down. That was cool.
Very proactive. Obviously, Exter 2, and
can,
even popping in the first couple rounds.
Bro's down here.
Happening in this map that it's hard to break everything down, but towards the beginning, popping with the
doesn't cost you a thing.
It was just
and you might have one sitting there you forgot about, and you can support me, and I'll say thank you on stream.
Definitely enabled by what King Zera.
Ash Jubilee with the tier 1. Appreciate the 10 months. Thank you. Thanks for doing that. We got Jack B with the Prime. Thank you for the 16 months. And Anteaters as well with the Prime. You found the button. Congratulations, man. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that. And Hyper Eagle as well. Thanks so much for the 3 months also, dude. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate the Prime usage.
Looking ahead at the whole series that we have ahead of us. But again,
him safe as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 20 months. Also found the button.
Looking at Sunset, something that Envy banned out the last time they played.
James with Prime. Thank you so much, dude.
Previously on this map,
Patreon next year, but the problem is Mini gets a cut of that. Do we really want to promote stuff that Mini's involved with?
Yeah, I mean, the sunset looked
How much
so
does
great.
Mini
It's looked
promote it
great
on his
overall
stream?
throughout this
I
entire
should watch more
tournament
Mini
for
streams.
TSM. It feels like their composition makes a lot of sense.
Ban of the world with the
way that
tier
they're
1. Thanks so
playing
much for the 27
and
months.
in
Appreciate
kind
the
of-
tier 1.
to kind of take
Custody
into
with the
account
Prime
way
as well.
Envy's
Thanks so much for the
approaching it as
24
well.
months.
It feels
Thank
like
you so
the
much.
pacing
Imagine
that
watching
Envy
Mini.
wants to go out is
He's got some good
completely
stuff
blocked
sometimes.
by the composition with the Sage on the defensive side.
If you catch him
with
on the right
raised
day.
combinations, you know, cutting down the A control, making it look awkward to get any sort of
Custody again
control
with the Prime.
early
Thank you
on
with
for
the
Envy.
2
I feel
years.
like,
Thank you for
on
that.
maps where Envy, you know, can be
And
explosive,
Queelans
they
with the
can
Prime
take
as well.
back
Damn,
control,
that's a
they can
lot of
push and
Primes,
pull.
guys. Thank you so
That's when it
much.
feels like Envy's most
Queelans,
successful,
thank you so much
but
for the
it
Prime.
feels like the composition that TSM runs on that map is kind of like a rock paper scissors to the way that Envy's philosophy
You need a
operates
Mini
on that map.
plushie.
So I'm curious to
Is in
see what
of Mini.
adjustments Envy's going to make
I mean, I was
to
going to do a
kind of
slug
get around the
plushie.
Sage,
We were
kind of, you know,
we were
minimize
looking
some of
into
that
it,
early value that they're getting with that A control, because it's really going
but
to
I
come
don't
down
want
to
it to
that.
be crap.
It has to be said too. It's a little bit of a risky pick here for TSM.
Sasa
even though they
Tid with the
look
Prime.
good and
Thank
they
you so
did
much as well.
beat TSM on this map in the past. This is a map that also Envy so far in the tournament has been.
The OnlyFans? No, that's not a thing, dude.
Maybe not necessarily against TSM, but this is a map that they're still very.
This is the closest we're gonna get.
Especially those two duelists that we've been talking about. Inzera on this Neon, Exer on this Euro as well. They have a really good game plan around them. In TSM, even though they've been able to take some advantages here when we talk about Timotino and even Seven and some of the walls that we get to see on the defense, it is still going to be tricky
Sage?
once again between these two on this map.
They run a Sage comp on this map? That's
been so
nice.
strong for Envy up against TSM. It seemed a little bit more tough. No changes with the composition. Time to see what changes await in the server instead. Again, Envy up 1 in the series. Time to see now if TSM can try and tie this up on Sunset.
They have for a while, dude. I'm such a
Such
big believer of Sage on this map.
Thanks, Sierra.
The win rate's just so good.
After coming so close in the previous map, it's clear both these teams continue to want this championship. Just
They run
as
Sage
bad
on
as
every
one
map
another.
apart from
And,
Abyss. Wait,
Vince, that
really?
attitude
They run
has
Sage on
caught
every
these
map
teams,
apart from
North American
Abyss.
Valorant as a whole so far this year. You wonder, how do you balance that confidence?
Surely
and
not
calculation?
bind.
When is it too much fighting? When is it too much aggression? When are you too nervous?
Nervousness is probably out of the question so far for both of these teams.
Or
for
Haven.
sure. It
For
looks
sure.
like utter dominance for Envy in the first place on that first half. And you were mentioning that aggression was very good for Envy coming into those retake plays, those anchored plays. But you definitely saw that when the sides swapped, TSM started to look like the TSM that we know.
Bind
that
is
could
their
be the dark
permaban? Oh,
horse
okay.
of this tournament here,
Sage isn't that
coming
bad
in
on
as
Bind?
number 1 seed for Ascension,
It's not
although,
that bad.
despite
It's
all
not that great
so I think
either.
now it comes down to that confidence will continue.
Guess who
to
their
exude
assistant
for both of
coach
these
is? I've
teams,
got
and
no
we'll
idea.
continue to see and
TSM's?
try to run through the chaos. So
Did I know
good
this?
luck, Tenric, when it's going to have to come down to the play-by-play in these moments, because these teams are finally looking warmed up for the Sunset.
Thanks, bud. Yeah, this will be a playground for sure.
Yeah, I don't think I know.
Well, TSM is starting out on the attack side.
TSM, double
handed
pistol
to
at the
them by
moment,
Envy.
2-0 on the pistols.
As per their previous map, want to continue to just overblow.
Des, but this is the part where you tell me who their assistant coach is.
Very quiet start from both ends as TSM will just dry walk up the elbow, and there's no jump peek just yet by Kane. He's going to meet this first corner, though, and looks like we're going to be slow walking up to it. No, perfectly swung. And TSM has that first meet. Now it's the blowout from elbow, and Timotino is up
fast.
and kicking. Exter able to get there early, and he's the only one available after Timotino continues to just blister through. But
That's it, mate. He's just
now
gone
coming into play.
AFK.
Seven able
Just
to
like,
play
hey, I've got a
Kane
cool
with that
game for
slow
you.
orb,
Guess who their
single-handed
assistant
playing
coach
it,
is?
spike down for free.
That's the
Just goes
bread and butter,
AFK.
Sorry, of TSM on these XX. Having Timotino as the tip of the spear, and when you get into the sites, all that counter utility from the Sage, just not allowing you to flood back into the site.
Think of the joke.
So TSM's in a
I meant
great
to think
position
it's
in
you.
this plant.
That's why I would know if you're the assistant coach. What is
Barely
that?
missed out on Exter, still escapes with his third after finding 7, and now GMD doing his dance against
no.
2. Inspire! Burning that down.
Oh,
2,
guys,
and
I'm not sure you should be
Envy
losing that.
tank up and carry out a massive retake to win one of the few pistols they have against TSM.
And a slight mistake coming out from GMD. He was trying to go for a drop smoke to maybe spot feet as soon as the smoke comes through towards that A choke. The thing is,
Give me a
right
little
now is
replay on this.
you already started walking in for Envy, so he misses that timing. It kind of keeps 7 out on an island.
God, this recon basically got him a double.
and then you miss the timing to be able to trade out. You get the information
Should the
on
Cypher
2,
be the
but then
fast
everybody's
one
just isolated on
swinging?
individual 1 versus 2 right there on the side of TSM. A small little blunder that might render costly for the side of TSM, but they
The
did
hero.
have a fight. They did have Timotino with 3 kills, and Timotino's going to invest into a Spectre with no armor to try to open up here on this B site to allow for them, or hopefully allow for them to get a second plat in this round.
How good of a chance does that snowball have of rolling in the heated up sunset? Extra with the first catch on the Outlaw. Rest of Envy tries to crunch on top of the smokes. Inspire actually giving himself
Dude,
away.
Hero Stinger's doing work.
TSM just going to use that as an excuse to run it down. And congratulations, TSM. You've won
Nice
some
shot.
free guns. Envy now on the re-entry through the market. It's
Bro, they
loud,
got more
but
than
it's
3
proud.
guns. They're gonna potentially win this eco.
GMD on a slightly lower health pool. Envy can still
Maybe
boast
2.
a little bit hardier.
Dude, the Hero Stinger
Don't need
buy
to
worked out
guarantee no
incredible,
one's
man.
close on top of this smoke.
Do
GMD is set
I'm a
up for
big fan
himself
of it.
instead.
I'm a big fan of a
and
hero
insert
stinger buy on
as the
attack and a
cycle
hero
fades away.
bucky
They
buy
know
on
they're this
defense
close.
if you
Yeah, this is
lose
so smart from Seven.
pistol.
Oh, and then GMD kind of ballroom dances around to meet him. Look how they're manipulating this crossfire as Envy rotate to it, but Ion has still found the backstab onto Seven. GMD in the 1v2, but he's found the paranoia
Beast,
out
bro.
to it,
Big
and he
round.
deals with Poppin as well. An
Big round.
anti-eco stolen away by TSM, and that is practically copyrighted by Envy at this point.
And what a clutch coming in by GMD as well. And you could see the chess match between
Yeah,
these 2
Rex and
teams on a
money-wise.
2 versus 2. The drone never saw Seven, and Seven just repositioned himself into the default spot of that
And they
B
thought it
site.
was a
But
force
then
because
it
they saw the
becomes
one
a
stinger.
game of timing. They're able to spot their opponent. They take down Seven. Paranoia from GMD lands onto one. The second one misses, and GMD find like these little gaps. He always dances around like those big paranoia flashes. The Nightfalls,
Okay, let's see if they can capitalize off of the good start.
to pick up multi-kills on this map. He's so good. And you mentioned that this map is a playground for both of these teams, and I'd like to say probably even more for GMD. He looks so comfortable being able to move around this map. And I love how they're able to cycle between that single Spectre to get, or should I say the Stinger, sorry, to get maximum value out of it. That's 2 entries that Seven was able to pick up after Timotino and allows TSM to break
they're
the
so
econ
close
of
to a
Envy.
Sage
We're
res.
now stacking towards this A site. And the read is good, Tenric, because the camera was already aggressive towards B main and it saw no pressure. So the big gap is middle if it's going to be the pathing for TSM, but this is going to be a late round pivot towards the A site. They are walking into that trap.
Did they have bought 1 less gun
Envy
so they
have
could
read
have
this very well.
bout out this
And
anti-eco a little
Inspire
better?
has not
Maybe.
had to deal with any threat.
Walking into a stack, they got a drone.
First couple smokes
Drone
set up.
sees one.
Just to prevent the full-blown swing. Ion's going to be goaded out with the paint shell. Now a slow orb to
Dude,
try and
5
fully
here is
trap
so
him on this
scary.
explosion. Instead, it's Kane's Zera that takes the brunt. But now you can trap yourself with the help of this paranoia.
Oh,
and Inspire
guys.
is going to fire into the fray. 4-7 to use that res. The rest of this blow-through, though, is not kept back at all. And TSM will eventually sequence their
boy.
way onto the site. Despite that, though, Poppin has not been dealt with yet, and he'll at least grab a freebie.
Dude,
Nice
if there was no crowd, he could have really gone for a
Despite
play.
that dink, there's still so much
They might have caught
HP
on
left
because they
there
know
for
they
Seven in the end.
kind of know they would
It
have to
looked
die.
pretty good on how TSM
Karen,
reacted
thanks so much
into
for the
that
14
stack.
months. Thank you for the
But
tier 1.
smoke
I
was there,
appreciate
and
that.
It was perfect. The slow orb, it looked like it
Get
was a
3 in
little
the
bit
YouTube
faulty
chat
for
as
the
well.
side of
Thank you
TSM
so
at
much,
first, but you
dude. I
didn't
appreciate you
want to let
doing
many
that.
players
Says
flood
with the
through
new
from the elbow
patches,
side as you're trying to
with
clear
the new
towards that
patches,
right
it more or
cubby.
less
So, a
important
nice
to
little
hold
read
site
at the
rather
very
than
beginning for
retake.
TSM, and when
I
you've
don't
already
think
used your
you're
biggest
going to be
flash,
able
try
to retake
take control
too
of the
well,
site, use it
to
for
be
elbow
honest.
instead. Then
I
you
think
now
if you
have to
want to
use your bodies.
retake,
So
you're
they
going to
jump
see a
through,
lot of
they make sure that
Vipe,
they made it the res, that they could also
let's
cycle
say
the
Omen
ults,
just for the
because
sake
after
of
that res,
saying Omen,
Timotino has his
and then you're
showstopper
probably going to
down.
have a
So
lot
they
of
go
like
for this mid control, potentially trying to break
Viper
this
util
door
that has
and
to
try
be
to
in the
finish forward
chokes
that
for you
Viper
to
with a
retake.
showstopper here.
Because that extra
Oh,
10 seconds on the
that's gonna
smoke does mean that
Such a great
retake's going to be a
fish,
lot
Kane's Zera
harder.
with the perfect punish onto Timo, who they know is antsy
A
to
lot
let
of the
that
time the
showstopper
retake
fly.
is like, a lot of the times people get into sites and into like doable retakes because of the smoke. That extra 10 seconds, I just don't think it's happening.
And it seems like TSM is going to negate the use
It's actually a good question because no one really thinks about the retakes with the smokes, to be honest. It's not where your brain first goes to, but
on the table if you're Envy.
Just missing that full wide swing too, so it became an easy lineup for Inspire.
Brimstone meta, it's just more of a Viper meta and then people can use it. The Brim pick rate will go up
Go
though,
for that mid control to
for
see
sure.
what would the reaction be for Envy after you break that door. But just very clean shots coming through here from Kane at the top.
Until
Gets
Harbor
through the smoke.
ruins it all.
Jimmy has no choice now but to go for a 1 versus X.
Still though, a
team
bit of
deathmatch
damage
win.
done on this one. It's a big
The
round
spike
coming
is
up.
down all the way
I
on
like the
top of
question though.
middle,
Thank
and
you for
that's
that
a nice
question.
little answer back here for the side of Envy.
How was map one?
Starting
Pretty
off with,
good.
not necessarily.
We called it
low,
late, but
just
it was
trying to
good.
hear where the shots are coming from, and there is that kill that you're able to pick up.
No, that's sense that Kane has displayed time and again. All he needs is to see or hear one bullet, and he's got such a decent idea of where your hitbox is going to be. Great manipulation. And I have no doubt that
Waiting for the harbor rework. Yeah, I think they're gonna overdo it.
But in the meantime, TSM
I think
again,
it's gonna
not
be in
ignore
line
Envy
with the
can be a lot
other
more ballsy
smokers,
this
like
time with the better guns. In fact, they'll set up a
before
one-way just
the
to
nerf.
escort this double duelist
So I
up a
reckon
little
Harbor's
closer,
gonna be
get
incredible.
that orb presence and force TSM to play a little more static.
And even from Timotino's position here, he's trying to watch for a walk down on that A-main when the smoke
Let's build this up a little. Where's the money at?
Mid-round,
Has to be 2 here that can't buy. There they are. 1, 2 can't buy next.
For more spacing on the satchels with the showstopper.
Raise
potentially
all.
just to try to
Your
get
all.
early control on one of these close extremities of that A site and scale up right after. He sees nothing. It allows TSM to scale up and to go for this fight.
Yep, there's the first kill. No immediate pressure applied, but the smoke gets tossed onto Link. We'll be trying to see if Kane decides to dive into it now that he's been ISO'd. But he'll just hang out on the box.
It's a good spot here to take for Ion. He's on the top of the boxes. Could play these one ways. Now he could spot feet while Kane Zera will allow himself to get a little bit more reactive as soon as they try to come through. He still has the relay bolt to stun when they're going for the exec.
30 seconds left.
Right on top of the bolt and the showstopper, this time uninterrupted by Timotino. Does it get punished? Kane Zera. Oh, the foot's not spotted! The foot's not spotted, Timo! Kane Zera takes care of it.
Hey, they still got 2 for it though. Not too bad.
Ultimate, but still finds the duelist for duelist ditto.
Whoa, what a play.
Timotino does come out of the round with 2 kills.
Wow, what a play.
And presence for TSM, so you can't complain too heavily, but Hoffman still with this ultimate, Inspire and Orb away from 1.
Which team do you prefer to see in Tier 1?
Time to do so.
Don't mind, really.
With the slow orbs too is going to slow things down even more. Now you're forcing to make some noise.
Envy
That's
have
all
2
gonna be
people
hurt
that
by TSM
they
here.
have to replace because of age limit, right?
Presences and Inspire burning away that wall is instantly punished. Timo pops out to get the first angle. Poppin' though, only good for 1. And TSM can take back that lead. That was definitely a chaotic round. I am amazed that Timo did not spot Kane, and then I am subsequently amazed that Kane
The return of
did not
NBA.
kill Timotino. Very
Dude,
strange
honestly,
And that's the thing.
wouldn't be a bad pickup.
As the showstopper is moving through and it doesn't spot anybody yet,
I think there will be more insta-rush calls in before instead of playing to take space. Very slow. It's hard to retake.
Trying to play patient. He's hoping to pick up 3 kills through that, and somehow
I think you'll
misses the timing when
see a
Timotino
bit of mix
makes
of
his way
both, to be
inside
honest.
the
I think
smoke before he
some
spawns
teams will
Flora.
play a lot
So
slower.
He has to go for a shot this time around, and then he gets punished off that. And just that alone allows Timotino to solo control shots. And you know,
Is there an age
when it
limit in
comes down to
Valorant, do you
these hero
think? It's
plays,
more
that
country
Timotino can
rules.
definitely step up to the plate and score these home runs.
We actually
So
spoke
very
about it
nice
earlier in
little
Pacific.
entries.
It's a lot
Sadly,
like
even getting third on
visa-based,
low HP when they're trying
and
to
it's a
scale back
lot
into the site. And that
of
forces
just
already an
country
early
set
timeout
rules,
out from
especially
Stunner
Germany.
Because it just seems like maybe that type of solo play or
Fortnite doesn't, yeah, but they're also not stuck in a country for like the whole year living there.
with the way that TSM's been scaling
Like they don't have to get visas for Fortnite, I would imagine. Probably similar to CS, where like the tournament's only like 2 weeks long max. Foul play with the Prime, appreciate the 4 months. Just works a little different because they're all moving to one
They
country.
have to kind of toss the playbook a little bit, because so much of their playstyle continues to thrive on the chaos that they can set the stage
There's a
for.
Fortnite's online as well. I mean, that's
TSM are the ones that are able to kind of
a big
force those solo fights
big part of it.
be the ones that are daring
Luckily, it
Envy
has an
to
age
walk
limit of
into the things
13.
that they would normally
You're all
love to.
comparing them to games
the
where
exact
they
kind of attitude
are
they
in a
wanna
country for
have walking
maximum
into the
2
remainder
weeks.
of this
It's just not the same.
An interesting responsibility given to Ion here. Going for a buy with the Vando and small shields, and potentially won't have too much to buy into the next round. So they're trying to have him stall with the paranoia, try to get a 1 and 2 so that Extra could help out, pick up a rifle or right after, going into the dimensional drift and surprise some opponents. A nice little play drafted that, again, is just allowing Envy to get a lot of value off the chaos potentially that they can get on the A site. But TSM,
A nice
every
reclear.
otherwise, they hurt the flash, they're falling away
They
from
make a
that,
bit
they're
of sound though,
still
so they do
getting
hear this if they want to speed
so
up.
far, so good on a rotate.
I like this though. They use the Yoru to re-clear, and then the Yoru takes the TP to make sure They're heavy stacked over towards here. I like a team that understands Yoru. Big kill, bro. It's such a nice recon. Oh, this was such a nice round to watch, man. Okay, I get it, dude. I get it. I get the MV hype. This was nice. This was such a nice round to show off that MV hype that people have been talking about. They used the Yoru really, really well. We got a bit of individualness as well. The setup's good. Everyone just looked great with their util. We're out here just showing a bit of individual skill as well.
To try to get so much value around this Vandal and the ultimate of King Zero right over here. You funnel everybody back towards that A side as you made a lot of noise. And you see how TSM are pathing around these sites. They're leveraging a lot of these walls.
That was really cool to watch.
So you're basically also funneling yourself into one single entry. So when you're able to get a backstab like that from Kane Zero, you open things up that way.
They're great on eco runs. There's a lot of like ideas and set plays. Yeah, I mean it's how NRG are looking so good as well. When you have a team as well that have like a lot of eco plans, you know they're a drilled team. Chief with the Prime, thank you so much for the 24 months, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
They can hit that second win, get that fast break, and nail down a site proper, make it consistent, make the fights continuously intimidating for one particular side. But that individuality still.
You think it's fair that Ascension people get poached midway through? Doesn't it demotivate them?
Teams just can't help themselves.
I don't think so. I think it's completely fine. If you get demotivated, you got.
Is what motivates a lot of the scrapping out that you end up seeing happening on.
What can I say on stream? You got a weak mental.
So far, I think Poppin's reads have been magnificent as well to just meet the threats head on for TSM to turn this into the TDM, adjacent fights that we see here. Flash into Kane slide. That's such a good sequence.
Making sure you're training with your teammates. That's a great little start for TSM.
And if you try to re-up again on top of a paranoia thrown by Ion, but they just dip into the kitty harder. Timitino comes up with
Dude, they're wrecked money-wise after this. Whoa, that was close though. Do we want to say Drez? Probably not.
TSM might be met early on, but
Winja, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 11 months. Kiki, hello Kiki. Thank you for the 19 months. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the tier 1.
You already know when he threw the hat for the neural theft, where Inspire is going to be rotating from, just looking for exits. There's already a high, mid, low looking down that ramp to cover Inspire.
Evan has played 12 different agents in the last 90 days. Sage, KO, Breach, Yoru, Chamber, Vice, Sky, Omen, Teo, Deadlock, ISO, Killjoy.
Although you get
That's impressive.
Like these small timings that individually inside the server is being found by, individual decisions taken by the players. So you're calling out these timeouts. Both even coaches had to call out early timeouts for both Stunner and NBS for NV and TSM to try to draft out these rounds. And so far, 100% conversion rate on
dude, I'll get Crippy to buy you a hoodie, surely.
There's a group around that going to fight toe-to-toe, leveraging the Hunter Sphere around it as well.
Give me a week of bugging him.
The body of Poppin showing up. And it allows TSM to still have a
some of those are some pug tourneys though. Okay. Little inflated.
Not the best for the side of Envy.
Hello, by the way, Flyer.
With a Bucky that could make things very
Go on then, let me see your set plan. Dude, they force this?
You have Ion moving forward here with Exer working in hand in hand.
They force
so
this?
they control the A side at first. The rotate is the same now as well for Kane Zero, so they could try to go for the mid control.
Not too bad, but it's not great.
TSM has to be ready for that once they're going to try to go into the mid round control of middle.
Dude, this is a big round, chat.
Yeah, they could drive the needle at
It's an interesting force when you're up against this. It's a hard round to win. Avinge with the Prime, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 15 months. Thank you for doing that.
Endless win cons plaguing this second bit of regulation. TSM, I do declare this is one of the farthest
clear over towards middle.
We've seen TSM thus far.
Might be a good Sova ult here.
Very slow. You see how the execution comes in. They were just waiting off the timer of the TP to
Is this
diminish
my bad?
here on the side of the Yoru of Exter so that he can go for
Yeah,
the
it feels
pop.
like it.
But instead now they
I mean, it should have been
force
nice.
out the Hunter's
It kind of
Fury.
is
They're gonna
nice still.
backstab for a
Stops them
second
from
time
hitting
into the
over
east side,
towards
right
B.
where
40
that
seconds.
Bucky
Got to
is in the elbow. They are pinging for that. So let's be
replan the hit.
careful for that because we've lost that position in the beginning. So it'll be a mid to B split to finish off for TSM.
And so it's Poppin that's going to try and eat instead. Just eats a showstopper, not to the face, maybe to the feet. No, the parry orb trying to let him a free channel. And he'll get
It's
him there
devastating.
eventually.
It's a good bait.
So it's Kane's Zera that's got to act on the site. Slow orb is going to hold him
Oh.
back, but a quick...
Spike
Oh.
planted.
What?
Whoa.
Oh, Timo. No way. How long does he... Come on now.
No.
No. No! Aurora's on the other side of it!
What a sick round.
No matter how that went, it would have been silly. But a shame that Kane isn't able to come up with anything out of that. It's got to be Ion and Egster who circle the boat. The market presence has already been figured out. So is that backstab from the Boba. Vor has already been crunched. And this setup has to
No
remain
way.
liable. So
That's
he'll
unlucky.
end up wrapping that up. That could have been something beautiful though, man.
Dude, again, you have to respect the trigger discipline of
nice,
King Zero.
nice
That's
plan
the
after
time
getting
that he
shut
does
down
that.
on B
He's
main, to be
expecting
honest.
Somebody to move up with Timotino because
Razor
there's no
Force.
way you're playing one deep angle by yourself until you set up a crossbar setup for the flood retake, prevent the flood retake of happening from your opponents.
Now their money's
So
bad.
it's, okay,
Oh, their money's
nobody's
really
moving up
bad.
towards the ramp, so there's got to be a time I could find in the front of the site. I'll get a second free kill onto Timotino right after, but
Like,
he
really
doesn't
bad.
clear
4
his left
sheriffs,
side,
1 Bucky,
and
2
Burrow
armors.
gets a free backstab in the end. That's just unfortunate. You're trying to
They
make
got
that
ults
play.
out of him, but
Another sheriff
they
was.
would have benefited from Eco and tried to get the ults out. Speaking of ults out, there's another one done. Nice shot.
To hold down the res, but Poppin will get his
Ooh.
own sheriff think.
Wait. This
To
is...
turn this right back to a 4v4.
Mate, don't overdo it. Don't overdo it.
Kane
Ah, they
does
know
not
the
have
Bucky's
Bucky.
here.
He does have the sheriff, and he finds two. He finds the collapse onto the approach. Ion, the distraction dance is not enough to keep them from refragging onto Kane, but it's a 2v2 regardless. Now that Bucky goaded out by Alvin, do you dare approach this, or do you dare go into another place where you lack the intel? Still a minute to go. No doubt TSM turns tail.
Guns
here.
down and ult.
Spire's already on the run back.
In terms of
I
Cypher.
thought they were just going to wait very patiently for TSM because now you're giving up a lot of weapons that you could cover already. That's going to be salvaged by Ion. Inspire. I mean, we've seen already the share shots that were thrown by Exter and Poppin. Inspire could do the very same as he's walking down and he has the timing.
One more sheriff to ring true. Not this time. A crucial miss that lets TSM have another big chance at redeeming themselves this round.
Cage trigger.
And in fact, they'll play to the time. Alvin Boy can set up shop to a degree. Has one more cage to just play with the clock.
Double smoke.
Trying to break the camera and they didn't.
Yeah, manual clearing necessary here. Yeah, effortless first kill. And Ion, tough reposition just to get rid of the dart, and he's still been sprayed down to 8 HP. Very well handled by TSM. As, yeah, I mean, they're going for the same play at that point, man.
Yeah, very nice round salvage in the end by TSM because those shots started to look very dangerous. On that side, it was another one of those moments where you're leveraging the res of the stage trying to bait out some more shots. It did bait out some players. They swung out. Look at these collapse. I mean, how does he get 2 there?
Unreal.
Just bad
Unreal.
spacing on TSM's side, but thankfully, you still have Alvin Boy and GMD overlooking with the util available from both the smoke and the camera. They got
Oh, a
100%
big
value
buy.
on that 2 versus 2.
Ah, yeah,
Allows
they use
TSM
all the
to
ults in
continue
these
the
other
lead
rounds.
here in this series. Omen ult available for GMD. Doesn't really look like they want to position themselves to play anything aggressive yet and to put him inside that spawn or insert him inside that spawn.
Planning ahead as well. Dude, they look very comfy on
Similar
this map.
posts to start this round as the past 4 or 5. Envy seem kind of comfortable in how they can manipulate the rotations to intercept. Hey, you already see Kane and Poppin switching up their lean a tad bit.
But technically, they're not really moving too much because you've already tapped orb and pull out the drone at the same time within a span of 5 seconds. So it's not really some sort of a hit. It's TSM just trying to find information first.
Nothing met yet. Now it'll be the dump onto Inspire. Front line is good. Alvin Boy gets the lurk on mid-top. Poppin still stuck in this corner. He's dealt with eventually. And
Yeah, this is getting...
Same
They
with
need to get more
Inspire,
info on the
hold
sides,
himself up as long as he
really.
could, but still not able
I
to
think
come
they
up with
gotta
anything,
start
unfortunately.
camming B main. Late checkout.
Yeah, GMD just waiting to see if anybody pokes out a foot mistakenly here. Just begging for...
We'll just go aggro middle or something.
Mistakes. Keeping things surgical for TSM. Exter triple flashing in on top of his decoy. What a guessing game you have to play. And it gets Exter twice over in. But you still got so many players to burn through.
Since it's not the greatest map for them, yeah, they look a little...
So utilize the ult to also look
looks a
towards
little
the back
rough.
of that B site. GMD gets
The eco round was like their best round.
Right after his teammate moved in to gain that space in the beginning. But those slow orbs continue to be very tough to deal with for the players rotating back inside that site. Look at Poppin. He's isolated pretty much at that point right after. He had to win that fight to give a chance.
Honestly, at this point, I'd rather they just go aggro middle.
The patience coming out here from TSM. Despite
You go aggro middle, or in an ideal world, oh my goodness, in an ideal world, like 3-person aggro with the Yoru, do the TP, down bomb here, camera to check B main late, like that would work nice. Set the Omen or the Neon up, whatever you want.
Brings into the series and the chaos that they brought in the first
I just feel like this camera just does nothing these days.
Their defensive run
Like, cool, man. I got info that they're here,
really letting themselves getting flustered on the
and I only see one.
Brings to the table here.
We hold market anyway.
So 7-3 scoreline and potentially just a walk contact into this B site.
As he sees two, of course.
Inspire stands alone this time. TSM quite fearless. Ion 10 spot almost cracks Timo. But now TSM will resequence. Timo will unload the util bank just to get the rest of TSM a little farther forward on the steps. And again, we don't commit to the play because Extra's on the other side.
Yeah, there's too many people dead to even try and do a proper retake.
Losing that presence now as Voris sticks the plant. Now the boy prepare for Extra's exit from the ultimate. TSM comes up full on this kill feed.
And you can see how good they look and how experienced they are to play against this Extra Yoru dimensional drift now.
I would just say the setups are a little outdated. That's it on this map.
Understanding that you're coming out of the ult, you're still far away from me, and I could just win that fight against you right after, while still getting support for an instant trade right after. So very nicely done on that control, and on the execution, where it almost seems on this B site that they are on the side of Envy, giving a lot of space for TSM to take in the first place. So TSM understands they don't have to really try to use too much utility to find the information on that B site to really move forward. And when it comes to plow towards that A site, you can't really play the retake because TSM's been really good with
I mean, we're halfway there.
To prevent Envy from getting
you got two same sides.
Retakes on that B site.
That
yeah, this map's done.
Forces Envy to make even more of a committed one and done decision. They're not able to.
I like the push down middle though.
Solos they have been able to get away with this often. It's pretty crucial. Kane's era comes up basically completely empty. I mean, not a shot landed onto Alvin Boy that time around. That is a really tough break. But again, Envy just amp up the gas. And with a paranoia Sentin to show for Extra down to the tiles, he will come away with 7 before getting out scot-free. But of course he doesn't actually get out. He's not sticking that TP. He's sticking around and comes up with 3 total. Now it's Inspire's turn to play close, and TSM is surely prepped.
Okay. Okay, we opt for the fight middle. Definitely went a little bit better than I thought it would go, to be honest.
And it's 4-8 on the half.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Extra doesn't
lose over
care.
towards A, insta react pushed on towards middle. Not too bad.
The ult getting a lot of information for the team to just allow for Extra to be propped up, prepped up with the angle, and to be able to get these beautiful kills. Same thing happens on the insert front Inspire. Finally, Envy turns up at the right time, and they're able to salvage the last round. But
from what you've seen, which team would lose more in tier 1? Would lose more? I mean, it depends on who Envy pick up, man. You pick up a couple of beasts for the kids, then you'll probably do pretty good.
Eu não te ouvi, mas eu acho que é comigo, né? Porque tá barulhaço aqui no meio da torcida. Olha aqui nossa Paper Rex. Olha a nossa Paper Rex.
Paper Rex everywhere.
Faz o L. Como é que você chama, amigo? Sou Leonardo. Leonardo, quando você não é Loud, você é quem? Envy ou TSM? Ah, hoje eu tô de TSM. Que alguém tá de Envy aqui, mano? Você tá de Envy? De Envy.
Maple, thanks so much for the prime as well. Appreciate the 35 months.
Tem? Eu tô vendo o pessoal aqui. Tá bom, porque o amigo lá, o chefe da torcida organizada, tá licendo todo mundo aqui.
Good 35 months,
thank
you,
no meio
thank
da
you.
bagunça. Kazuki, pode dar licença, por favor, amigo?
Yeah, that's right. Get out of here, Wingman. Go on.
Teremos bagunça aqui no estúdio. Teremos o LCQ do Game Changers, o BBR tentando mais uma vaga pro Mundial. Alguém vai estar aqui?
Yeah, got a good mix of shots though. Sen, Paper X, Loud, Furier at the back, MIBR. We got everyone.
Eu acho que assim com o mapa aqui, eu achei que ia ser rápido, mas não vai ser não, amigo.
What was this? Was this Liquid? What was this on the back? Vivo keyed, bro. Vivo keyed. No, wait. Old school.
One hell of a crowd to welcome in the seat that will be filled by VCT team number 48 here at the Grand Finals. TSM on the verge of equalizing the series 1-1 after a strong but not dominant 8-4
Sagetsu for Kron. Thoughts?
Sunset. Vans,
The problem is, no matter the name you put before Kron, it's a downgrade.
having the chance to gain that initiative back.
And piss around's the way to start it. I just want to take a moment as well to appreciate the fans going for TSM.
It doesn't really matter who you put
If
there.
not all are cheering for TSM when Melau was asking who that fan was cheering for in the crowd. And you already heard it during the walkouts too. A lot of the fans are behind Timotino with whatever he brought to the table. He's been excellent this whole Ascension tournament so far, and he could be the playmaker to help out TSM in this pistol. A much needed one for Envy, as we just mentioned, where
2-1,
TSM seems
right?
to have some sort of
2-1.
a read, thinking that this is going to finish towards the B side. They set up a crossfire towards B, and as it stays quiet, now going for the tried and true, the triple flank from the players.
Great body block setup with the decoy by Exter to get some early damage, but TSM, they'll just take the better crowd fight for themselves and deal with Poppin.
2-1. Oh yeah, opposite way around. TSM on double pistol first map, right?
Able to get out of there as well.
Dude, the pistols are cursed at the moment. Whoever wins pistol loses.
Inspire has been able to meet 7 here in T. Individual 1v1s here as Timo is going to be able to guard the spike against the 2-stack. Does need one. Alvin Boy wins his. GMD wins his as well. And Extra's barely able to TP away with this spike, but he's already met by Alvin Boy.
Okay. Let's redo it. 3-1.
But it ends with
3-1
a
to
pistol going
TSM.
TSM's way.
That was such a nice try, man. If he was able to escape with the TP and get that 1v1 against Alvin Boy, dude, he had all the map to take to his favor after the plant on that A site. It was a nice attempt, a nice try. But again, I love this triple push. We were looking at the past ways that TSM has been introducing their pistol rounds on Sunset. It was a lot of the triple flank, but on the A side when they're trying to move in for the reflank towards B and to go for the backstab. A instead of go for the backstab on B. This time they do the opposite.
Outlawed, farm them. Everyone one shot. Hero Sheriff.
And able to capitalize here on that pistol. TSM looking good and prepared in this second map and looking to close it right now in this anti-eco.
To do so would be so important for, for preventing Envy from being able to get on their feet on a map like this, giving Egster or Inspire the mobility to be able to go for that operator, or hell, Poppin at this point, because he felt so good on it last map. Shoot.
Yeah.
Letting Kanzera get those overdrives online that seem to just be round shattering. Envy can farm the win cons very quickly on a half like this. TSM need to try to curb stomp here and now. Get to map 3 before Envy can blink. TSM having to just cradle this B aggression, mild as it is.
Difficult to do. Kane's already down at 3 HP. Still able to find some space for the team. They flood towards that back of the side, but the shock dart is going to get even more value.
Look at the HPs, man. They're getting
There's
wrecked.
so much already on the front seats here. And Envy, yeah, they just have to give a lot of themselves away.
Simply not. Thank you so much for the prime.
principle
Thank
of
you for
it
the 9 months, man.
For Envy,
Thank
how
you,
many
thank
kills they
you.
can get away with on the way down? Bob is held up all right. Flank crunched with the paranoia. That's a great play with the cage by Inspire. That's almost plain stupid.
7 bullets?
Spectre, maybe we'll come away with one more. No.
This is an alright amount of damage.
You
but-
know, damn right that after that play, even if TSM wins that
Timor
round,
as well. Thanks so much for the prime, man. Thank you for the 30
looking up
months.
over his mother straight at GMD. These two guys are just good friends playing a lot of ranked games together. The one on this stage, of course, being enemies. We can see how Inspire broke GMD's ankles on that 1v1 around his own cage. And that's going to be at least a little bit to be proud of in the silver lining within this chaos that allows TSM to convert a very clean anti-eco and to put themselves here at double digits against Envy. Very
Ty
early
Toa as well with the prime.
on
Thank you for the
Sunset.
6 months. course, dude. Thank you for sending that also.
Right position. How can TSM collapse off of it here on
Right,
the bonus?
let's see what Envy's got.
Envy, notoriously good on these rifles.
I
Notoriously
mean, this
good
one
at
should
picking up
be
streaks.
easy-ish.
Already this mid presence. As the door has not been closed, but Alvin Boy
Reminding me a little of Fnatic on this one.
Instead,
The 4-1 mid's default.
Eggster once again letting the clone fly first and swinging purely off of that. I swear, he's so good at finding that cross-section of time and positioning where it's like you know that it's time to fight, you know that it's a good time for the order to enter, but it's still that time for the
Oh my
clone,
god, he was
and
like
then it
through him.
simultaneously will
What
still
the?
get that flash that is necessary. Just such good usage of what was, for such a long time, practically trivial utility.
And that's the study from Poppin. Kane was mentioned during the interview. During these moments, Poppin is always in a practice room, VOD reviewing, trying to figure out where he could find gaps and allow Envy to get some good value here in these rounds. The setup that you have from TSM, they set up the trip towards the quad so they could find passive information for a lot of these teams that would like to slam towards that back of the spawn. So as they walk up and they don't hear the trip, they would expect somebody playing on that right side of the staircase, and they do play that trip set up towards that left. So Eggster, as you just mentioned, the reason why he finds so much value off that clone is he hugs so tight into the wall so that as soon as the first step comes through, you think it's going to be a peek. So you shoot the clone and he swings right away from Eggster to be able to get that pick and that win on the top of the defense of that top right side. So that's a nice little...
Yeah, it's an alright upgrade.
That's been studied here, not probably only from Inspire,
coming
but
up,
all
we've
from
got a Cypher.
Stunner, the coach. And allowed here Envy to have a very, very clean round on their gun round.
Yeah, good min-maxing on that bonus.
Finger of
Again,
Eggster
Envy,
so
all the
far.
tools they
He's
need
good,
to
dude.
carry this half out on their terms. Already toying with top mid, already kind of
It's nice watching people that are like really good on certain
market to
agents.
be a little more punishable. Really asking TSM where they are going to end up trying to spread their util, where they're going to try and condition Envy to part themselves, because so far it feels like they've had too much control over things, too much leniency. There's got to be a checkpoint set up somewhere, and Envy want to sniff it out.
It's B-main fast. Already breaking the trip. This has to be a full exit. Paranoia is already being vested into it. And Alvin Boy has to come up with at least one. Yes,
Jump from
That was
Eggster.
nice though.
Envy's B-hopping their way through B
Yeah, I
side.
had to send it through. At least
And that
everyone's
Rabbit's
together.
foot's
The
gonna keep
spacing
him
was
active
very
and
nice.
stable in the 5v3 despite the once again shoddy health pool. Kane Zera just giving his bones and muscles to every push. Swear he comes away like a tattered cloth every
Used to think you
time
can
it
get
comes
away
down
playing
to
your
post-play.
in the
And
newer
that'll reign
patch.
true on the crunch
Double
chasing
duelist, yeah.
Boba and Market.
So.
Timon with the blast pack just to try
I think
to
your
flank
whale is
against
really
the
strong,
cage,
man.
But it's so hard to do when Envy has all of this space set up. Seven with the barrier gets him a quick visage to make it a 1v1, but
Close
Ion
this
quickly
was in
nips
the
that
end.
in the butt. And it's once again
Yeah, you
Envy's
can get away
round.
with playing your on
That was
every
still
map.
not bad from TSM. That was a 3 versus 5
Still
on their
insanely strong,
retake,
man,
and
being
they
able
made
to
it a 1
TP.
versus 1 in the
Like
end.
all of the stuff that's
If
strong in
anything,
pro
it's just
play
the
is still
power of
strong.
numbers that allowed Envy to salvage that round towards the end, because that self boost, even though 7 gets value against Inspire towards that front site, there's immediately somebody towards that back of the site to go for the backstab. So again, it's looking like very similar setups in a sense that Envy and TSM are leaving some early gaps here towards that B site, so that a lot of the walk up allows more utility to be expensed on the execution on B. So you're hoping your anchors to come up strong and...
Whoa!
What? Inspire!
Oh, okay. It's a big buy round.
That's a bit of a crucial whiff from 7. Can't
Hold
lie.
up.
Good collapse on top of the neural theft. Bad shots to try to revenge kill after
Damn.
falls. And the cage placement
This
by
easy, huh?
Inspire. A microcosm given to Kane
That
and
easy.
Eggster to light
Jesus.
the rest of the
Nice
playing
round.
field up. Say goodbye
Force him
to
down
your
to an
last
eco.
rifle round in a row, TSM. Envy have the playing field.
And that's Inspire too, not only finding timing, but a confidence as
You
well.
think
for
the
team.
ISO
Now he
pick rate will
feels like
go
he has
higher?
a
Maybe.
good control here of the attack side. Instantly,
You're thinking you can't push off and you play ISO shield to just send it around corners. Kind of similar theory to the Haven ISO Euro. Yeah, where you just force into areas. There's a definite chance. There's a couple of ways the meta might go.
And that pick that they had on the right side 2 rounds ago, then a full B pop within 20 seconds of the round. This time a swing on the A side.
I don't think that's the fast place it will go, but I think that might. It might end up being like that. It depends how Veto plays, man. I don't know what packs are like at the moment.
Just not allowing a moment to breathe, and that suffocation will continue as Envy try to completely drown out this B site once more. Alvin Boy set up historically close to this on top of the camera. Still sticking
What a
on
nightmare
the
in
steps, and
sight.
Envy read it so
Wait,
easily.
are they gonna?
Kane, as always, that frontliner
Yeah,
trying
they
to
are
do as
gonna.
much damage in the pre-plan as possible.
Could have been
with
way
TSM
worse.
slightly
I was thinking they
mobilized
thought
with the
site was
Sheriff
clear, and they
before
did.
all is said and done, and that
Piranhas,
round
thanks
is
so much for the
once
4
again
months. Appreciate the
wrapped
tier
up
1.
lickety-split. They want as few questions asked as possible until they tie things up here, Vans.
Agreed. At least some good shots coming out here from Vora, but looks like Envy slowed things down a bit on that previous round, just seeing where TSM will be at. Would they try to go for something aggressive off their eco round to try to really set some sort of a trap play against their opponents? Remember, maybe you don't have like that breach neon meta, but you still have slow orbs and pain shells that could allow for you
Am
to
I looking
crunch
for
into
anyone
these towel
or
plays.
completely
That
neutral?
means
I'm
the
just
front
completely
site
neutral,
as
man.
well. So Envy
The only
was
time I
prepped
wanted a
up for
team to
that.
win was when I was
Realized
in
that
a
nothing was
team.
happening.
Now
Yeah,
I
full mid
honestly
control, and then, once
don't mind
again,
too much.
Totaled up sights for the side of TSM, smothered by
I just
Envy.
like watching what people are doing with
Now
their
you
time.
see the second timeout out for
I want to see why they've
TSM.
won.
Yeah.
Paper X?
You simply must.
Sometimes Paper X. Sometimes I want Paper X to win.
That Envy just kind of tore that entire scaffolding economically down. You do have to find some moment to get into the
Sometimes-
think tank.
Sometimes a
and
little biased, but
find the right
normally
moments, the right
normally
places to
pretty
apply the
chill.
pressure again. Feels like you've got the right ideas. Feels like Timo is applying like at the right moments those angles, like meeting in the early pushes. I think his timing is good. Finding the side stabs from like the market door or even Boba when he's reapproaching on the double stack. His timing's fantastic. His shots just have not been as quick as Envy's. Tough to do that if you're any player in North America, nay, the globe. Reflexes are so good for this attacking squad that are now stacked on the A side. TSM
Liquid also, yeah, of course. Liquid.
unloading ults time. Hunter's Fury into the dimensional drift, but
I like
no
Nats a
combo
lot as well,
necessary.
man.
Just attack both prongs simultaneously and get your chip damage in before the real fight starts. But it ain't on A main.
So one for a bit on the side of TSM. That was 2 big ults being used and nobody used on the side of TSM.
Yeah, this
While you
is
get the heal up back on Team
this is a
Machino,
demo.
you're
Watch
playing
mid call
soft
for
side
sure.
on B. You have some stalls with the trip, but you have your own big ults to retake that site. I was just about to mention this is going to be a big ult round and potentially even a swing round that could close the map for TSM or tie the game for Envy.
Bora with
Big
that
jewel
Hunter's
in
Fury
middle.
from a distance, and on the meanwhile, Inspire
It's a
ready.
res.
The double swing still catches one on the way down, but 7 is
Look at the
prepped
res.
and has the
I like
res.
this. I like
So
this
the
a
sound will
lot.
come from the courtyard. Meanwhile, though, Eggster
Ah, it's unlucky.
quick to run to this. He's gonna give away the steps.
That's
and
unlucky,
almost
unlucky.
wins the fight against Timo.
Dude, they got so much from this first kill.
You better for the
Ooh.
rest of TSM's sake.
Still has recon, still has drone. Back aside, needs to own this.
And TSM have to just blunderbuss their way through this site. Poppin runs out of bullets for the final kill. And Ion in the 1v3
Gotta smoke stuff off main to spam
already
it.
been found
Yeah,
down
it's
and gets
hard round.
TSM stop the bleeding
Dude, just a
after
note
their
diff. As soon as they
last
manage to get
timeout
this
of the
1 for 1, it
game
just works
and
out
make
so
it
well.
11-8.
And they need to play a little bit differently on your luck against the Sage res, maybe. They're very committed there. Like, obviously cleared mid well, but I think you got a late go against Sage. Dr. Kickbutt, can you talk about Yay? What do you want me to say about Yay? I would be down for the teams to pick him up. That's what you want to hear. I appreciate the Prime as well. Thank you for the 15 months.
At the top with the buddy system that they had on the flood back of these sites. Still keeping 3 players alive in the round.
Just
Still
talk
keeping
about him?
Showstopper
Yeah, I
in
like
round
him,
number
dude.
11,
Nice
and
guy.
Still looking for a fight on A main.
Everything used by Envy that round. TSM still having the showstopper and from the shadows on the table. That was the round to set TSM's foundation back up here on Sunset, here on their first pick. Does the structure maintain? It's a clash on top mid. Everybody's hungry for it. First fast lane we've seen to enter in a while, and Alvin Boy polices.
Dude, what a big shutdown. But what is this? What's the plan of this round? Are we really trying to 5-pass and top mid? Like, guys, I know you're not the best with this map, but you can't think that's going to work.
What a big round by Alvin Boy too. The amount of times that were mentioned that he's playing on site, anchoring up, and he's not be able to hold that side. I think after these timeouts, they are making sure for NBS.
They've been screaming Fnatic. Dude, what are they thinking on this?
Face to face against their opponents. Even if their drone and paranoia got huge value, I think onto Bora, who's falling back towards that spawn. You see the swing out coming out from the back of the Boba site from Alvin Boy, unaffected by the util. Free kills from players TP across as well, and he gets 3 big kills in the round, forcing the last timeout for NB,
I mean, just
and also
anything but that.
TSM at map point after these kills.
Show me anything but that.
Backs once again up against the wall. Several win cons in the bag for TSM, several rounds to get over the line with it. But we've seen this story before, haven't we? We got to 13-11 off the backs of it on Abyss. Envy lives to be in positions like this, lives to play from the brink, and has enough tools, has enough resources, has enough raw gumption to be willing to claw their way into these sites again and again and again. Where do you unload that first trigger finger? It seems like the initial threats, those first frag attempts that TSM goes for, Envy seem more a tad bit more prepared for those fights. If they're able to punish
Bora
a
and
potential
Timo.
trap setup,
Timo looks really good. I haven't seen enough of Bora yet.
the steps of top, these crunches that we consistently see them go for. They can get ISO just once. That's all the Fulcrum Envy needs to carry their half.
And remember, the showstopper carries on again. Not having to use it, not able to use it 2 rounds ago, and not need it last round. This could be the backbreaker that allows TSM to close out that map. And once again, all 3 working towards
Okay,
middle.
4 chances.
We're adding a little bit of aggression
Take
towards
us to a
middle, but
third map.
this could also be a fake.
Secure fourth map.
Alone. He might fast lane, find the timing. He gets it potentially on the 7, but now he has to retreat.
Hey, that's a little better. You want to do this like kind of.
To move forward against thinking mustache.
The idea is like kind of okay. Wow, man. I mean, when you got to aim like this,
watch party.
Sure. Should be like a smoke on one side and then prod the other though.
As Envy has been able to pull
it's
this sight like saltwater taffy. Instantly able to just negotiate that lean after the early mid presence. I mean, Kane making such a bloody amount of noise that TSM is already so like.
Dude, just force through the smokes, really.
Stairs, the rotation of B is going to be clunky no matter what, and they assess that it's better to go for the spray through the hallway first rather than try to meet them on the back site and split the diff on the retake.
How do you feel about agents like Reyna, Clove? They're popular in ranks, but not agents for pro play. That's just how the game's going to be sometimes. Sometimes there'll be players like agents that are good in pro play and awful in ranked and vice versa. Just the way that's always going to work out. It's impossible to balance certain things. Certain things are good at just dueling, certain things are just good for pro play. Viper, Reyna, opposite ends of the spectrum really. I'm pretty sure it happens in League as well. It must happen in League.
Even a neural theft into the round. You respect the lurk play from Inspire, daring to walk down that slow orb and go for such an early poke, but that just means the bear is all the more pissed on the other side. TSM have the stack and the op into free zones.
Dude, it's a nice omen ult.
Gives himself away. 3v5 for Envy's margin.
No way. The hero plays. Whoa. Okay. Okay, man, I get it. People have been telling me about you. It's nice shots. Whoa, what a rounds. 3v5. Double hero play and like a big hero play from him. Mate, how do you get the extra one? How do you get the extra one here? The Rays should not be dying here. It's impressive, man. Oh, that's fast. It's really fast. Okay, 4 goes into 2. And it's an eco. This is an easy one. They got Outlaw as well to farm them. I like that they try something a little bit different. We'll push over towards mid.
Let's just keep this party going. As Kane, yet again, first to act, first to activate.
Yeah, no oversteps. We like that.
And is hungry. TSM fully playing for 12-11.
Mate, I said no oversteps. Okay, sure.
Easy stuff, but Kane
Mate, come on now.
in their face. You dare
Come on now.
come at me with something like this?
At least they're protecting his gun.
Envy will go to 24 as TSM did in the previous round. No doubt.
Will they?
These sheriffs
these guys scare me, dude. They just run at him. Dude, how do I say your name? Lolu Lula. Yeah, I think that's right.
Timeouts
With
remaining
the prime,
here for
thank you for the 3
TSM.
months. Thank you so much.
It almost feels like now that the timeout being called by Stunner a couple of rounds back was not only on the call, but just to remind Kane Zero that he's better than everybody else. And he just showed
Tom
that
Powell
in
with
the
the prime.
last 2
Thank you so much
rounds.
as well, mate. Thank you for the 29 months.
A beautiful
Hello, mate.
triple kill to just space making on individual plays, sacrificing his life for
They were
map
called
control
rankers
and
for a
also giving
reason,
time
yeah.
for his teammates to set up.
No,
Has been the name
dude,
of the
look
game
at their
for King
ults.
Zero since this timeout. Overdrive
Wait.
now available. Sage Res at least
4
available
goes
for
at it.
TSM
1 last
to
go.
stay within the fight.
They're heavy favored.
If Kane Zero is able to get up that early spot and get a trade-off, they could still play at a man advantage.
Dude,
But
you
it
got
all
the
boils
killer
down to this
combo.
single round ults aplenty on the side of Envy
Do
work
this
with.
to create
Overall,
chaos
this
as
ace-like
well.
pop.
Question mark. Distort yourself. Then sights
So
clear.
much to dig the elbow into. That passage in itself is opened up. Popping with the early
Nice, dude. Double.
and gets a double tap onto the link with it. But Seven understanding that could be the go button, goes for the spray down, gets that early pick on Exter. Envy,
Sage
seeing that
just
as the
needs to
moment
bait
they
like
have to
mad.
make their way into sight, and Kane Zera begging to snake up to Link, begging to get that extra space, but the recon dart is going to guarantee that position. Begs forward the overdrive, and Kane Zera only good for 1 that time. The
It's a good amount of damage though. Res comes in, anything to stop the res. A little bit of chip damage. That's it. Whoa.
So much damage, and Ion and Poppin spray into the fray. Alvin Boy back from the back hole, could be the linchpin to restabilize the TSM. Vora finds the bullet, tracing on Ion, spray through the smoke, and it's a 2v1 that Inspire has to save post ultimate, but he finds Vora dancing through the
Oh
smoke.
god, not like this.
Alvin Boy's held the spike to half. The ulti on top.
Oh.
Inspire met by Alvin
No
Boy.
way. What's his HP? 20 something?
The other way on TSM's own pick.
Dude,
Tied up in
both of the maps have been really close, man.
Series that we have in front of our eyes so far, dominating half from Envy on the first map, dominating half.
Yeah, they look a
from
little
TSM
devastated on that
that
one.
second map, and you had
They
a
brushed that
comeback
off.
coming through for every second half.
Dude, sick,
of that map,
sick ending
finishing
though.
13 to 11. But another one
Augustin,
of
thank
those
you so much,
chaotic
man.
rounds.
Appreciate the
That
prime.
last
Thank you,
round
thank
was
you.
perfect from
It's not
TSM
Nova
to
as well,
avoid
also with the
that
prime.
front
Thank you so much.
ultimates that was being
We're in Phil,
displayed by
whoever you want,
Envy
man.
into the sights.
Root
But
for whoever you want.
Inspire almost
Appreciate the
had
13
it
mums.
to bring us into overtime. Man, what a series that we have so far.
The reflexes are key. The players are locked, and this match is not.
What do we
even
got? Bind?
close
What's the
to
4th
over.
map
We'll
that
be
we've
back with
secured
map
as
3
well?
Bind
Where are
after
we?
this short break.
So we're at least going to Bind and we're at least going to Ascent. Bind, Ascent. Even 5th map if we get there. Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for 6 years.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. Traction, and there was trust into Aya.
Another close game in the series, the grand final series between Envy and TSM. It gets close. It's so competitive. 13-11 yet again, but this time now for TSM as they'll claim one in the series and tie it up. Going back into this, Dan, I mean, last time these two faced on Sunset, it was all TSM all the way. Envy make it close, but not enough to close it out.
It was very close, and another fake comeback in 2 maps. And it's also another 13-11 that we get right now, but TSM this time around is the squad that gets to close it out. There were a lot of really cool things that they were doing on that first attack side, and that was kind of the question that I had, because yeah, they've looked great, not only in the last couple matches, but even just looking at yesterday on that defensive side here in Sunset, it feels like they really know how to take control and go for a few of those aggressive fights. But when it came down to the attack, I feel like it really all started with that 1v2 that GMD was able to win, to then allow them to explore a little bit early on towards the match, go for the side hits, and have really good post plans too. It got a little chaotic on site as well. We saw some interesting plays backside, but no matter what, it was a really good read at the end for TSM, and even going into that second half, just needing a couple more rounds to close it out. It was just a back and forth to guarantee that it was going to go their way.
Yeah, and touching kind of back on that first half when TSM was on the defense side, it really did feel like the sorry, not the defense side, the attack side. It kind of felt like they had such a good way to utilize the Sage in the pulse plants, and it felt like it was such a problem for TSM to sort of get anything going. The executes were drilled for TSM. Felt like everything they were doing, whether it was the B splits, whether it was the B hits, the A hits, all of it was just so on point, so cohesive. You can tell that TSM has put a lot of effort in the way they were approaching these executes. Felt like there was no angle skipped, no double peak not had, and it kind of just from start to finish coming into that second half as well, you saw on the defensive side for TSM just how drilled they were with the double peaks, with the clearing on the lurks. Felt like almost no fight, just despite some errors happening from TSM, felt like no fight went unanswered for TSM. The trades were there, the double peaks were there. Kind of felt like every angle that was being challenged was just predicted.
This was just such a close map through and through, and to see how the last round ended up was incredible. And looking at the timeline of all of this too, Roy, again, it was one that really got so close. But again, you talk about that discipline from TSM, and yeah, just being able on that match point, they had a couple of opportunities to close it out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The Uno reverse card, or the Uno reverse fake comeback, I should say, was not on my bingo card personally. But a map as streaky as always, right? We've seen this before with TSM and Envy, just how streaky these maps could be. 5 rounds going one way, then the next 5 going the other way. We saw it in the first map as well. The trend here continues. I think for me, obviously the individual pop-offs here for Envy was really sick to see. Kane Zera saving them from so many rounds. Exter, Ion, all of them, even Inspire, all of them having their own impact. But on the TSM side, felt like Alvin Boy, 7, GMD were just doing so well with the roles. And of course, despite Timotino not having the best series he's had this event so far, it still felt like even he was having a lot of impact on the entries as well.
there are some really good ideas as well. What I like the most about TSM on this map is that they're always willing to pivot when things start to go wrong a little bit. You see it on the attack side, for example. If they get tagged, if there's a Hunter's Fury coming in and they get spotted towards B main, you see how there was an immediate rotation in one of those early rounds where they decide to play this 4-1. They leave that Cypher on main. They all go towards market and catch a few of the players of Envy off guard that were expecting the hit coming from main. You see this throughout the series, even when they were on the defensive side as well. If there's a fake that they kind of fall for, then there's a quick rotation as well, a 5 towards mid, and also a 7 that is always there, not only with the utility, but also willing to get a bit more active, usually with Timotino, when he knows he has that rest, and that usually just gives them that extra opportunity to try to take the early numbers advantage.
Got to talk about the other player that was just always there, a backbone for the team on this map, and talk about Alvin Boy, because he was someone who had highlighted top of the day and the impact he's had in this game. But when you're looking at a couple players that still did really well, mind you, Roy, don't mind, but maybe aren't putting up the 24 kills Alvin Boy got, just this step up that he had was so crucial to close out the map.
And it wasn't only in stats or mechanics too. Like, you can tell the amount of control that Alvin Boy was having even on the defensive side when they had to retake so much space. It felt like Envy or TSM was just so on the same page when it came to those things. And I feel like Alvin Boy must have had a lot of say in that, specifically because we were re-entering a lot of the space that he was giving up, and usually it's the Sentinel players. But when it comes to the multi-frags, when it comes to the trading, and when it comes to the openers, Alvin Boy was 5-1 on those opening kills, along with 7, who also had 5-1. Shout out to him as well. But I feel like Alvin Boy had a huge standout map here for Sunset, and he was a big reason here for TSM's success and able to close it out in such a close battle, 13-11.
And if this is the Alvin Boy that we're going to get going on in the series, man, Dan, we're in for a good one, because again, that impact was huge, especially too now going into this third map. This is something where we've seen a lot of envy of this recently, but on the TSM side, not necessarily too much. But if you start going back on results, they're definitely not a stranger to this map.
This map of bind is going to be an interesting one because, like you're mentioning, we've seen a few matches here for Envy, but for TSM is a little bit of an unknown territory. They have been banning this map pretty much every single one of the series that they played in Ascension, but it's not that the previous times that they played it, it has been bad. They played it in a third-party tournament that they played in between the grand finals of North America and Ascension, and they were playing a double duelist composition. This third-party tournament that they played as well, all of the compositions that they played back then that they started playing in Ascension were the same. So they were using that as practice coming into this event. But I'm wondering, what is the reason why they were banning it so much if the map was so good? Or is that kind of the secret strategy that they have? Are we going to see a different composition? I don't really know.
That's the biggest question going into this, because I would imagine if they're banning it out, it's a lack of confidence, but the results speak otherwise. So Envy picking into this map now, this could be a great opportunity if this was something hidden from the side of TSM to really be able to try and flip the script here and try and be up 1 in the series, especially too if Envy just don't have any of that recent tape to go off of, Dan. It's like they'll play their own game, that's fine, but
this is also a really interesting point because for those North American Grand Finals that we had, this is exactly how it went. Envy won that first map. We thought it was going to be domination for Envy for the next 2 maps, and then TSM, they win the next one and they win the last few maps. So it is a turning point for sure this time around for TSM. They just won that map. It was a bit close though, so you're not comfortable just yet, and you're going to a map pick that could give you an advantage just because Envy doesn't have that recent information.
I think that's also what makes this match so.
What is that on their nose to get more?
These teams have shown so much resilience,
get more
so
oxygen to the brain.
Back, even against all odds. But
I hope you breathe better for you.
On the bind topic and kind of the map pool that TSM has, genuinely, I do feel like TSM is probably one of the only teams in this region that has been able to balance a 7 map pool.
Why do they need it for gaming? I mean, you don't need it.
They have
just helps you
I don't feel like it's going to be
proven
like
to give more oxygen to your brain, which helps everything, to be honest.
They've held this as a pocket pick, just in case. I'm not really sure. It's hard to say, but I think that kind of speaks to how dynamic of a team TSM is, and I feel like the flexibility that they have on their team, with 7's flexibility, with almost every single player on this team as well, they're all able to balance so many different agents. I feel like if there is a team that's going to be able to bounce back on what is a permaban, it's going to be TSM.
It might have that balance and everything else, Dan, but I'm just looking at like Envy and their own strength on this one, and that's still a lot to get through.
They play close.
I need them to lock it. I need them to lock it before I say anything. But as of right now,
Love
It is
Sky.
looking really interesting because we've talked
Clo-
about that third-party
Clove
tournament, how
instead
they
of
were playing
Brim.
this double duelist competition, and
Yeah,
Seven
I mean,
was
you're
on
allowed to
that
send it.
Yoru. We didn't know, and I can't really remember this year.
It's
when
really
was the last time
the-
we saw Seven on the Yoru, but he, to me, when he was 7,
Such
he
a
was fine. He
such
has
a
been
weird
notoriously good on this map, no matter
bind
what he's
comp.
playing. And then Timotino is going to be on that waylay, so that is a difference.
And when I think of Seven, I don't really forget the fact that he was once a duelist. Like, once upon a time, he was that mechanical player. So to see him on a Yoru, which is a little bit more of a cerebral
So
role,
a Yoru,
it
but
makes sense that TSM
got a
would try
Clove
Yoru,
who can
but
send
think
it.
back, guys. Envy.
Got
Last time they
4
played behind, their
flashes,
defense
dog.
was shut out. It was stone cold. The unmovable object here for Envy. So I feel like there's a ton of pressure here on TSM to
Sure.
try to get as many rounds as they can with this double duelist
I mean, you're going to see
composition.
deep smokes
Otherwise,
on
it's going to be very
on
Envy-sided.
defense.
TSM flipping the script now. They got the aggression. They got the double duelist. It's time to see.
It'll be hard
if
to get
it's
rounds
enough
on attack,
going
but
up
we'll see.
against an Envy that looks
Alec, thank you so much for the
unstoppable.
26
Third
months.
map in the series.
Yeah,
We're
it's
at the
treating me well,
Grand
dude.
Finals.
It's been
Let's
nice.
head to back to your
Been pretty
casters,
chill at the
Henrik and
moment.
Vans.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, in the pivot map, it could be what is considered the biggest unknown out of this entire tournament, with TSM on this double duelist composition with 7 on the Yoru that they've been workshopping versus an Envy composition that has yet to drop more than 3 rounds total on this map.
Io to Val as well. Thanks so much for the Prime, dude. Thank you for the 6 months.
That made it to the Ascension main event on that map so far. Vance, it's utter domination versus whatever TSM's got. We'll find out.
That's the thing. A 13-0
Bimians as well. Thank you for the 10 months.
Solid shows the dominance for TSM. But again, the last time these two teams played against
You
each
even
other
play solo
on
Euro,
this map
is it
was like, what,
1.5 euros
quarterfinals,
and
upper of
X is on
stage
it?
3,
I mean,
so
maybe.
locally, but that was still
Let's
on
find
the
out.
side of Envy.
Solo
This
Euro
time
on
things are
attack is
different,
normally
though.
just
We
rough
have
on
a
this map.
Waylay out for Timotino and 7 back on a duelist. No more chamber, no more Senti for the side of TSM, and Kane Zero sticks
The attack
on to this
shorty.
Clove instead
Well, we're
of a
going
Brimstone. Expect here
lamps.
these dive to continue to happen on TSM on the attack to try to take down the position, the weak side that they have, to avoid the nerdy trips and traps of Inspire.
The reason TSM
He goes
decided to start off
over
with this attack,
truck.
they want to overwhelm the team that lives to overwhelm.
Wow.
Extra stuck up in the
Wow,
shadows,
the
and
bait
TSM
was incredible as well. That is.
with the crunch.
I mean, that's incredible Yoru play. Fair play.
That lets
That was
it
sick.
just be down on Timotino on the entry. Has picked that spike back up, but the position is beyond
Really, really
obvious,
nice
and
from them.
Envy lay waste on the pistol.
You can already see that the studying is there and what they're trying to do when punishing for these
The
A-side
TP,
hits.
yeah,
The
it's
crowd clears out towards
the
the
TP
U
out
wall,
here
so
as
you
well.
fall back. And
After
then
the
you have
2,
very similar
it's
pathing
really nice
to
decision making.
Array's satchel into the back of the APC. This time
I like their strat, to be honest. I like their attack strat.
aggressive dive that you have with the Waylay that allows for them to open up at the Kane Zero. But as they try to fight
Should they
back
have
in the
someone going
showers,
showers?
what a beautiful
Yeah.
crossfire set up into
I would
that
change up
spot.
who goes where
He was
on this
ready,
attack
he was
strat.
studying to
I'm
try
not
to
gonna
take
lie.
him down, but the firepower is still too good on the side of Envy as they close out the pistol round finally for the first. Well,
For sure.
at least winning a good pistol round, sorry, on this map.
As tried and true, Reed is
3-2 on the pistols. Obviously 1-0 on this map.
despite the gap in time from TSM playing on
So
this
Weber,
map,
thank
they
you so
have
much for the
seen this
22
story
months. Thank you for the
before.
tier 1, dude. Thank you for that.
And they know how to stop
Good to see you,
something
mate.
even as blasphemously aggressive as this. Alvin
No
Boyd,
plans for TSM too. They can't really go for this stinger buy as well. They're just trying to see
Dude,
for
why-
Envy side if
why
they
is
are
this the
going
second
to
time that I've
go
seen
for
this
these
gun?
overextension, trying to grab some ore control on their side too. So
No
they
one in tier
kinda
1
had the cavalry and the firing squad to
even
cover up
considers
towards that
it.
Showers. As it quiets down, they have to make the move. They'll walk into the jiggle peaks of Poppin and just try to salvage this orb.
Don't know the last time you saw it. I saw it 2 days ago. Mandatory are buying it. I say mandatory, it's the Senzo.
flash for flash, not dip into the hall though, fearful of what he may meet. Rewind out from Timo to try and get a second frag into the saturate. Vorn is eventually able to clear.
Bro, I mean, this comp's really good for fighting for space as well. I feel like, and again, I haven't watched their comp, so maybe I could be completely wrong, but do they not need like 9 on a defense?
In these mid rounds to
Just
make sure
can't
that
see
the rest of
how.
this high-flying comp gets a lot of pressure, of course.
I just
Again,
can't
pissed
see how
around,
you would
nothing
do
doing
it.
this time around. So Envy up 2-0 on the defense.
Yeah, they're gonna need a
At least
lot.
2 very good hands being shown by TSM on how they want to control this map around Waylay. So you have two different types of
Walker
looks,
with the
where you
prime.
wanna go for
Thank you
deep
for the 11
dives
months.
Or these full sight controls or sight hits rather.
For send that
And then
also,
the
mate.
second
Thank
one
you
over
for doing
here,
that.
using a recall and
You'll be
also
surprised
a
what they do on
brimstone
attack.
smoke
I mean, I imagine
just
they
at
just
the
send it,
entrance,
but
so nobody could really crossfire from that back of that B site.
I guess
So it
Kane
allows
just
for you
has
to
ultimate
isolate
freedom.
that fight in the
It's the
middle,
only reason
maybe
you'd
try
let
to
him
win that
play
into the
close.
later rounds when you have weapons to work with. Control the orb. And when you start working inserts for the attack side for TSM with the showers, taking that lead control, it allows for you to take the full map in your favor.
Big question here. Does Envy find that same stomp that they have so far this entire tournament? Already, Poppin's presence with these birds in the garden.
It's
met
a
with
really
something a
good
little bit
buy
new.
for the bonus right now.
That Fade Haunt out just to force them a step back rather than playing committally either all the way in or all the way out. So TSM kind of have their pick on this bonus with where they can end up, as Envy is forced to not really focus anywhere just yet.
At least just playing for inserts here. You didn't really have any early showers control on that side here of TSM because of the smokes that are being consistently thrown from the Clove over on that A side. So they're just trying to go for a pick here, long range into B.
140 on
Ooh,
Timo.
I'm not sure about this
Everybody
one.
has heavy shields, so it'll be tough for him to finalize a frag, but everybody's too scared. We're out of there.
Still good camera
TSM
kill trip.
Gonna try and go for the A crunch. Still, that shower's presence has
Oh,
to get cleared by
smoke
the Prowler.
showers?
Short has to get cleared manually by all
No
of these other
smoke showers.
stuff that Alvin Boy
Hello?
kind of has to let go. But TSM is
Hello?
in by any way, shape, or form, and Timotino has been able to scope out the majority of this front line. It's just that Lamb's presence, funnily enough, on the bonus round that Envy is going to use to completely take over. A complete reversal of the pistol, and Inspire is God-touched this round. 3 freebies before Bora silences him, and is forced to use this Nightfall in the 2v1 to save face. And yet Poppin just continues running it down until all is said and done.
Weird,
Bora gets that next Nightfall
yeah, some weird
on deck
decision making.
as they'll take the bonus.
Yeah, and he had to come up big for to control the U-Haul because Inspire was already trying to go for their quad there on that 1v1. If Inspire was able to take that one, but you're
They did
the ult from the Nightfall to
they
just
did
guarantee the
some
round on your side.
did some
The
nice
moment
damage
so
at least.
far since that pistol in that second round that you really were able to get full control into the sights.
Do you think
and
the
to have a
two
clean
potential
pulse
100
fire.
fees pickups
This time you're
ruins
just
morale?
securing the round
Nah.
at least.
I just
And
I
it
just
was
don't.
revolving a
I
lot
get
around
what
Vor's
some of
utility,
you are
because
talking
if you
about,
didn't have an insert into showers,
but I just
when you
don't
went for
think.
that triple TP, at least they have
and
that second prowler to clear.
I would
into
imagine the people are saying
showers
that like
to allow
don't
for them to go
compete
for the split
much
into the A site.
because it
So
just doesn't.
being able to take down Vor early
You want to
can be
win,
a
man.
good gameplay for
You
Envy
spend
to
the
not
whole
give
year
a
with
chance
these
to get
guys.
value
You want to
on
win. It doesn't matter.
Timotino's dive here into these sites.
You wouldn't even be thinking about it.
Yeah, the Prowlers are kind of your only real way to do any proper flushing. Otherwise, it's just throwing a duelist at the problem. And Envy, who are all too keen to meet you at the very first step of the attack, make that so hard to activate. TSM have to continue playing non-committally, and they'll just implant 7 on the hookah. See if he can come away with anything cheeky here as the smoke will dissipate and TSM will re-up.
Dude, I haven't seen the Cypher on this map
That's
for
the good
so
news.
long.
That second flash to try to find info towards long. There's nothing left here to re-clear towards hookah. It gives a chance for 7 as is duelist that we haven't seen a very long
Pacos,
time
hello mate.
to try to duel
Thank you for
up
the
and
25
find
months.
isolated
Thanks for the
kills
prime.
here on this B site. Keep the map bay as well if it gets the information. That will definitely call for the TSM pivot over on the A site.
They got
But
the
will
100
walk
fees gun
into
buddy
this
on, yeah.
Setup once again from
Giving it.
Inspire, playing all the way from heaven to play through some trip kills from heaven. We look at that setup.
Yeah, that's nasty.
30 seconds left.
Always love seeing where Inspire's decided to set up shop. So creative. He's got such a myriad of ideas for where these trap wires should be set up. And again, it's purely to play for connection. It's to play for optimization so that it actually gets connection and
I
isn't
mean, the
just
kill
something
trip should
in your
get
way
quite
that
good
gets
value.
confirmed.
It's just the
There you
fact
go.
that they
That's proc.
weren't
Inspire
in
gets a
position
kill
for
onto
certain
Alpha Boy
ones.
and can now get even closer to the issue. Kane Zera does get cut short by GMD as Lambs is
Time.
found out, but
Time.
yeah, there's no time to play the spike.
Dude, okay,
And
honestly,
he
the
just stay away
Cypher,
from the holes, and
the
TSM
Cypher
forced to
might
relent.
might
With
cause
6
him a
seconds
little bit
left
of
too,
trouble
you saw
here.
that we felt rushed.
Trav,
Vor
hello,
walked in,
Trav.
ran into the site just
How's
to try to
things,
get
Trav?
plant on triple. He runs into a trip,
to
and
see
not
me.
only that, there's a camera there. So just staying up on top of heaven just nullifies you from really getting any value into the entry of the site.
Yeah,
Beautiful
they
anchoring
really
being done
struggled
here
against the
by
Cypher here.
Inspire into the A site, and you're seeing at least from this replay the 4 types of map control that we're trying to show here on the side of TSM has always been like a Vora hip to hip to Timotino.
They got so much from the trips.
So as soon as you spot a little bit of
so much.
Prowler utility and you see the second
Steam with the Prime as well. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. How the first 2 maps, dude, delivered. We got 2 banger maps.
The anticipated sprays of the swings of both Seven and Timotino. TSM has to rethink a little bit better now on how they could really try to
It's a nice cam.
muster up and take down these aggressive lines here from the defense.
Feels like a lot of it just has to be the raw contact. Seven and Timo have to make
Mate,
their way on somehow. And
the Scythe is
absolutely
wrecking
nothing in the
them.
tank, and breaching your way through a toxic screen, you can't come away with much. Still though, GMD manifests and beckons the stack to deal with him.
Nothing to clear the trip after seeing it.
You're getting hit by a trip again. It's so annoying.
Yeah,
to play
and he's
against
just
Inspire
everywhere
right
where they
now.
go
He's
as
been
well.
Very good as well in regionally. There you go. You got to put that mic down. Maybe you'll get that little sip of water. But yeah, Inspired just in the regional plays as well in North America.
Knight,
has
thanks
been
so much for
very
the Prime.
good on his Cypher setups.
Thanks
if
for the
you're
8
thinking
months.
about Lotus, for example, the cameras that he places up on waterfall.
Old school
to really look
Cypher,
down
yeah.
towards anybody trying to plant
Probably one of the last times I'm going to be saying that the Cypher's owning him.
Lotus, and even looks over the smokes tossed on waterfall. So just these creative ideas that he consistently finds that allows this agent to get the maximum value.
Is TMV still a Clove hater? I think so. TMV's just in everything hater, I think.
Has been
That's never happy unless it's Wolves are playing. Knight VBN, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 8 months.
Out for King Zera and also of Egster. So now this definitely calls for a halt and a pause here on how they could really try to break this util on the side of Inspire, because right now you're utilizing a lot of these prowlers just to get some early space and some close spacing and close scaling being done by the
Hard to
Waylay.
get Prac against the
That doesn't allow
Cypher,
for
true.
you to get too much here to try to find these trips of Inspire.
Surely
when you're
Wolves sign
actually
him as a
going into
co-streamer?
these site hits. And
Yeah.
if you're looking across the
You would
platform
imagine.
of the rest of this composition,
Well,
nothing breaks the trip
yeah.
for them. You have to start
It
utilizing
probably would
now
make
Yoru
sense.
clones at the right
Just if
moments,
they want to
prowlers
or
at
not.
the same time, and start breaking those. But then it gives less utility for Timotino to get great value out of his dives. This might not be the
Yeah,
type
other
of play
loop
you
I
wanna
did
do this
EMEA
right now
and
because you still
APAC
have
to
the
ascendant
conversion
teams, but
path
everyone
that would be
else.
the biggest thing that allows them to pop into this A-side split.
Every
You have to think about these
every
in these later
region
rounds if you're able to
had
convert this.
2 Ascension teams. If they got to champs, they stay in VCT. If they came 5th to 8th, they go into Ascension. If they came 9th to 12th, they don't play Ascension. So the teams in China and Americas did better than the Pacific EMEA teams.
Everybody's walking back towards short. I don't know necessarily if this is going to be a late
There's 2
TP into a
slots.
B-side pop, knowing that Inspire is playing towards that A site, but they are starting to engage at that spot first.
Yeah, they're moving off the Prowler and Haunt.
Every site they hit so far, Cypher's here.
Timo sees that as the go button to let that.
Yeah, they found the trips with the clone, but there's another one.
Oh, but he's not seen.
I didn't check that corner. Hey, honestly, it's a hard corner to check.
And given free passage. Are we flawless this round, chat? Are you kidding me?
And they completely wrecked them. Dude, they're really struggling. The Cypher is
on the position
nice
of
right
Kane.
now.
And again,
Camera's
you see
wrecking them
now
too.
Why he was playing these positions on Sunset, why he didn't get value for 2 of them, because he was, again, trigger disciplined to try to get these picks. And this time, he gets so much value out of it. And not only that, he has the crossfire set up from Exter, who's not affected by the Waylay ult. And that just checkmates TSM's hit into this A site. Oh, dude, now you have Hail Marys and haymakers being thrown by the side of TSM, and he still can get into a site for a plant. Envy
The
continuing
Sig round,
to
I mean,
look
their money's so good.
super solid on the defensive halves.
Bind is TSM's perma ban.
Compositional change from TSM.
Then what did they ban instead? Haven, right?
As Envy's previous
Wait,
tenures
is Haven not 5th
on
map?
Bind.
Dude, I'm lost in maps.
It's such a tough
Bind is their
conversation
perma
to
ban. What
have
did they ban instead?
How heavily you approach a specific opening really feels like that was the one too.
Double
The
map
C's
ban
into
because
the
upper
convergent
bracket?
paths, that's the
Oh,
one
yeah, of
pocket that you
course it
fully
is, dude.
concentrate.
Dude, I'm used to, in EMEA and Pacific, I'm used to it being lower bracket and everyone having a ban each. Yeah, you get double ban here. Ah, that's devastating. Okay, that explains why they're dying to the Cypher so
You're
much.
not allowed to make mistakes from that point on.
And it was a miss. And sorry, Tarek, just wanted to add too, there was a missed timing as well, because when that C's actually did hit Kane Zera and he popped their ult, by the time they swung towards that back of the site, they can't see the tether anymore. So they have to make sure now this time around when they're going for these hits,
Three
that they
different
really have
format
to check every
moment.
single
Yeah.
corner right now because of Kane Zera's positioning.
Yeah.
It's just like you said, too many backbreakers, too many.
Dude, again they go to the side with the Cypher.
For Envy to rely on, and so TSM once again have to use bodies for intel here. They will suss it out. Inspire held in the back, and he just doesn't care.
God, look at him, man. The trips are everywhere.
Once again here to play, and we're just back to the previous round, except TSM have worse guns and way worse morale.
Did he shoot his teammate in the back? So he'd turn around as well. Dude, they're having fun.
That was just very surprising of what happened on
The
the
setups,
exit for
yeah,
the
the
side of
setups are
TSM.
getting him
Granted,
everything,
it is
man.
an eco round that you have for the TSM side, but just as we mentioned before, they needed to find ways to break these trips. Not only did they throw Prowler, they threw a Prowler in the lines, they threw a clone in the lines, and it never broke it. Yet you still get another person trapped in there trying to scale up. And not only that, you also have the spike scaling towards the back, where everybody's flooding from, and where they were checkmated from in previous rounds. And at that eco round, you're just trying to get a plant spike down at the very least. That was just unfortunately not well seen.
So too.
Ion tucked out early by just running it down on the pit, and that's a good first door stop dealt with. Is this the round where Envy gets too braggadocious and lets flow their game plan? Kane Zera haven't used the not dead yet to try to keep this fight contentious. We'll use it to open up Eggster from the backstab in the corner. Kane Zera
Dude, actually got the jewel as well.
and we'll just run it down one more
Okay,
time.
it's just running at him.
Not let that second life go to
It's just running at him.
And Envy have given
The first time they dug to the Cypher trips for a while, and Kane Zera's just killing them all.
And the idea that they have again is this seems like what we're cooking for the side of TSM is just a full anti-strat book on positioning on ults. You see from the very beginning, the C's that's being thrown, and even the instant double dash from the Waylay doesn't really allow for the full pit to form out from Ions and even catch them off guard. As that pit goes down, though, that's what's missing on that second layer. What do you have after that? Because they found successes on the entry.
Proud, thank you so much for the 36 months as well. 3 years, dude. Thank you for that.
This round, they were able to get that get Ions down.
The Observer was genuinely fighting for his life that entire round. Yeah, it's chaos.
And getting into positions, they are getting out-timed by everybody. Everybody else from
across
NBA.
the board.
I can't even name one player because everybody found their value on these.
It's interesting though. This is their perma ban.
This is just such an elevated level of showing
MBS
from Envy
2021
on this map. They get the signals so quickly. And
their best map.
To their credit, TSM, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do a lot of the time. It's pretty telegraphed entrances because it's so driven
Changed a lot since then, I'll say that much though.
Fade util and possibly the Waylay ultis, although at the rate we're going, who knows if Tim was going to be able to use another one. It is scrapes that TSM are working with.
Envy might have the best bind in all of NA.
What, 17
with
kills
this,
across
really?
A lot of them? Egg and Kane have more than that.
Mate, this can't get any rounds on attack. I was like obviously it will against TSM because they don't play against it, but mate, this should struggle, man, on attack.
Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. But no, definitely.
Sometimes I make a reference and you know you're too cultural, you're too old to know that I just was
2021
saying
Ascend bind, give me PTSD. Yeah.
Oh,
not
no,
wrong,
you're
Trav. You're not
definitely
wrong.
right. It is scraps for TSM going into this round. And yes, there is a pit. Yes, there is a nightfall. But again, despite, even if you're able to get pings and value off the fade utility, if you're trying to go for an explosion with this half buy that you have, or this low buy on pistols that you have in a
My
stinger,
goodness, dude, the
it's
bunny's
still
going
hard
crazy.
to cross into the site. They got to work as a group right now, as a team. Buddy systems there, all on a 4-1 split, one watching the TP cross. So they are trying to add this early pressure from TSM to force the TP from the A site.
Eggster gives it a second opportunity, and so a second flash must be
big
thrown
trip
into the
coming
front.
up.
Double cage to fully shroud him out and give Inspire a
Because
solo.
every time he's good for 2 on site.
And that'll get him 2. TSM
They get some guns
have to
though.
re-up. TP once again crunch. They throw a
Nice.
snake bite. All the
It's
way
your
to
best
that back hall
opportunity,
as well,
guys.
so
You might want to
TSM
put
can at
ults
least
into
scope
this.
out the B side itself, but The condensation is beginning. Poppin on top of the cabbages. That will at least get him a couple steps in, and the rest of Envy activated. But Timo with the quick refrag leads this to a 2v2 on top of the spike plant. Does Vora hold as Timo plays police? Vora with just this sheriff in hand, and Timotino has been spotted. Spike heard. Ion has the key to both of these players' positioning, and already found the rifle off of it. Vora, a mountain against a molehill, and it's easy
very
for
nice.
Ion. Envy keep too stable.
Yeah, I think they need to insta-pop ults when they got over towards site is the best chance.
Seemingly so far, and yet it's
The
still
poor
miles
Prowler
ahead
stuck
for
in
Envy.
tube, yeah.
Agreed.
I didn't want to comment
and it
on it.
almost looked like Vora maybe, who was so good in that
Who won EMEA above the
round,
Turkish
the only
teams?
round that they've gotten, actually. Unfortunately, couldn't win that 1v1 against Ion. That said, I love the flood from TSM into the site. This was perfect. Alvin Boy catches the rotate and cuts it. Unfortunately, couldn't pick up a weapon. I think that was the biggest opportunity here for TSM to pick up weapons, pit into the site, and try to guarantee that second round. But they missed that timing. When you're trying to jump down from the hookah, pick up the spike, and go for a plat because they hurt the TP from behind. So you can't pit out. You can't, because you're giving a space and gap for the
10
player
and
to
1,
rotate
yeah.
from that back. Especially when
Getting an Odin out as well.
the operator. And TSM, they're holding on to the ults for this round with a rifle round. Now you're starting to see it's under the trip. The Prowler went under it.
On its fire above the boxes, finds 7, susses out the clone. He knows Yoru all too well. And in the meanwhile, that Ditto will also be able to find one of the Lone Rangers in the hookah as well. Before a complete recommitment for Envy. The TP away, Poppin already making his way down sand. Envy live to own this map now. They so quickly encroach and make it impossible for you to even have another decision. Choice paralysis, plaguing TSM's attack side that they chose to start on, that they had been seemingly workshopping all this time, and yet it seems that the weakness in the map pool still persists unless TSM has one hell of a defensive half of their own.
That's all we hope, probably, yeah. But if not, I just love how Envy's playing this map so far. Just how good the reads are from Inspired.
Struggling? I mean, mate, they're all struggling.
For these early rounds, instantly punishing this hookah control that TSM was trying to take. Not
It's
even
just
allowing
domination.
Vora to save his weapon onto the next round, putting TSM back into a mixed bags of tricks into their next rifle round. I think one of them is going to be broke, so they won't have the best of buys. But overall, just how they're playing off each other too, not only on the macro, but with the util. I just want to point out the fact that when Poppins
They got their 9, yeah.
go for a
Said
clone
they
and a
needed
flash,
9.
just try to make sure if there is still presence of TSM out towards Fountain, because of the mid rounding and the info that you got off the hat was already disappeared. So it's just nice what we're doing here on the side of Envy for the defensive side to just always be one step ahead of what TSM's trying to do on their attack with this comp.
Seemingly TSM knew this ride was going to be bumpy. They have got to go the distance, take their way to halftime, and see if they can recover this.
Prowler at the beginning.
This defensive half
Clears
feels so
and a fade eye,
indescribably
and the
decisive.
insta dog clear it and a flash behind to see if anyone timed the dog. They can keep the 3-pass and stack over towards B. Lovely to watch. Anyone want to shoot that?
Finally duck away.
Okay,
and
bait
gives
kind of
Sando
works well. I think that the op's on his own.
You have Exter held close, and Poppin still able to burn that decoy. So Exter has the free lineup. He's only good for one, though.
Ooh.
Alvin Boy on the way back down hookah. So Ion is found out before the conversion pass activates, and TSM should have all the mobility they need.
Damn, nice.
Timotino rushes down the site and grabs 2 on the lineup, and TSM have found the foothold at the 11th hour.
And a 4K from Timotino too. If anything, though, it was still the first hand, the first attack showing here from Envy. If it wasn't for maybe 2 op shots that missed here on the side of Poppin, it would have been potentially a different story written this time around for Envy's
My
favor.
fan club, yeah, he's a bit of a
the
beast, man.
position they had to bait out to
He
bait
is a
for
beast.
Exter to get value out of that spot. There was already a pick off from Poppin's op, who's been so good on Abyss previously. I mean, that could have been a highlight reel for Exter in that round. Instead, it's at least a round committed for TSM, an ult being expensed, but still 2 more.
He might
to
dodge the
utilize this
Cypher
round
again.
to try to salvage and make this a 9-3 half.
Timotino's already taken the wide corner, so 7 has to try and pierce this, force Exter with the TP back to negate the trap setup, but now he's just gonna dry peek it, and that clearing has been watched since the dawn of time by Envy's defense. Now you set up Poppin once again.
When he was trialing them, it's like, this guy's going to be tier 1 next year.
Gotta reaggress hookah
Yeah,
again,
he's
find
good,
something
man.
somewhere there.
He's definitely good.
Otherwise, this B exec is so cooked.
This one was your fault, though,
You can see it
Trev.
from a mile away. Nightfall on the execution. 7 will walk
Ooh,
up.
little lineup. Little lineup. Okay. So,
GMD meets chaos, which reigns on this.
I mean, it's an insanely dominant half. I would say that if it was a team that didn't perma-ban this map, 2 might be enough, but if they ban it all the time,
and it nullifies, neuters the execution of TSM trying to get value off the pit over on that B site. That said, they went into an exit where Envy had a good read one more time.
just for 9 they gave 10, yeah. Dude, the Cypher was farming them with setups though, really.
But they are at a stalemate for TSM.
They don't perma it though, they only... Okay, let me look into
on the
this.
second half. But before we get there, Melio's back on the stage with Winthrop's own moves.
Estou aqui com o Moobs, o melhor chamber do mundo. Is that true that you're best chamber in the world?
Oh, I don't know, bro. I had to talk to Baby Bay a little bit. He gave me some tips, but you know, I want to be up there.
Ele disse que vai perguntar pro Baby Bay, mas que ele tá quase lá. E já que ele enfrentou tantas vezes esses dois times, eu vou colocar ele na fogueira sim e vou perguntar qual dos dois é melhor. I'm sorry I have to ask.
Yeah, Bank Roads, Chad, they play this map.
Which one is better?
Oh man, you can't put me on the spot like that, bro.
I'm sorry.
I'm a fan of good Valor, and you know, I think Envy proven themselves.
I'm bind.
But I think TSM's in really good form right now. I want to say it's TSM.
Ele diz pra, por favor, não me colocar na situação, mas os dois estão muito bem, a Envy tá num grande momento, mas que ele vai falar de TSM. E quero falar dessa bind, né? Por que os caras são tão bons na bind, Moves? Why is Envy so good?
This isn't a perma ban, they float it sometimes.
The crazy style, why is that?
I don't know. We were talking about it up there. I'm like, man, their bind is scary, bro. We would have banned it against them. You know, I think they're very confident. I think when Kane made his switch to Clove, comfort pick, it works a lot for them. You know, I think they're good on every map, to be honest. They're just a good team.
Ele disse que ele estava conversando com o pessoal do time dele lá em cima.
Sodox with the Prime, thank you so much for the 30 months. And Shift as well, thank you so much with the Prime also, thanks for the 4 months.
Conforto para ele, mas que no final das contas a Envy é melhor em todo o mapa. Last question, prediction, who's gonna win?
TSM 3-2.
TSM 3-2 é isso. Vamos ver então se ele tá certo, porque essa bind aqui já foi, amigos.
Now I feel like Moves probably knows finally how it feels as talent to try to predict, you know, a favorite to come out on top in this series. When we had to bet against Winthrop or TSM, we never know because we just love good Valorant. And I love how I think he went from Envy first and TSM after on a 3-2. So, I mean, what can you really do?
I mean, you know, there's just so much love between everybody who made it to Ascension from North America. Just so much respect among all of these players towards one another, and it's tough to root for anything apart from a good game when you're that good of a player and that respectful of a player as well. Moves, such a nice guy. Everybody from WU, happy to see them showing out for this Ascension
Okay, what kind of pistol we got?
Well, Envy got to 10-2 in the first half of the first map, and while
Nothing
we went to
too
24,
crazy,
they
level
were able to
4
come
one.
away with that. So does their
Early
bind
rotate if he
continue
spots.
to ring as true as it has
It's
against the
3-2 at the moment on the
hosts
pistols.
of Brazil?
Yeah, if not the story, if it continues now with a dominant half from even TSM on the second map that ended 13-11. This time, though, it's TSM. They're showing a little bit of face. They're getting some kills towards the short A side, forcing Envy to rush into B, where it's currently being played soft site for TSM. It's definitely a hard site to retake on this map of Bind, but at least you're playing a 5 versus 3, and you're looking to reflood.
Exter gonna poke his head out,
Oh
try
man,
and
that
get some
lineup
free
looks
damage,
scary.
and from there, seems like that's what the rest of Envy will try and do too. Just get away with as much as you can. And Kane's era actually able to float away with a double 4, letting
9
that
bullets.
overhealth pop up.
Nice jump
Or is
in.
just gonna B-hop the
Love
rest
to
of
see
his way
that.
through that trouble and get TSM their own pistol round. So twin pistols mirrored by great reads on a macro level to get those stacks started. TSM understanding with minimal starting intel gained by Envy. They knew there was going to be that potential for a split push. They let the saturate fly into the back half of that stack, and then they just full swing it to guarantee themselves an advantage.
And if anything, you see the pivot and the rank experience coming out from MV side. They tried to go for a pop flash through.
Okay, they go
Zero
for it
scope
again.
in the spawn to just try to cut the
Hero
rotates
Stinger.
from TSM and not give him a chance to go for the flood retakes. As you're sure some of them are going to try to
No
hold
armor
the
again.
flood back. Unfortunately, it was just mistimed, and then they got picked off here, allowing TSM to have some room to breathe. They found nothing on their attack side. They found a solid pistol in the second half to trade off pistols on this map and look at a stronghold. Their crossfire into the B side pop with a late lurk for an Inspire on the short A.
Trying to allow zero opportunities for the openers of this anti-eco, spraying the second they hear the steps out from Extra's decoy, and they just keep on spraying until he's gone. TSM
made this one look pretty easy.
And Envy meet just as much of a stalwart doorstop as TSM does in the opening of this. Inspire with that classic lurk, as always, though, is going to be able to come away with this outlaw. The question is, the hell does he do with it?
You gotta start hiding, though. It's Inspire with an outlaw that could pop down 2 players, being Seven and Alvin Boy. Going into the old school, drop my pistol as a flash.
I like the idea.
And finally getting dropped by for a nice little quote-unquote simple play for those who know the reference. But it is still a solid anti-eco here for TSM. So 2 very good looks for TSM's holds. I mean, you try to flood out of the gates from the smoke. I'm sure you're trying to get another pop flash from Exter through the club smoke. But they just sprayed through it, dropped them all down, did not give a chance for Envy to really even set up and to cross that line of scrimmage into the B site.
To open the door, yeah, it was nice to get the insta angle.
Still quite the uphill battle here. TSM
Everyone gets the heavy armor. Just double down on the stinger because they got the hero stinger around before. It's a nice start.
That's a nasty gap to find with the opening outlaw shot that'll force most of Poppin's
3-person stack over towards here. Yoru fast rotate. You guys, you can't go fast against this pump.
Immediate extension. That was so quick on top of it. Envy just want to get it done here and now, but that just means Timo gets another free op shot. Bora ducking into the cubby. Does Envy try and exact onto this? No, Timo is still
dude, I think this map's on, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Here. The bonus round comes flying out of Envy's hands, and TSM already proved that their defense can be just as boisterous, if not more so than Envy's. Kainzera stands alone against a wide open audience that surely eventually finds him right. If not the 3 in front, surely the 1 behind.
Okay, gun upgrades as well. 4 people surviving. The money's incredible.
What
against
a nice
the solo
Yoru. Beginning here for TSM to look down
Dwarman, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you. 11 months, mate.
The amount of flashes you're trying to throw out by the side of Envy is being met up by counter flashes from 7 through the back of the spawn. And it almost looked like the dart that was being thrown out by Poppin actually hit 2 players in the back of the site. So thankfully Bora swung out to keep them at bay. Thankfully that wall was up, and thankfully those flashes from 7 were there to not allow Envy to cross towards that back of the site and overtake the defenders in the back of B. Now they convert their bonus. They're putting Envy into a half by 2 Stingers Sheriffs. This could be another very clean one here. They have the right number of players into the B side or A side split of Envy.
This looks formidable. So many Envy ecos are.
It's not too bad.
Clutch as well.
Through the chokes already.
Like 50% more clutches than TSM across this tournament, despite playing almost an identical amount of rounds.
Yeah, at least like it from TSM. Don't overstep, don't give them guns. Still a little scary though.
Take the dominant bind that they know they have in them.
Last smoke goes out.
Re-entry now from TSM as the spike goes down.
Wait, what a shot that second one is. Oh my goodness. Okay, bro.
7 just has open season seemingly. Takes care of
Jesus.
everything. Oh, give it to him.
Ah.
The shot no, Inspire's gonna shut
I think it was
down,
really
but
crisp
no more.
though.
The lineup is clear. The shuffle is available.
It sounded really nice. First 3 kills.
Hell of a lot of work against that anti-eco.
And this is difficult for Envy right now. As we talked about the struggles for TSM on their attack side, it's not necessarily the biggest struggles that you have for Envy because you need to be good on a counter utility from TSM side. And whatever you might that
yeah, second shot was lovely.
Being placed down by Clove. They are the shortest smokes that we have in the game right now out of all of the controllers. So if you're able to stall out with the flashes that are being thrown by 7 again, you have these mollies for GMD, you have so much counter utility on that side, you're winning 20-second smokes from the Brimstone versus the 14
they're not
or
messing
whatever
about,
it
Trav.
is. I think it's 14.75 or something like that.
That's all we needed.
You're
that was the
winning
missing
now the
thing.
battle of the stalls, and now
The no
everybody's
strips.
out in the open and try to get into the site for a plat. And the reason why I say it's a difficult thing for Envy, but not as difficult, is because they could still shoot back. So no matter what happens in that chaos, you're gonna have to be really good in the buddy system on your attack.
It's
side
actually
as well
pretty
for
good,
Envy
right?
To just take the upper hand in these brawls that could happen after these smokes dissipate.
Yeah.
The trade
It's
fracks have just seemed
nice
too
to know how
important to
like
negate from
how much
either side,
oxygen
really.
you should be
It feels
getting.
like you should
How
almost
normal
always
people
have a friend
knows
with
as
you,
well.
especially for the reapproaches. And Envy I mean,
Which team have
looking
I
at
got?
how well
I
they
said that
backfought
at the
until
beginning
Seven
Envy
was
would
able
win
to
this, but
concentrate Kane with the saturate.
only
That
purely
looked
because
as
Bonka
clean as a
persuaded me.
save round could get. That looked
I can-
as powerful as it
It's
could
a win-win for me, this
They
one.
had a lot of space to work
I got
with.
the
They
other
had a
two
lot of
right.
openings in which they
This
could
one's a
maybe
win-win.
get, you know, a stinger flyby or a quick little shot on the sheriff that we know Envy is good for more often than not.
Is this a map design problem? No, it's a comp problem
TSM is
more
able
than
to
anything.
find
This is
that
both very
first
defense-sided
opening, that
comps, really.
lurker
This,
early, like, if
I mean, this
Inspire
is actually not too
can't
bad
gain
on
enough
attack.
space or
It's
if
just the
Poppin
fact
can't
that the
really activate
Cypher,
anybody, then
it's
lose
not
so much
great
momentum
against the
the other way.
Cypher.
Yeah, and I have to factor myself. It's even
But
shorter.
this
It's
comp is not good on
13.5
attack.
seconds for the close
yeah.
smoke.
Should be averaging like 3 in my opinion.
Here's the cell coming out from the ult of the Waylay.
Yeah, double TP
Oh.
from
Wow.
TSM, and it's
Let's go.
instantly met. Holy! Nobody from TSM finding their shots. What is this? Kane,
Some
even
nice
on the
shots going
ultimate,
on.
is able to keep kicking for a hot minute. Seven all of a sudden.
You got
by
so much money, you
himself.
can go do some
The
damage.
crunch play was loud and proud, but
Do we want to
came
give
up
him
with
any ults?
absolutely nothing. Envy turning
Yoru
right
one
around
away.
and
I could understand if he
destroying
didn't
that
want to
attempt.
give the
This is
Yoru
the
an extra
second
up.
time that we get a convergence path that does get value. It
I
does
think he
stall
should
some
hunt though,
players,
personally.
But we're not checking our corner. You have time for Inspire
Rather
to
do
whiff
damage to
shots
the
with the
econ.
Bucky, switch over to a Phantom, and still headshot the second player swinging through while you're being stunned. And somehow he's still alive. That's the crazy part about this for how you're able to hold off that.
Feel about the match, man. Damn, in 12th, I did it on purpose, man. It's fun.
And again,
I wanted to troll him a little bit.
problem as well that kind of ensues, and that was talked about that was talked about a bit at the desk when they said here they've been banning this for such a long time. There's got to be a trump card. Definitely there has been.
Plateau was weird because we were talking about stuff when when there was like 3 out of 4 of us that knew what was going on.
Reason why you're pulling out this composition for
And,
this
and same with the Fnatic thing as well.
really put into the tests against a top opponent like Envy. So under the chaos, when you're trying to catch up the way that you are, when you're trying to be explosive, there are still some rocks that are not. That are
Probably,
left
I'm not sure on
unturned
this
when
one.
you're going for these flood execs because it
It might be some
and they're just
conflict,
unfortunately
sponsor conflict, or maybe
overprepped
they
into
lost
what
the
they're trying to
sponsor. I'm
bring
not
into this
entirely
map
sure.
So far. They still have a chance though. They have good rifles in this round.
Just hold on to this eco for dear life and try to stop as much of the openers as you can. The dog with the gate crash will allow Envy pretty easy access in, but the decoy has to
Maybe this
guarantee
guy
that
doesn't get an
lack of it off in the
opportunity.
shower so Envy can fully
Every
take
single
over.
angle
Envy
is a bit of
Seekers
util to push
to
him
fully
off.
contest Timatino and
Yeah, they've
open
done
up
really
the
good on
A
this to
site.
get
Envy
through the
has to use a
choke.
lot, but it's what works. GMD hold up and Kane. Zera smoke and he sprays through
Very
down for
nice,
2
man.
before Envy can counteract.
Keep an eye on the Fade. Obviously took the TP, so they know.
TSM choose to try and get close first. Timo, a missed window with the up and extra turns to Vora. The recovery from Envy is insane. Trapwire on the Lambs destroyed. Exter mid ultimate. Inspire.
Dude, what a round from
finding Seven
Exter.
in the meantime, Alvin Boy having to avoid this Yoru ulti and then dip into the fray, but already making all the noise and getting hit by that gate crash. He is completely
Lovely round, man. Really nice round.
Envy find their footing and
Alright,
dominate again
6.
to make it 12-6.
Also had to break the trip to rotate back, so Envy had the full information of where that rotate was coming from. The issue
Where'd you
there
hear the
now is
rumors?
just a missed shot
People talk,
from
man. People like to talk.
Timatino is taking full advantage of
I'm not
right
throwing
over here
anyone
by
under the
Exter.
bus.
As you missed that shot, you missed the gap, you missed the trade, and is able to just understand that flank coming from behind because of the TPs that came through, and that's just unfortunate times now for TSM. Back into a double ult that they still have available that they carry into this round, but they don't have an op anymore. Thankfully, at least some rifles, and they're at full shields across the board. They're looking for a trap play. They're looking for aggression through the smoke and to get it through the smoke.
Massive haunt found early by Vora, but that doesn't mean you get anything for the rest of this push. That doesn't matter though, really. It's Envy. They're gonna make it known. GMD catching Poppins jump. Inspire and Kane though able to find their frontline frags. Next checkpoint set up, and it's 7 in the cubby who can now let that decoy and TP fly to reposition and continue to stall out this B site.
And that's a very good
You're
move by him
up for
after these
retake,
two
gotta wait
picks,
for
forced
everyone
a bit
else.
of util to fall back, so
Gonna
you can
push
hold
behind,
on to
triple, let him know.
the retake, but that's
Oh.
how you play it. Just
Wait, that was
as
nice.
they hear the Euro, push
Wait, they handled this really well.
only Timatino left.
How do they meet
Just
that
ignore the
crowd
Euro
so
and just
well?
swing instead.
Spire just
That was sick.
jumping right in front. And now Timo has to use everything just to get on the site and figure out the lineups. But as the smoke fades, the crowd
Damn, very impressive.
conquers, and Envy
Very, very
have
impressive on this.
another dominant bind performance. They are one
Yeah, go give him too much space in my opinion, but dude, the Cypher on defense actually owned them. It's pretty fun to watch.
As it was so close in the first two.
You agree with the backlash Vitality got before announcing Chronicle before Fnatic? I don't agree with it now.
That was being thrown on the table by the side of TSM. They beat them with a 3 of a kind, maybe even a full house, because
I think it was blown out of proportion heavily.
Just by great defensive
Just let them
plays
announce
on
their player,
side.
man.
TSM
You can
side
do a
now, they
video
have
a
to
couple of
forget
days
it. I
late.
mean, they tried to come up with something new. It didn't work out.
We'll
But
talk about it on
thankfully,
Plat
going
Chat.
to the last 2 maps now with,
But
I think, Ascent coming up. This is
yeah,
still a map that's
just don't.
very strong for TSM and a
Don't
map
get it.
that they actually won against Envy the last time around.
Yeah, this blemish on TSM's record means nothing if they're the first to make it to 3 maps, which Envy still is not. We'll see y'all on Ascent after the break.
Waylay, Yoru, Cypher, Sage incoming. Waylay, Yoru versus Cypher and Sage. Oh, okay. When is Plat Chat? It's a great question. I want to say it's on Tuesday. 3 my time. I'm trying to work out what mine GMT at the moment. I'm in GMT. Yeah, 3 p.m. on Tuesday GMT time, whatever that is for you. You get paid for Plat Chat? Yeah, of course, man. You think I'd spend that much time with Sideshow for free? Jesus. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for 6 years.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. Tron, and then there was Tristan to
Third map of the series heading into Bind. Not something we've seen from TSM throughout Ascension. We asked if they had something up their sleeves, something they're hiding from us. If so, not something we necessarily got to see come to light. A strong start from Envy, no wiggle room for TSM, and it's going to be a 13-6 for now. Series point for Envy, Dan.
It is now the second time today that Envy start 10-2, but the difference is that this time around they were able to close it out in a very dominant fashion here on Vine. That setup on the defense was incredible, and we didn't really know what to expect because TSM, they haven't shown us this competition, they haven't shown us this map so far, but the double duelists and even just the entries that they were trying to make, they were impossible to beat with that setup. On that A side, you had that Cypher Util, plus you had King Zera just being a demon on side, and then if you try start to go B, as you see in a few of those late rounds into that first half, you have Poppin with an operator and Nayeon playing backside, always finding an opening pick. It was just impossible to deal with that setup early on, and even if there was a little bit of hope going into that second half after TSM were able to convert that bonus, the advantage was so strong. It was only 3 more rounds to close it out for Envy.
And it's not even like Envy did anything crazy. Like, they were just playing at barriers. Like, it almost felt like they never went into the attacker side territories, right? Like, they were playing inside hookah, they're playing like long top of long B, they were playing on site at A. They just knew how to play these turtle setups extremely well. They recognized the TSM's count position. Didn't really have that many counters to. They don't have a way to break the trap wires. There's just not much to work with that would, you know, kind of figure out where the cipher setup is. And I feel like that played so heavily into Envy's favor. And you can kind of see it in the fact that they just weren't. The pace that they were playing out on the attack side was really, really slow. They're trying to draw out the Yoru TPs. It felt like they had some kind of game plan coming into this, but Envy was just too stone cold.
Yeah, they were insane. And this map also reminded me a little bit of what we saw in that map of Abyss. Very similar case for TSM, where they might find the opening as you get to see, but they're not able to convert or really take that side. And it was just because either Inspires and the setups that he has, or it was just because of what we were telling you guys about the operator towards long as well. It was constantly getting denied, and it was just, there was pretty much no answer and no other opportunities for TSM to do anything else. So they're not able to come back from this. And on top of that, you have an Envy that is feeling themselves, that is fragging out, a Nexus that starts 10-1, by the way, early into the round. It just, everything was going the way that Envy wanted, and this is exactly maybe what the plan was going into this map of buying, knowing what TSM had been doing before and knowing as well how they could shut it down in the defense early on.
And at this point now, taking that map of Bind, Envy, they are just one map away from closing out this series and finding themselves moving on to VCT America's next map in the series. Though, this is where we go to Ascent. And looking at the teams, this is a TSM pickup, but also something that, Roy, we've seen quite strong from both the squads. So, like, TSM, they are not done yet.
Yeah, I'm just going to say how it is, okay? Bind was an upper bracket advantage for Envy. It's just simple as that. It's very clear that TSM, the level of TSM showed us on that map is not nearly the same level. I truly believe, that being said, that the next 2 maps we're going to see, if we do see all 5 maps, are not going to be the same movie we've been watching in this last map, guys. It'll be a lot more in line with the first 2. That being said, I completely agree, Sierra. I think that Ascent has looked great for both teams. Envy has looked a little bit shaky on it at times, but I think the double duelist is working very nicely for them. I'm expecting a ton of proactivity, a ton of, you know, kind of combating, getting the operators in line, getting Extra on lines, getting Kainzera to be active, and those fast floods are so dangerous here for the Envy side.
As you guys are saying, this map has looked good for both of the squads recently. But my main concern here is knowing that Envy is going to be starting on the defense. Yes, they both look good, and TSM has good look on the attack, but it feels like Envy might just be a little bit stronger because they get the chance to start on this defense that has been so good for them. Last time they played it, they were able to beat Team Solid with a 13-3, and it was after a very dominant first half of a 9-3. Like we were talking about, a few of those pieces that you expect to get more active are the reason why they find so much success early on, with Kainzera, with the operator early on, Extra as well doing the same, and everybody kind of really knowing how to play around this map. I think the one thing that can maybe be slowing down and change the plan a little bit, just like it was in Sunset, is going to be 7 with the Sage.
I think I'm recognizing that we're seeing a little bit of an immovable object, unstoppable force narrative, guys. Because you look at the TSM side, you look at their Ascent, most of the rounds are actually found on the attack side.
Friendliest Titus, thanks so much for the 4 months as well. Thanks for the prime.
They have found a style that works on this map, despite them having 2 Sentinels, which you would think they're playing slow. They're very explosive. They have very drilled execute.
So I
think this first half is going to be really
Amfo 401 with the tier 1. Thanks for the 8 months as well. Think of the 2 teams so far, yeah, not too bad.
And this could very well end right here. But if TSM
Envy are a little crazy, but I think that's
been previously on this
in their
map with
works.
this double Sentinel setup, we could very well see the distance.
Sage
Cypher.
Cypher.
We've seen a lot from these teams. This is where we see Ideology switch up a little bit too. Kane back on the waylay to pair up with that.
Jadam as well. Hello with the prime. Thanks so much.
It's
for
the
the
same
21
compositions
months
that they
as
were
well.
playing before, and it's the compositions that have worked for both of them. Both of the teams have been finding some success on the attack side, but merely
Wait,
how
actually,
strong
that's
this defense of Envy is going to mean everything. There's actually a singular change Inspire on the Killjoy here.
Killjoy.
Wow. I mean, that is really interesting. I feel like Killjoy doesn't have any crazy things that we have not seen on this map, but if there is a person that can innovate, that can change, that can catch them off guard, it is going to be Inspire.
A switch up in a potential series point. That's the most Envy thing that we could see coming out into this. With the sets ahead of them, it's not the first time we've seen them switch up within this series. Is it going to be enough of a switch up to catch TSM off guard? Reminder, map number 4. Envy need one more map to close this out, to be your champions and move to VCT Americas. Can they close it out on Ascent? It's time to find out with your casters, Tenric Advance.
I'm guessing the change up with the ciphers just purely around the anti stuff.
Does it all end here on Ascent? Envy just one map away.
Keep 'em guessing
It's
a
a
little
map
bit.
where they are once again trying something new. Inspire off of the comfort roll, going to KJ along with this Waylay Yoru double duelist composition. I have thoughts. I'm sure you do too.
I mean, it gives you a little bit of exec power as well.
Good pick, to be honest with you, because Inspire is going to be very good on any single agent. And if you remember the lore as well of Inspire before he was Inspire, when it was still Baby J, there's probably a picture floating around of him cosplaying as a Killjoy. He loves that agent, and he knows how to cook with Killjoy. And I also think that this agent pick, especially on the defensive side, could be a nice little counter on these execs that are being thrown out by TSM because of the Sage Wall boosts. Sometimes you have the Sage Walls, and you can't really play around trips and traps because the overhead view of the B site kind of just gives an opening
Alright,
for
potentially
or 7 or Alvin
the
Boy
last
being
map.
boosted on the wall to fight against you. So now you're just leveraging even nano swarms.
Where were we? 3-3 with pistols, I think?
Into the site, isolating the
No,
points towards that
4-2.
main and making sure you're crunching on that spot. And look at it already. You're potentially looking
Yeah,
for the reaction.
let's leave it as
of
4-2.
the
Someone in
turret
chat will
to
correct
have
me.
both duelists with the saturate and the nanos to just dominate TSM on a B side hit where they're currently leaning in the very beginning. It started off with
Okay,
a
got
little
a
bit
smoke.
of util on that side. You saw
What do we
the
do?
drone
Smoke
coming in
drone?
from, or if not a shock dart, to try to
Well, smoke,
create
smoke,
a
shock.
resemblance of an attack side on the A site. But
Try
here
and create a
comes
little bit
hit
of
on
pressure over
now.
towards A. Insta hit.
You want to find that prey and collapse onto it. A nades to sequence the initial push. Smoke to stop the next part of it. Inspire unchecked on the logs. Gets away with 2.
Wow,
TSM,
man.
the rest
There
of
was
the
no
pack fight
extra
has to be
kills
real.
after that.
And they will hold it down. 7 already, without that healing orb, had to use it on himself to get him back up to an equal bit compared to the rest of TSM, so it's almost a full-fledged 3v2, but Poppin fearless in the rest of these channels, knowing TSM had to be so committal to getting on side, especially with this barrier orb on the back hall. He'll quickly deal with that as Ion breaks his way through. And Envy make their climb.
Ooh, that
Ion,
was fast.
good for the opener. Down the steps they trollops. Double crunch
Wow,
on the
really?
swing. It is gorgeous. By
Wow, man, fair play. That is impressive. This first kill, that's...
He finds his single timing.
That was
He's
cool.
the one breaking the wall, let him know, yo, I'm over here. Come at me, bro. And he just goes out for these taps down the staircase and opens up the site. Pop, it wasn't even needed. I don't even think he was waiting for a recon dart. I don't even know if I saw one into the site as Ion just kills everybody on that retake. We were overzealous a bit, trying to go for the execute for TSM.
Yeah, show me his kills, man. Let's see it.
Wall up towards that spawn. So that tuck in towards that logs was huge for Inspire. But thankfully, we had numbers for TSM to trade that out
Very
until
nice.
this happens. You were in position for all these trades, but then unfortunately, Ion is just
Full
quicker
eco.
on the trigger, and they get
we got a smoke, we got a drone. That's basically
one
it.
step closer to Ascension.
Already meaning everything to Envy here every round.
Mate, is the Killjoy.
So much more
Where do you
meaning
think he
to
was
it,
going?
So much more weight.
Double
With
Aries.
what's on the other side. Yeah, let's get a little goofy with it. Poppin and Kane still trying to have fun with it. With this late hold by Inspire on top of that util, it's going to get cleared pretty sequentially. You have to try and set up these man-to-man blockades, especially when the rifles start piercing.
If Poppin' Canes was actually a food chain, I'd buy that over Raisin Canes. This is a stalemate once again for TSM. After hearing the roar of the Aries towards B main, they decide to stop themselves in
The
the track.
ecos,
And
yeah, but
really,
I mean,
it's hard for them to take magic
sure.
control. Nobody's on the right side of the map. The alarm
think you gotta
bombs
have a
coming in
limit,
sounding here
though.
by Alvin Boy. Unless now that he spots it, he's going to need his teammates to make some noise towards that B main.
Great skirting for Inspire to at least get a little bit spooked, but can't do any damage.
That's a much better way of doing it.
Everybody
A
gets
little bit
broken
safer,
down on
get the
the
trades
entryway.
out, don't give him an
You really
isolated
just
gun.
need that smoke and the slightly better guns, and around like that's trivial, so it makes it all the more important that Envy got that pistol to start.
And it's flawless. It's clean, at least for the side of Envy, and they'll carry these two areas over. They've identified for TSM. Yeah, exactly. For TSM over on one side on that B site, but they don't even know that there is also one over on A. That said, every single angle is being checked. Double areas with an outlaw going into this round will be very still dangerous to face up against here for TSM. Thankfully, they had a plant on that first round, so everybody can have full armor except with the exception of GMD. Looking for early control over on the A side. And they do hear that second Ares on that site for Kane Zero now.
They're trying to pressure that one-way presence both ways, but neither side really comes up with anybody buckling. So we'll just meet at a new front door. Ion holding on to this Bucky, just standing down the arch as well. Just trying to aura his way through this round.
Right now, it's so slow for TSM.
Yeah, I was going to say
didn't
very,
even have a
very
chance
slow.
to move out to break turrets to really force any
40 seconds in, they take A main control.
Especially with Iron's position in the front of the A site with the judge, and finally the drone spots
Dude, this
him.
fakes.
The tit
I
for tat,
mean,
though, they've
minimap
shown
wise,
them
we
a
can
little
see
bit of
its
their hand
work,
left
but
and right. The turret doesn't really
in
know who it
reality,
saw towards that
feel like
main.
this Yoru's
So
taking this
probably
TP any
think that it could
second.
still
There we
be
go. 3-person
Alvin Boy
stack
trying to
on
lead
the
up
site
that
they're
side
hitting.
first, but it's
40
Reaper
seconds.
getting ready to move it into B.
Jet
Yeah,
goes
the entry onto
out.
that is pretty doubtless. Poppin able to just kind of fire
Dude,
his way
4
through as the
people
smoke
here.
falls, but TSM do a great job of avoiding a lot of that raw damage. Now the barrier orb can actually escort them onto the site. Still, though, they are pinged out. That makes it a little harder to actually worry about the
Dude,
site
these guns
itself.
is just
Still,
the maddest thing.
frontline fights deal with the boathouse presence, and now Bora is able to play the back corner. Just set up these extra checkpoints, and you're solid. But Ion's managed to make his way in, and now he's
Dude,
got
imagine
that
being
rifle.
new to this game. What is going on?
Does Envy steal away the bonus? Another clutch by Ion. No.
So great damage though, man.
Closes
4
that out
rebuys.
and keeps TSM the
Spammers.
least bit
Dude,
safe.
I couldn't.
That's crazy because
couldn't
it
see
looked
anything
such
for
a
like
good
20
opener.
seconds during that.
So many kills happened off screen, but it's
Everyone's in
basically
smoke,
the tux that you had
spamming.
from one of the players in front of the stage while propped up by 7. As you try to drone for pop-in,
Then as
it
soon as we
actually
get vision, they
was
get
so
Omen
focused to try to
flashed.
take down 7 at the top that 2 players were able to walk down. No information given for the players in the back of the site. They both get caught off guard, but somehow Iron was able to turn things around back to almost
Okay.
win another clutch.
Big buy rounds.
And let Envy
Mate,
run away with this one, but TSM,
Jesus, that was
they
last
get the round.
second.
It's rather expensive. They're all at small shields, but
It's,
Exter
I mean,
still
only one
invests
person can buy
into
next.
the operator
Easiest way
this
to do
round.
it.
Once again, Kane trying to go that one way on A's opener. Seeing how greedy he can be with it. Smoke dropped onto Eggster, finds the op shot, but
Whoa.
whips it. Kane entering with the saturate. It's got to be here or now. And the saturate finds both, but Vora can restabilize. And
Dude, that
TSM
ability,
has
man.
managed to set up shop onto site. Poppin's here though. Timo warps that spacing however he needs to. The updraft with the shorty. Sure, buddy. However you see fit. 2v3 on the retake as Exeter is still holding close to this operator, and Inspire has actually kind of legged it over this barrier orb to make his way to tree a little bit early. Exeter coming away with the frag onto Timo, and Bora has had to pocket himself on top of the
Lost
storm.
a
Now that the spray onto the
lost
tree
a
has been given,
2v3 in the
able to double
pistol.
peek from that tree door.
Second one
So
would
Vora
be
having the close
devastating.
angle. The turret's not going to catch him. And Alvin Boy a long ways, ready to catch the first dry contact. This operator still dangerous. And Vora
No way, he looked away. The sound over towards heaven was enough for him to look over towards heaven. Wow, how did they win this? And they can pick up the op as well. Dude, another 2v3.
We kept looking back there for Vora at the top of heaven.
And the
Yes,
on the
the
most
Cyber
important
Cage shell is
rounds.
being thrown by Alvin Boy. It does get audio cues of somebody walking on the top, and
Do
especially
2v3s
since
and
you
both
had
of them
the
cause you to
on-kill
eco next round.
just come out there from Exter. But the thing is, you still have to drop. You still have to make
Ooh, that's
audio
fast shot.
cues to try to see if they're dropping down on that site. And Alvin Boy is already watching that line. They were so afraid of a double drop somehow, even if the turret is towards tree.
And to
And as
heaven,
Vora
yeah. I
turns
mean,
around
he
for a
made
second
sound
time,
heaven, so I guess the comms
Exter
came
finds
in.
the timing, backstabs him, and then Envy converts a 2 versus
Dude,
1.
devastating. One away from knives, though. They can get a pretty simple plan.
Terrifying mistake to make.
Take A main, get knives.
When every one of these rounds counts so hard. Envy have continuously dominated
Yeah,
on
no one
their
shoots the
defensive
recon,
halves on
you know,
the
it's
set.
for
Why they
free.
wanted to start here. But even so, any moment like this where TSM has just been fully stomped away, their flame fully snuffed, having to start from the beginning. And yet, blades are open, drone is out, A is open, TSM's in, Timo's free, Ion counteracts, Timo's got a frag, first blade connects, second one's flash, Kane in the meantime with his judge.
Yeah, that was sick. That was sick, bro.
He's clip farming
Man,
in Ascension
talented waylays is awesome to watch. It's a
I'll give him one more.
the saturate
Oh,
is
come on.
incredibly broken, but it's still so fun to watch.
Envy continues to feast.
Toying with them, I fully
Oh,
respect
what a
this
lovely
because
round
you're
this was. I
finding
know it was against an
information,
eco,
you're
but it was
going
nice
for the
movement.
recall. You already have the ult, so don't get
The
the kill.
saturate and
Who
then
cares
into
about
the
that?
jump
You're
to make sure that he's
trying
going to miss
ascend
the
here
first
for
bullet as
TSM.
well, and he
Or
hits his
sorry,
head on the
enemy, you're
jump,
trying
so
to
he's
stop this
landing
now.
fast.
So you recall, you allow
It's so
Poppy to
good.
get that kill, and he's going to be one away from his Hunter's Fury. I respect the first entry from Team Tina was beautiful there onto Ion, but that movement right there from
That movement, the jump hit the head.
just so impactful. The gap
That was
close
sick,
that
bro.
you get
That's
on
such
the
a
waylay to play
that's
with
such
the
a nice
judge and
waylay
a
clip.
saturate on top of that. Now you're just playing hero plays on the side of Envy, and it's locking out TSM.
Yeah, at this point in the game, if Envy, the players individually are activated enough, it's kind of over for you. That's been the tale of the tape. A TSM across this entire year,
Slow
they've
mo
been the ones that have
shorty.
been able
What
to
is it?
meet
They
that
just
threat head
they
on, more
just double
consistently,
dash,
been able to shut them down,
slow
been
mo you,
able
and then run at
to
you with a
dissuade
shorty.
them. But there is nothing left to lose. No more games left to play. Nothing left to attain. Envy are going to leave it all out
Every
here.
round.
Wear their hearts on their sleeves. And
Yeah,
TSM must be ready
it
to
needs
meet
to get
every
adjusted.
individual threat
No doubt about
that
it.
coalesces so beautifully as a whole when it's Envy running down a map like this.
It seems as though for TSM, they've had some great successes, at least to get onto the sites. They have good jobs or good results on the entries too. But that King Zero on that previous round, maybe
Because
it
they
would've
low
been really
by
plant down for TSM,
what?
but just
Because
some
they
small
buy
mistakes that
half
came through
armor,
from
they can
TSM's
actually
positioning that
actually
cost
buy
them
next as
very
well.
important
So
rounds. Think about that pistol round on that 3 versus 2.
Not too
That
bad.
Ion gets a 3K for that round. Think
keep
about
an eye on the
that
Sadras.
continuous turnaround from Vora on that 2v2 earlier. And now, thankfully, this round is just aiming down the sights and punishing the early aggression out from Megster. That allows TSM to take an early upper hand and potentially here after this timeout to regain this confidence to bring this game back on their side. Remember here, Tenrek at the desk. Roy has mentioned that a lot of their successes for TSM has been on their attack side. So being able to muster up a couple more rounds here on their attack could put them in a very comfortable position to bring this game back.
I know exactly where.
More than enough time to do it. And if you can go
That's
for these
very nice.
punishes that allow
Get them all
for
set
far
up
less threats in your
with the
face,
info they can send it.
then you have such an easier path to get there. No more flash support
Oh,
from
man,
Kane.
flash,
It's gotta
haven't
just be the
again.
judge on its own. And the spacing from Timo is good to avoid the kill. Still so much damage done by him without consequence. Ion, presence in hell is found. And not
Actual lineup as well. He did incredible. I would say the distraction from going through door was really nice as well. Killjoy all goes in. Oh, they want to fast this. Dude, he's really good on Waylay, by the way.
Gives open season to Inspire. as
Like
he
down
grabs
over
his own
towards
rifle.
site.
The lockdown
Mate, surely
fully
not.
bursting away.
He's swinging him here.
Boy
Guys,
has to
please
come
play
up
this
short.
properly. Play this round properly.
Has to track down Inspire with 15 seconds to go, and the spike completely left. So many universes in which this is so cooked. The sightline is met. Alvin Boy
Yeah, I mean, you deserve to get punished for that.
TSM holds on for
You
dear
deserve
life
to get
here on
punished for that,
Ascent.
dude. Like, it's such a nice play on site. The overheat's crazy, bro.
Even if you have the most confidence in Kane Zero on
Just
how
keep the
you're
judge go
reaching these
close.
sites, how much damage you're doing,
Keep the judge
you
close,
have to be
crossfire.
sure that you're landing your shot when you haven't pinned inside wine. For you to overextend into that shot, bring that overconfidence and underrating what Alvin Boy could bring, that's the result potentially that you could get. Look at him picking up the spike, getting the kill with 20 HP remaining. Yeah, even Inspire can believe it. He felt like he had it. He had
Yeah, I
time
mean,
on
I'd be
his
tilted
side.
if I was
He
him.
could have forced the plant from Alvin Boy and just with it through time as well.
A lot of money.
Unfortunately, it's
Imagine
Alvin
they
Boy
lose
that
this next one as
gets
well.
the reaction shot and keeps TSM in the game.
They just keep fighting, and TSM continues to fight back from down, and yet Envy continues extending, continues climbing, creeping. Vora at least
Guy
holds
has
down that
no-
opening frag.
this guy has no
Extra
leash,
begging
man.
to find the next one. A free rifle right in front of him. That's a trade up he'd love, but no proper opening. And Ion, held up in wine, would potentially give himself away, letting this smoke fly, depending on how far up GMD is lurked. Still, though, TSM looking for some extra neutrality in this 4v4.
They still have to up the tempo, though, for TSM. They've been really close down to the wire that previous round. If they do that again, it's checkmated by Poppin's ult. So already you're trying to push Inspire away from this B main line. Don't have a drone to work with. Mixer somehow gets value
He's
here
strong
on
here.
this catwalk. That's gonna
Oof, bro, the confidence. Dude, the confidence of this team is
It's so
it's
easy
nuts.
for them, dude. They just waited and waited and waited and waited and waited, and they got walked into. I mean, Timo just handing himself over that round to Extra, just hanging in tree. Nothing in his pocket, nothing in his hand, nothing that he's waiting on, except for a player to walk in. And it's all to sell into just a dry contact onto Inspire, who
I
has
will
no
say though,
reason not to be closer
they instantly force him back down to an eco.
so unabashedly
Every
as
round,
themselves,
like
and
every really
TSM
important
have
round,
to meet
Envy's
it with
winning.
more.
It looks too that they had a read to try to take control of towards that from B side by reconning just close range. They understand the forward positions out here from the defensive
Dude, he's
side
just
of
gonna
Inspire, but
reswing.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
the timing is always
This
better.
guy
You
needs
can
to.
just see right now from
I don't know,
0.
man. He's very
Take a
talented,
decent chunk of health, but he doesn't
but
care.
he
goes out for
surely
round two.
he just know how he plays.
Comes up with Tim.
I feel like he gets so
The
punished in tier
confidence,
1.
The moments that Envy can find it, especially against pistols like this, where you just feel nigh on invincible.
He's a kid, yeah. He's got a lot to learn for sure. He's talented
Envy
though.
has the streak started, has the momentum they need on this defensive half. They just got to keep picking it up. Just got to keep punishing TSM when they try to meet the threat.
Nice shot.
Tier 2 knows how he plays for a long time. Yeah, but tier 1 can just aim better.
Trying to protect
He
that
would just get
rifle left
punished way
behind.
more.
And Alvin Boy still is able to get it with the Sheriff. That opens up the B site potentially here for the TSM 3 versus 1
He's just got to find the.
on B.
Doesn't even need to be a normal line for everyone else. Just like a line where it isn't just an insane overheat all the
Risky
time.
Step out with that lone rifle, but he doesn't take any damage for it. TP into the boathouse, so you have the double stack. That's got to be red, though. Yeah, GMD ready for the swing, and they know one more is here. Extra still blinds off of himself and is good for the 1. But TSM able to recoup this into a 1v2. Inspire with the attempted save. GMD already given out with the boathouse angle. Drone allows Vora to reposition, and this drop smoke from GMD has probably fully boxed Inspire out. Still, though, you know he's going to go for it, right? Surely.
Hey, he's got to go for
The
it.
best of money, but they do have the confidence in the rounds. He wants redemption for that 1v1 he lost previously against Alvin Boy.
Gotta check everything else, but Inspire, he knows for a fact both of these guys are in the boathouse.
Oh,
No more util to hold it down, just that.
that was cool.
Smoke in, and Boris just got it watched.
Put the turret down to silent drop.
Thrifty by
Like the
TSM
idea.
keeps them more than
Like
stable
the idea is cool.
in this game, in fact. 3 to 5 gap now, and they're looking electric.
I love the little tech though from Inspire. As he walks forward, he drops the turret on the ground so he can drop on his turret and onto the floor to do a silent drop and hopefully catch one off guard. But unfortunately, again, in this eco that you just had from TSM, look at those share
Yeah,
shots
they just give
ringing
him too many
everywhere.
jaws.
Great position, great fights, and even the owl drone on a 2 versus 1.
you gotta reel him
finally
in a
allows
bit.
Vora to backspace into the back B site to pick up a rifle so they could double up and play against Inspira on that silent drop. So it all turned out pretty good into how they were just able to win these fights and get these openers for TSM to salvage that round. And this is a little bit of a grace that you want here for the side of TSM. You know, Stunner right now in the conversation is just talking to
Tyler's
bring
Candy,
the
thanks so
morale
much
back
with
up
the
here for
tier
team.
1.
Because so
Appreciate
far,
the 16 months.
the
Thank you,
game
thank
plan
you.
has been
Of course,
really
dude.
good
Thank you for that as well.
Envy. You just mentioned it, Tarek. Even if Inspire is playing forward on the turret or whatnot, and they're still trying to rush him down, he's still getting all these kills. Kane is having so much impact as this Waylay.
Yeah, but Bacon
you
just,
have to make sure right now that you
just
calm the spirits,
you just gotta
make sure
have
they
the
walk
strict
back in,
rule.
and that they can
Surely
just
you can have a
some
strict
clear
rule
rounds,
in some of
especially
these
against
rounds.
ecos of TSM.
Like even just the strict rule of just you can't do it against the ecos.
If anything, that makes the fact that TSM
If
is
Paper
looking
X can do it, other teams can do it.
all the better. They are playing each other at their best.
I'm not even asking for like.
TSM will try to keep that streak going.
Like it's just
with starting their own
2 rounds.
Attack, which,
2 rounds are all of the best of 5 I've watched so far.
Have needed to rest on quite a bit in the past. 3 ultimates on the board here. Poppin able to meet with the Hunter's Fury. He's been using them a lot earlier this match just to try to get early ticks, and he's come up with a hell of a lot of kills once he finds the stack. Does he do it again here?
Splat Cop, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you for the 5 months as well. Thank you for that, dude.
With an instant smoke in the front of the B site.
When it moves up to
so that the
VCT,
players can
yep.
really scale up and take control here of that B main. Interesting look, as usually that's a defensive side smoke that you kind of want to throw here on your end. But it really, once again, puts TSM into some sort of a stalemate. When these rounds are very, very quiet, TSM haven't really had scenarios where they're able to move up and break util and force these rotates. You are now grouping up to go into a pop. But the 3
Double
players are pretty
mollies,
much ready here towards B.
3
It's gonna be
person.
off this turret from Inspire, who's
Plays
gonna pop
on
off
site
these
when he has
nano forms to
Sova ult.
stall. And Poppin needs to find a good position. I don't think he's in
They had
the
a
best spots to
timeout
be able to
and they
leverage
don't play
the
Sova
Hunter's
rotate.
Fury. So he'll have to use his gun.
Yeah, it'll have to be the gunplay. No wall boost either that Inspire was looking to meet.
There goes
on the
Masova.
approach. It's all through B main.
It's individually incredible from. Oi, oi, oi. It's individually unbelievable. What a round, man.
Reactivation round for the ages for Inspire.
That was beautiful. Didn't even notice that they had the convergence path
Fire
available
Emblem for Smash.
14-0
Thank
on
you so much,
top of
man.
that.
Appreciate
So
the 5 months. Thank you.
Despite, the owl drone coming out and him being fully exposed, being popping, it still allowed K0 to get good value, and get that with the convergence path. And for Inspire to be in
Very
range, where he's
nice,
not
bro.
going to get affected by the convergence path, so he could just swing out for these fights. He didn't necessarily have to go for the first fight against the Sage being 7 here, but he still won that, and the rest was just easy for him.
He's so willing to take on whatever is in front of Envy as a whole. Kane being the first to make those words. More often than not, he will get punished this time. TSM are at least getting a little more consistent at being able to shut that down, and it doesn't mean that Kane Zera is playing worse. It just means that he's getting
Double
caught
hold.
more often. He's still serving his purpose as the guy to get inside the pool. But TSM
I find it so odd that they don't have a Sova ult set up.
And
Or maybe they do, and they've used it in the past and they don't want to show it. It's too obvious.
Instant drone now into the B main side, trying to throw this hit onto B. But their walk contact into the A side with the turrets there. This could all be stalled by Inspire with the lockdown, while you still
don't
have
get why it
the
wouldn't be
TD from
rotate.
Dexter to already come up and meet up and save and support his teammate.
Or maybe they were playing A on retake for it.
once again, how much does
Then now they
Inspire
don't
do
have the
on
ult.
his own?
I mean, they still
Just
got
walks down
Killjoy.
to Jenny. Solo dolos in
I'd
for the
kill
time
Joe.
being, and then the Heaven presence is known. The slow orb a little perfect though from 7, and the rest of the audience is more than open. Can't duck back. A second of indecision for Envy leads to TSM just blowing smoke.
Yeah, they were just looking to find the timings one more time for Envy before actually committing into the lockdown. It was a nice attempt because nanostorms weren't both popped at the same time. You're pushing them towards generator. Then you save that second nanoswarm to just push those players at Jenny into a different spot so that you can flit towards the top. But that slow orb from 7 was perfect here, not allowing the
Inspire is
double
him.
flip to happen
He's
from the
actually
top.
really good.
So Inspire was kind of left on an island after the first kill, gets traded out, and the 3 players could fight back for TSM. Now, change of pace though. A full aggression for TSM on the A side hit. Both players though that could do some damage are inside that site for Ion and Kane.
They've already been able to fully clear this out, and the read onto where
Dude, what a hold. It's much better though. So if it rotates, you can actually help the people out on site.
All here. It is another complete smackdown on site the other way. I mean, the double positioning for that takeover was perfectly managed. The Hunter's Fury for the corner that GMD went to, and then the almost instant turn to the Jenny corner that Timotino tried to breach.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the pathing when you're trying to do these hits, right? What's the most
Get destroyed on attack. Yeah, they might do. Sage Cypher.
Dash into it, try to fight around the
They got a nice attack comp, but I don't know. It's one of those where if it starts getting close, they might. Couple of the heads might start thinking of the rounds that they probably should have won.
Couldn't do anything. And if the saturate wasn't in the back of the site, it was probably towards the front to even isolate the other players pushing
Nah,
forward.
not yet, Bacon.
Didn't really necessarily was able to see it at that side. We'll have to check the replay after that, but that was just a good stall coming in from both players on that side. Again, Ion and Kane. Making it doable now for Envy to close out this series with such a strong hold. But TSM, if they can muster up this last round right here, they would still have a pretty decent look going into the second half.
Yeah, playing for 7-5 is definitely not something that TSM is going to complain about. Not something they really can complain about. You're running out of options here. And Envy have so many ways to reapproach this round, especially with that lockdown that Inspire's KJ pick. May start begging a lot more questions of when we swap sides, it should be said. But the preventative util that was used in, that saturate from Kane is such a great extra step stool to get Envy there quicker. It's just such great stall tools the whole way through.
Yeah, it's just good at shooting with
And
the
then it with just a fast B.
He's been not really talked about.
It's Sage debate, maybe send with Sova or on site.
Definitely been on the eyes of a lot of players. The one having to replace Knights.
It's a stronghold from Envy though. Would you wait for a dash before popping the ult?
And he's been put up numbers too.
Oh my! Whoa, that was fast, bro. One of the fastest I've seen. That was nuts.
TSM takes over, Timo. That is a gorgeous blade storm. Holy!
I thought we had time to talk.
Never.
That was insane.
Well, last round of the half, you certainly do go for it now. 2v5 on the reapproach. 7 has the res, and Poppin trying to play with this barrier orb. Yeah, let's just have a jungle gym round after something like that. Whoo, mama.
5, dude. TSM will take 5.
Sure, Ion can at least shut that jet down, but
this could have been a
it
lot
will be
worse.
7-5 that we play from Vans. That is a
Could have been
guarantee.
like a 9-3 or something easy.
Sure. A plat shot guarantee?
Don't talk to me, man. Don't talk.
It's still Ion that's alive, but no, I agree with you. There's still the Hunter's Fury that's available. We're running out. We finally have the information. Ion's playing for stats at this point, and definitely will have the 7-5 scoreline right here for TSM. Coming back into the half, it looks so dominant once again for Envy. It looked like they were going to run away with this game. But TSM found something since these timeouts, and Timo Tino's entry right off the bat was beautiful. The most standard jet dash over with the Blade Storm catches so many players off guard, and TSM stays alive in this fight. Now let's throw it over back to the floor where Melau is standing by with MIBR's GC players, Bastarda and Mel.
The kill was bonkers. Yeah, it really was.
É isso, estou aqui com a Mel e com a Bastarda do IBR. I'm with Mel and Bastarda from MIBR Game Changers.
Timo, yeah, he seems pretty good. I mean, that was nuts play, mechanically insane.
Os caras são muito malucos, tá dando pra se inspirar alguma coisa?
Ah, se inspirar e não entregar round, né? Que a gente tá entregando muito, mas vamos corrigir aí pra essa final, pra esse Game Changers, vamos ganhar.
Ask her if they are inspired by those scenes, by envy, by the aggressiveness, and she's telling about being inspired about throwing rounds that they can't throw rounds. E Bastarda, semana que vem falta
Ryan,
dias pelas minhas
thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that.
Como tá a preparação? Como é que tá a confiança?
Eu tô muito confiante, meu time é muito bom e não tenho dúvida que a gente vai ganhar.
So next week we're gonna host the LCQ for our Game Changers, and MIBR is looking for a spot and ask her how is the preparations, the expectations. She said she's really confident that gonna win. E espero mesmo que vocês ganhem. Por favor, semana que vem é nós aqui, certo? Vocês ali e levantando lá. Fechou? Fechou?
Fechado.
Fechado?
Fechado.
Então é isso, bora pro game aí, pro segunda metade. Vamos ver se acaba agora.
Love seeing Bastarda and Mel scoping out the Sao Paulo arena, which is staying busy post-Ascension, the GC, LCQ. between LATAM, Brazil, and North America's second best Game Changers teams gonna be here in just a couple days. So many champions left to crown, Vans, but this one
look at this.
goes miles. This one historic for either organization that has been in this space for so bloody long.
Yeah. And MIBR playing the LCQ next week. Good luck to Wadada and Akabe Esports because
Kind of rare, really, on Ascent to see so many classic armors.
One of them went into like so many OTs, and you know that they have one of the strongest rosters in MIBR and Liquid going into GCC. So make sure you check that out, chat. But focusing back on this one here, who's going to ascend between NV and TSM? NV 1/2 away of making it through, and TSM on a pistol on defense now are looking to crunch back into middle, to fight back into middle, and to hopefully push us into Haven.
Every step NV must take seismic.
Wow, it's gonna be a 5v5 retake.
Big mid creep to go for the B crunch. TSM letting them have it. The big stack was from the tree catwalk to go for the massive clear in the post plant. And as the wire is burned, there's a little bit of damage done by Alvin Boy with the backstab that won't be met. So TSM have a
really
little bit
late
of
smoke on
damage
that.
pool.
Yeah, and keeping Extra alive with 18 HP is still dangerous, as they have to play the Flood retake. They're going to play into the unknown, retaking towards the B side.
Do these flash for middle.
Question mark on Wine. They need this recon to come back up here for the retake for Vora, and they have it with the Slorbs to retake.
Kainzera's looking for a way to stick this fork in with his light speed. That's the one fulcrum point of util that this team has. Otherwise, it's just blindly firing. And the smokes that are set up early on here do give Envy a lot of room and time to work with.
Wait.
Kane continues to blue
He swapped places with him?
circling from the backside, and he'll kill
Wait, that's a sick play.
They've got to make their way on, and they just don't have the time or players to do it. Voro, the only one standing against the
That was a cool
crowd,
play.
and he barely makes any headway. Envy will continue thwarting on the pistol, and it's now 5 rounds away from an Ascension title.
And that's the issue that you have for TSM trying to flood back into site with no util. A recon and Slorbs, there's no flash to get value off a recon flash for TSM to get any idea of where their opponents are playing from. And again, because of the question marks we created unintentionally for the side of TSM with no B-side control at the beginning, well, you have to re-clear it. So GMD goes for the big flank. There are only 4 players trying to retake that site. You snuck through towards that spawn for Kainzera, and you kept 2 players at bay. If anything, time was of the essence that it could probably win with.
Making rounds a guarantee. That's what Envy would like to do here. And Kane, not even the biggest threat with this judge, though he's going to make it seem that way before he has to inevitably recall back. He'll still find Voro before having to press it.
Okay, looking clean on this.
And this is the kind of domination Envy want to escape this with, the kind of image they want to plaster over Americas. Still so much room to go. DSM will relent here and clock in for the long haul.
It's a fast
starting
round.
with their rifle round.
And you're seeing from the last 2 rounds, Envy staying as a group and just
Thoughts on Envy?
down any lane that
I mean,
they're taking here on this
they're
map of
nice,
Ascent.
man.
The thing is right now is, if you know how TSM
They're fun to watch. They're fun to watch. They got the util's really good. They're mechanically really good.
Envy, so they could definitely
I think
the same 3 type of players.
I think they could be a little better.
The front
Like I
lines,
think
and
they're.
they're looking to do that right
I
now
don't
this
know,
round.
man.
2
I think
players
there's
moving forward
little
with the
things that they could do a lot
One
better.
trying to get into the wine, that's Timotino, but the drone just spotted him.
Kane already recalled, already crunched. Paranoia won't catch him, but the flash will, and Envy is fully in. Now they've met.
They remind you of Paper X a little bit.
3 swinging out, still kicking it on the cloud burst. He gets a reset, but Ion and Poppin can stop that. Turn it back into a 2v2 entering the site, and that is massive for Envy already. Holding on to these rifles and grabbing some of their own. They potentially flip this round here and now. Could completely shatter this match.
I mean, all the people that everyone talks about, though, I would say I'm probably most impressed by this guy.
Does a hell of a lot of damage to Poppin, and Alvin Boy finishes it. Now the swing from on
To be fair, I'll have this guy first. Like, Ion is a beast, man. Let's give it to him. This guy is a beast. But I think Inspire's been playing so well.
Alright, once again, another clutch coming through, a 4K in the round. It is now shattering the dreams of TSM, trying to ascend to partnership next year in the VCTs. Despite
This
the
guy's
valiant
16.
effort of
He's
Team
16,
Latino,
really.
despite the triple
Really
push
good.
to fight forward, and even
He does
win
bail
that
him out of a lot of
at
rounds.
the very beginning against Envy, it's still Ion showing up. Switch your name out from Ion 2X to the Ion 4K.
Potentially the one
I mean, it's only
variable
one.
we're still
The thing is, I've got
questioning
such a
at this
small sample size.
point of if he is fully here, fully activated, and he has saved this team a multitude of times.
No, he really has saved them a lot of times. Dude, they are just spamming right now.
The bobby pin against this eco that
That
TSM
double
will
sentinel, you gotta
swarm
shut this
back
one
to
down.
A-site with.
Get that Sage over there.
This is insane how we got into the site now for Envy. I mean, this is still a half buyout for TSM, trying to keep money afloat so they can afford the operator out of Team Latino as soon as possible. But man, was that entry aggressive for Envy.
Oh,
We continue to jump through to get that kill.
Jumping into his own smoke, Ion is here to have fun at this point.
Dude, 1 HP
And
survives
Envy
as well.
continue to lay waste, nothing
Okay,
doing
this is
on
the
that
round.
entry. And
This
TSM
is
might
it.
have just one more proper chance with a full kit to be able to save themselves from yet again disappointment at Ascension.
And they are staying calm. Inspire is just reeling everybody in with his experience, with the leadership, with what he brought from previous FPSs that he's played into Valorant right now. A veteran in the FPS scene. Making sure that he can lead the youngsters right now with Envy into this victory, eyeing this trophy and eyeing the stage.
It's a good timeout.
In Los Angeles next year.
I wonder,
This calls out
a
the
lot
timeout
of
for
questions
TSM, the
really.
last
Obviously,
one that they
TSM is just
have
going to be fully talking
in
about stopping
this
the A hit.
potential series,
I'm just interested,
but
do MB
definitely
keep
off the
on
map
going, or do they
unless
change it
They
up?
could bring it back. And with the squint from these eyes, I'm not too sure if I'm confident in TSM's hope to fight this back.
What kind of words does NBS spin to get the morale and stratagems of TSM to code to both make up this gap, surpass it, and then last for the long haul in map 5? It looks so insurmountable now, but TSM and Envy have been so clean post timeouts at the very least. A breath may be what gets them by, what gets them ahead, and they will take a deep one as they assess their surroundings and prepare for another Envy push.
Okay, they carry on A spamming. They say prove
Roy
it.
was mentioning a lot of the rounds were in successes.
Whatever
for
the
TSM
theory
on
is,
the
let's see what they
attack side,
got.
though. Defense, you're still playing double senti. They could still be a composition that could stall well, especially with
Good
the
news
Sage.
is,
On
Sage
these
is
aggressive
hit.
hits coming through from Envy, who continuously go for these 4-1 pops, these 5-0 pops. A TB towards the back.
It's a really nice
They've
Omenot.
sandwiched TSM this round.
Yeah, Ion can't be as easily punished this time. The Hunter's Fury from Pop inside as well.
It's a nice round though. That's a really nice round from them. Big jaw coming up. Ah, dude, 7's in trouble.
But he is so crunched and so dead. Envy already rise up to the occasion. Ion once again frontlining and once again.
Dude, he got a double here as well. This guy's a beast, man. It was such a nice Omenot. So busy talking about aggro over towards A. He's just always over towards heaven and then kind of just pinching on him. Also, the timing of the ult and the dash was nice.
But the hit in itself, look at that. The Hunter's Fury with the saturate. You can't even play dice. You can't even support your teammate from the back. It's because of that TP. What was drawn out from a timeout for TSM was taken advantage of by Stunner to call out this beautiful play for Envy to dismantle the defense, to dismantle the economy one more time. TSM has to play with Blade Storms now, and Envy goes for the
Switch up with the fast B.
Trying to stick that dagger early. Vora trying to play Universal with that Hunter's
Big
Fury.
jaw
He'll
the
do
middle,
some
man.
chip, but not the kill. Inspired
Now
gets
it
that
trades
first
as well.
frag honor,
It's a
and
little
will
weird.
split the board
Sage,
again for TSM
pretty far
as
away
the
from the
drone
res
does
on
the
this one.
same on site. Alvin and 7 are packed, watched, littered, not killed yet. Envy reset, and that's allowed time for Vora to get back to the market. Kane on the mid pick. A big fight here that Vora wins. And now they can reallocate to the
And they
front
can
lines.
just chill.
Extra still made his way around the site, and Ion still good on this front line. He can distract, he can smoke, he can let this
This
second
guy's
stepper come
great.
forward from Exter and go for the full-blown crunch in the
Inspired.
3v2. Are
He's
you
on a big
feeling
backstab.
inspired? Alvin's watching. Alvin's not waiting. A 3v1. Vora against the world. The first of what would be many times. And he can't even hold a candle.
Damn, lovely from Envy. Dude, what a story from them though, really.
For the very first time. It doesn't matter where they go. It doesn't
it's really
matter
cool for
how
them.
they do it. Envy do it because
they actually just like, damn, we did it, dude. That's sick. Because loads of these, especially, I mean, there's a couple of them that were just saying that they deserve to get picked up. And it's a good way to prove it.
See how much it means it for somebody like Inspire, who's been grinding this game since its entry, who felt like he was shafted when he joined into 100 Thieves for maybe like, what, 2 games, and then had to potentially just play stream. And realizes now, through his ranked games, the potential of so many of these youngsters that he played with in the ranked teams, decided to make a team with so
Feels bad for Kane and Ion. They don't get to play VCT. Maybe they'll get there. Just a matter of time.
Qualifiers of Stage 3 split of 2024. And now they ascend to partnership. Tenrik, you can see how much this means as well for GMD. The friendship between Inspire and him. And GMD also is another one of those players that has...
Mate.
We've seen it before at Champions in Paris.
No, they lost
and here in Sao
lost the
Paulo.
broadcast.
North
Okay,
American
it's all good.
confidence breeds champions, and another one stands atop the world today.
Huge, man.
Are your newest
I mean, mad respect to these players for sure.
VCT 2026 team.
They grinded for this.
This also means so much to Hastro, who has regained the brand of Envy in the last couple of months. And to see that his team has ascended, to see that his other divisions are also thriving, means a lot to him as an owner. But look at how much it means to these players. Look at Eggster, just the nice. They've been having fun throughout this whole tournament. Even coming in as the rankers in that last
Low-key happy
split
for
of
Envy as an
last
org.
year.
I really like Hastro, man.
think
I
that
did a
they
couple events with a Hastro like years and years ago. He's a cool guy.
Play and see where it brings us. And look at where it brought them, to the trophy of Ascension in the arena of Brazil.
They never did stop being themselves, did they? Eggster never left that Yoru. Inspire kept on bringing back echoes of Baby J. Kane and Ion continuing to grow second by second.
Dude, I like that they play their own way as well. Like, I can criticize some of the overheats and stuff all I want, but they still just pop teams.
To becoming one of the most respected IGLs in
They
the
play
world.
how they want to play.
Let's get a good talk with them. Melau's on the floor.
Popping! Is it heavy?
Oh my god, it's heavy.
Yeah, can I try? Can I try?
Sure.
É pesado, é muito pesado. So, what's the move that's going in your mind right now?
I mean, right now I'm just thinking where we came from. We are all ranked players. We came from ranked, playing the game every single day, grinding passion, and now we are here at Ascension and we won. And I mean, it feels amazing. The team that I built, going to Tier 1 next year, we're gonna lose Kane and Ion sadly, but I mean, it's an amazing journey that we've been through.
Em resumo, ele disse que ele tá muito feliz.
Riot, dude, yeah, Riot are clipping all of that. That's like the most perfect thing for Riot ever. We came from ranked. It is a sick story for them. It's a sick story.
No altíssimo nível até serem os campeões. So, Center, how difficult was it to make this very aggressive style, like play style, to work at the highest level possible in order to get the win?
I think it was pretty easy. I have a talented group of guys here, and they all put in an insane amount of work, so everything is easy for us.
Falou, cara, sempre muito confiante, foi de boa, foi suave, porque o grupo de jogadores é extremamente talentoso e disse que foi bem tranquilo manter esse estilo meio louco, agressivo do jogo da Envy.
Ion, tá aqui com o Will que tem 16 anos. I can't believe you're
Dude,
only
this guy's
16.
really good,
You have a
though.
long way to be able to play in Americas, but you have a ton of baggage right now. So, what's it like to be champions at 16?
It's great, you know. Like at the start of the year, I just came into the team. I was like the only one who like no one knew. and like I feel like my team has been like so helpful and like helping me improve as a player throughout the year, and like now like on the final like map of the entire tournament of the entire year, I like am able to perform at like that level. It like makes me like feel like all my hard work like finally like paid off.
Bom, ele disse que ele tá muito feliz, ele foi um jogador que ninguém conhecia no começo, que os companheiros dele acreditaram nele, ensinaram muita coisa pra ele, então tá aqui também levantando esse troféu, é muito gratificante.
So Spire, que com Spire agora, some people said that you were like kind of this mono cipher, so to speak, but you proved them wrong because you're the champion. So how's the cipher going to be in VCT Americas?
Oh, Cypher's dead. I think we all know that next match. But I'm not going anywhere. I've always been the best unknown in North America, and took 2 years to prove it, but you guys can't doubt me now, and I'm ready to play next year.
Pô, perguntei como é que vai ser esse
Yeah, I
Cypherzão,
respect
porque
it,
a
man.
rapaziada falando que ele é meio mono Cypher, ele falou, pô, se pau o Cypher morreu, a rapaziada sabe disso. As mudanças foram muito fortes, mas que demorou 3 anos pra ele estar aqui onde ele tá e que ele vai continuar no VCT e que vai continuar sendo um grande jogador e, obviamente, dando muito orgulho pra rapaziada que torce por ele.
Canizerra, you crazy, right? You kinda crazy. You kinda crazy. Ele é maluco, eu tô encantado com o jeito que ele joga.
Crazy.
Eu quero saber se ele tá confiante se esse jogo vai funcionar e a gente jogar, vai funcionar na América. So, you're crazy, I love the way you play, I love the way, how aggressive you are, but I wanna know, are you confident that this style gonna work on Americas?
I'm pretty confident it's gonna work out. I think if I'm feeling it, I do it all the time in ranked. I go against like tier 1 players in ranked, it works all the time. We scrim tier 1 teams, it works all the time. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work.
Ele diz que vai sim, porque ele joga ranked com os caras do tier 1 dá certo, ele treina os caras do tier 1 dá certo, então ele não vê motivo pra não dar certo.
E cara, agora com o Thor da Envy. Olha lá, let's go Thor! O Exter, também a rapaziada falou, pô, meio que mono Yoru e o caramba, mas também provou que é um estilo de jogo muito forte. Get it, please. E o que eu quero saber dele, cara, é o seguinte, não só nessa questão de Yoru e tudo mais, mas principalmente como que foi convencer essa rapaziada que tá aqui, porque no começo a gente viu que não tava muito a fim de apoiar a Envy, depois a galera começou a puxar Envy e tudo mais. So, in the beginning of the championship, I think most people from Brazil were not supporting you guys. But then, like today, I saw the crowd like supporting you, cheering for you, calling, yelling like Envy over and over and over again. So, how do you think you convinced them, and how was it for you? How was this feeling for you?
I feel like we owed it to the Brazilian teams that we beat in this tournament to win the whole thing. We owed it to the Brazilian crowd. You know what I'm saying? I was very confident.
Bom, ele disse basicamente que era meio que um dever deles ganhar, porque acabaram tirando times brasileiros, acabaram, claro, deixando a galera um pouquinho brava, mas que sentiam que por conta disso era meio que um dever vencer. Agradeceu, claro, o suporte de todo mundo. O Thor da Envy. O maluco é grande
Galera,
mesmo.
faz mais barulho pra Envy, lift the trophy again. Parabéns a Envy, mais um time do América, XR Spaca. Deus doido, mano.
Yeah, it does.
Doubters fully proven wrong.
Envy
fans fully vindicated. Their style, their
Okay,
personality
Envy. Get to see him next year.
rushes through
Be interesting to see who they pick
all
up
that was
for
in their
sure.
way. And as Exter said, it was a love letter to the game as it was played across the year to right here in Sao Paulo. Vans, they freaking did
Okay,
it, man.
chat.
So
We are
many
done.
times we
We
said
are
they could,
done
we said
for
they
our-
might, and they did.
For when?
Yeah,
For quite
I mean,
a
if
little
you're looking
bit,
at
to
the
be honest.
history and how
I'll
it
be doing
ran
home
for
ground.
the rankers to
I have
Envy.
no
They
idea
had
the
such a
dates of
strong
home ground. We'll
start,
be doing game
and
changes.
Also, you're starting to see teams being able to beat them. TSM being one of them too.
I'll be on
And to be able
Plat
to
Chat in
make it
2
this
days
far
as
for
well.
TSM to play against Envy, it probably could have been a map 5. And it could have been something that could have been a different story, but at least Envy was able to stand strong.
The
fight
13th
versus
to the
adversity,
16th is home
and now
ground.
able to
Yeah,
move
we'll be on
forward
around
to
them for
Ascension
sure.
And to partnership rather with that.
Maybe we'll
So
have
it's a
a
great
couple
run
of
that they
weeks
had,
off. We'll see.
and they should all stand proud. Definitely
But
with
either way,
all
I'll
the
be
years
on
that they
Plat
put in
Chat
the last 2 years
Tuesday.
as a team to make it here
For
now.
sure.
Yeah,
Chat, give me a stream.
a great showing, a great performance from the team.
Am I going to do the 10 Invitational? I think I'm doing content for Liquid while that's on. Is that like
going into VCT Americas
first week of
2026?
first week of
Definitely a couple
November,
different
maybe?
Players. Ion is still going to be terrorizing this level of Valorant
Raid
next year
Alexis,
for the
surely.
entirety. So
Yeah,
continue living in
What's
fear
Alexis's
of envy from now
stream?
until if Astro has his way, the end of time. It is a long
okay,
ride
thanks so much,
back
everyone.
to
Thank you,
Los
thank you.
Angeles, but the future of Valorant is
I
heading
appreciate
there,
you all. Thank you so
as will
much.
we.
It's
Sierra,
just
we'll
Alexis. Okay,
extend
that's easy.
us home.
All right, thanks so much, everyone. I will see you
It has
all
been a year
on
in
Plat
the
Chat,
making
or
for
honestly in a couple of
Envy.
weeks. I think I
Soon as
might
they hit
stream
stage
something.
3 last year, it was a
But
group
I
of
reckon I'll
individuals
probably
relatively
take some
unknown,
time off.
this ranked demons
Right,
that
thanks so much for all the
terrorized
support. Thank you,
leaderboard,
Shout out
and
to
a lot of
Envy as well.
expectations heading into
Solid
this
performance
year.
from
They've
them.
had their ups, they've had their
And
downs. They
dude,
have learned to
it's
adapt
just gonna be
to
nice to see them in
more
Tier 1 as well.
structured. They got the
Cool to see a
coach, they
different
put
style
in
of
the
play for
work,
sure.
and in the end,
Right,
they'll
I
make
appreciate
their way
everyone
to
here.
VCT
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Americas.
Have a
This
good
isn't the end. This is just the beginning
good
of
time
a new
off.
chapter in their
I'll see you all soon.
story, but man,
Alright,
it
peace,
has been a
everyone. Peace, peace,
crazy
peace.
one through and through.
What an incredible victory for the side of Envy with all the ups and downs.
A
that they've
YouTube
had
chat. Thank you
with
so much as well,
the
guys.
entire
Subscribe if you
year
can. It would
from
help me out, and I'll
being
see you all
that
soon.
favorite team going
Bye, everyone.
stage 1 into playoffs